Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome back to my channel. Today we will see what if Naruto made harem with Maid. If you enjoy, then please like, share and do comments. Naruto was a very smart boy and he was well aware of that fact. So, when it came to meeting his new sensei and having to work with his old classmates, he was disappointed to say the least. He knew the goal of this little test was to work together and achieve the bells with teamwork, but Sasuke and Sakura just didn't seem to understand that. Kakashi stood in the middle of the field, his Icha Icha book in front of his face. He watched Sakura run for cover and Sasuke jump into a nearby tree, but Naruto just stood there and sighed. Kakashi, being the curious man he is, walked up to Naruto and lifted a brow questioningly at him. Kakashi-sensei, I know this test is about teamwork and I would try to work with them, but I know they won't believe me and will decide to do it on their own. Naruto said all of this and watched as his sensei's eyes widened. Naruto, I believe you, so I would like to test your strength individually. Kakashi said and smiled at the boy in front of him. I want you to get one of my bells. Naruto just looked at him. Really, that's it? He asked. Yup, now come on, Kakashi said, getting in a fighting stance. Okay sensei. Naruto responded hesitantly. Naruto had held back a lot of strength when he was at the academy. He had learned about the Kyuubi when he was around 4.5 years old. A shinobi that lost his parents to the Kyuubi had been drunk and started to hit him and told him about the demon that rested inside of him. Naruto had been scared and shocked to learn why everyone hated him, but was also a little happy to know that it wasn't really him that they hated. Only the demon fox trapped inside of him. So, when he finally got to the academy, he had already begun to train with the Kyuubi. The fox was able to tell Naruto what he should work on and how it would help him in the future. Naruto had to hold back, since he didn't want to hurt any of his classmates. Now though, he was up against a Junin that wanted to test his strength, so he wouldn't hold back any of it and use his power to his utmost potential. He grinned maliciously and charged Kakashi, calling out for a Kage Bunshin. Naruto created a jutsu he had read about in a forbidden scroll that he had stolen from the Hokage's office. This jutsu was the Rasengan. Kakashi's eyes grew in size when he saw this jutsu and leapt back out of range. Naruto, where did you learn that jutsu? He asked, curious, since the only people he knew capable of making that jutsu were the 4th Hokage, Jiraiya, and himself. It's a secret, Naruto responded as he followed Kakashi. Sasuke and Sakura had long been forgotten as Naruto and Kakashi continued to spar. Naruto had missed with his Rasengan, but had still been able to get a few punches in. He was even able to touch one of the bells. Kakashi didn't want to hit Naruto, but he was forced to when Naruto kept on hitting him. They kept attacking each other back and forth. During their fight, Sasuke and Sakura watched in fascination from both of their hiding spots. Neither had known that Naruto had been so strong. He had clearly been holding back in the academy and they both knew it. Compared to Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were at a completely different level. Naruto ran towards Kakashi and jumped, trying to kick Kakashi, so he would fall. Kakashi grabbed Naruto's ankle and flipped him backwards, but Naruto twisted and aimed a punch at Kakashi's masked face. Kakashi turned away, and while he was facing the other direction, Naruto reached for the bells with his other hand. He grabbed them, but as soon as he pulled away from his sensei, Kakashi turned into a puff of smoke, as well as the bells. Kakashi jumped down from a nearby tree and applauded Naruto on being able to get the bells from his clone. Naruto grinned while rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. You did tell me not to hold back, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said, looking at Kakashi. He nodded, that I did. Kakashi replied. As soon as Sasuke and Sakura saw that Naruto and Kakashi were done sparring, they came out of their hiding spots. Naruto just glanced at them and smiled pitifully, feeling kind of sorry for them. Kakashi, on the other hand, was disappointed in his other two students, seeing as they didn't even try to help Naruto get the bells from him, or formulate a plan of their own to get the bells. He was angry to say the least, but proud of Naruto for looking underneath the underneath and figuring out what his true intentions were for the test. Sasuke, Sakura, I am disappointed in you too. You were not able to find out the true meaning of this test, so I am failing you both. Kakashi stated, looking down on the two bewildered genin. Even Naruto was surprised, mostly because Kakashi hadn't included him. But you can't do that, sensei. Sakura screeched pathetically. Of course I can. I am a well-respected Junin that the third Hokage trusts, and if I say you two don't deserve to be passed he will believe me. Kakashi stated matter-of-factly. Sasuke scoffed and glared at Naruto. Why does he pass? Sasuke asked, clearly mad that the supposed idiot passed before him, an honorable Uchiha. Well, unlike you two, Naruto actually figured out what I was really testing you guys on. Kakashi said, looking over at Naruto and giving him an eye smile. Naruto blushed lightly and turned away from Kakashi. Sakura glared at her sensei and finally said something that wasn't a screech. Sensei, can you at least give us some other reasons as to why you won't pass us? Kakashi looked at her and hummed and thought, I guess I could. He finally said, first of all, Sasuke, you are too selfish to even bother with us. You think you are so much better than everyone else and you are out for revenge. These things will not help you in a team, and you wanting revenge will probably lead to your downfall. Kakashi said all of this with a scowl on his face. He always did think that Sasuke was a stuck-up brat. Sakura, you are too obsessed with Sasuke to even pay attention to anything else, let alone actually help in a fight. You are weak and belittle others even when every other ninja is stronger than you, and you will only do what Sasuke says. Sasuke glared at Kakashi while Sakura looked down with tears in her eyes. She knew it was true but wouldn't change because her precious Sasuke liked her like this. What she didn't know was that Sasuke actually found her very annoying and useless. Now that I have told you why you won't be passing, I am going to go to the Hokage and tell him you two will be going back to the academy and Naruto will be my only student from now on. Kakashi stated, proudly smiling at Naruto, who was still looking away with a blush. After Kakashi had left, Naruto looked at his two supposed to be teammates and scratched the back of his head in a nervous gesture, smiling sheepishly. Dobi, why did you hold back in the academy? Sasuke asked, glaring at Naruto. I didn't want to hurt anyone. Naruto answered honestly. Hurt someone? As if. Sakura said, you wouldn't even be able to touch Sasuke-kun. She continued looking down on Naruto. Sakura, can't you just shut up for once? Your voice is giving me a headache. Sasuke said, now glaring at the big foreheaded girl. Sakura looked at her beloved Sasuke in shock and tears pooled up in her eyes once again. Considering we aren't even a team anymore, there is no reason for you to be here, is there? So just leave already, you useless bitch. Sasuke spat out. Sakura cried out in despair and actually looked at Naruto for reassurance, but he just looked at her in pity and turned away. She hung her head and just left. Sasuke smirked seeing her tears and turned back towards Naruto, who was looking at him disapprovingly. This is what Kakashi-sensei meant. Sasuke, you belittle others and think you are better. Naruto said unhappily. Sasuke grunted in anger, shut up Dobi. I could easily beat you. He yelled furiously. Sasuke, don't even try. This is another reason our team wouldn't have worked out, we don't get along. Naruto told him, shaking his head. Goodbye Sasuke. Naruto said, turning away to find Kakashi. He left Sasuke there to think over his actions and what would now happen, since he was failed along with Sakura. Naruto ran along the rooftops towards the Hokage tower, where he knew his sensei would be. Telling Sarutobi of the day's events and his two-man team, him and Naruto. Naruto liked the sound of that, Kakashi and Naruto, it had a nice ring to it. He thought to himself, smiling softly. He reached the Hokage tower and decided to enter through the window since the Hokage already knew him. Naruto jumped through and spotted Kakashi resting on the couch reading his book full of porn. Hey Gigi. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto greeted as he landed next to the old man. Kakashi sat up and crinkled his eye at Naruto. Yo. Naruto, what a pleasant surprise. The Sandaime said, I was just informed that you were the only one to pass Kakashi's test. He said proudly. Naruto nodded enthusiastically and smiled brightly. That I did. Right Kakashi-sensei? Right Naruto. Kakashi added, smiling too. Kakashi was honestly happy with the outcome of things, and it looked like Naruto was happy with how it all turned out too. I'm proud of you Naruto for being able to look underneath the underneath. Kakashi said, walking over to Naruto and ruffling his hair. Naruto blushed a deep shade of crimson and looked down shyly. Thanks Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi just smiled and kept his hand on Naruto's head. Sandaime had been watching this whole interaction and grinned, feeling like he knew what was going to happen between these two. Kakashi-sensei, can we go get some ramen? Naruto asked, suddenly energetic. Kakashi looked down a little surprised of Naruto's mood change, but shrugged and said, "Sure, I don't see why not." At that Naruto looked up at Kakashi with stars in his eyes and did a little happy dance. Kakashi shook his head, but was happy either way. Naruto looked over at the old man and grinned, showing off his perfect white teeth. "I'll see you later, Gigi," he said, then grabbed Kakashi's hand and ran off towards Ichiraku's. The Sandaime smiled and inhaled some smoke from his pipe and relaxed in his chair. Kakashi trailed behind Naruto until they reached the entrance to Ichiraku's, where Naruto let go of Kakashi's hand and walked into the ramen shop. Kakashi felt himself feeling a little disappointed when the warmth left his hand. He shook his head and followed Naruto inside of the small establishment. Naruto was already seated at one of the stools and patiently waiting for his sensei to come in after him. Kakashi grinned sheepishly and sat in a stool next to his cute little genin. "About time, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto teased, smirking. They both ordered their own ramen, and as they waited, Naruto grew quiet and turned to his sensei with a small blush on his face. "To be honest with you, Kakashi-sensei, I am glad I am the only one on your team," he admitted, looking down at his intertwined fingers. Kakashi's eyes grew, but then he smiled and ruffled his student's hair. "Honestly, I feel the same way, Naruto," he said, looking down at the blushing genin. Naruto looked up in shock at Kakashi and blushed an even darker shade of red. "You alright, Naruto? You are looking awfully red?" Kakashi teased, lightening the mood. Naruto huffed and looked away, although his lips twitched upwards. They finished their meals and walked out of Ichiraku's after saying thanks for the delicious food. Kakashi and Naruto walked down the street enjoying the evening breeze. Naruto received glares from the villagers, but ignored them, already used to the harsh treatment. Kakashi noticed the hateful looks and grew angry, returning the glare tenfold to anyone who even glanced at Naruto the wrong way. Naruto had turned to Kakashi and saw how he was reacting. This made him really happy, so he tugged on Kakashi's sleeve. Kakashi turned away from a villager and saw that Naruto wanted him to follow him somewhere, so he nodded and followed after the running ninja. As soon as Naruto jumped away and landed in a secluded training field, he turned around and hugged Kakashi tightly. Kakashi, having just landed, was caught off balance and they ended up falling onto the soft grass. He was surprised by Naruto's actions, but reciprocated the hug anyways, smiling softly the whole time. "Thank you," Naruto whispered into his sensei's vest. "You shouldn't have to be thanking me in the first place, Naruto. The villagers are too close-minded to see what a great person you are." Kakashi stated, frustrated that the villagers they took care of acted in such a foul way towards Naruto. Naruto peeked up at Kakashi and grinned. "You're a great person too, Kakashi-sensei," he said, smiling broadly. "Thanks, Naruto," Kakashi replied, ruffling the blonde spikes. At times like these he was glad he wore a mask, so it could cover the blush on his face. Naruto rolled off of Kakashi and laid on the grass, admiring the stars in the sky. It had gotten late, but neither cared since both of them lived alone. Kakashi was watching Naruto out of the corner of his eye, realizing that he might be falling in love with the young boy. Sure, he knew he was gay and liked men, but Naruto was his student and a little over 10 years younger than him. He also knew that love was hard to find when you were a ninja, because you could be killed at any time, so Kakashi decided he was going to pursue his love. But if Naruto wasn't going to show any signs of feeling the same way, he would back off and leave the boy alone. Kakashi smirked and decided that was a good idea. Naruto could tell his sensei was watching him, but for the life of him he couldn't figure out why. He wondered if there was something on his face, but decided that wasn't the case when he quickly brushed his hand over it. Then he figured Kakashi had something he wanted to tell him and was just thinking of the right way he wanted to say it. He also came to the conclusion that wasn't right either when Kakashi stopped looking at him and started to watch the stars again. So, he just left it be and closed his eyes to rest. "Naruto. Naruto. It's time to get up, it is already past midnight," Kakashi said, gently shaking Naruto awake. Where am I?" Naruto asked, rubbing his eyes. "We're at a training field, remember?" Kakashi explained, smiling at how cute Naruto looked when he was half asleep. "Yeah, I remember now. I guess I must have fallen asleep," Naruto replied, smiling sheepishly. "Yeah, you must have been worn out from training earlier," Kakashi replied, sitting back, resting on his hands. I thought you would probably be more comfortable in your bed. So, I decided to wake you up. Kakashi supplied easily. Naruto nodded. I would be more comfortable in your bed, sensei. Naruto, startled at his own thoughts, began to blush. Ooh, thinking of something perverted, Naruto? Kakashi teased after seeing Naruto's blush. Naruto turned even redder and started to deny it, but found he couldn't come up with any good excuses, so he just stopped talking. You're too cute, Kakashi said as he chuckled. Naruto turned away from his sensei and said, It isn't funny, Kakashi-sensei. He replied, huffing. Oh, sure it is. Kakashi continued laughing even harder. Naruto turned around and glared at Kakashi, but when he saw Naruto's look he started to tear up and gasped for air. Seeing this, Naruto also started to laugh and they both ended up cracking up at each other. After they both caught their breath, they just grinned at each other and finally decided to get up. Well, it was fun hanging out with you, Kakashi-sensei. But, I really should be heading home now, Naruto said as he wiped the dirt and grass from his clothes. Same here, Naruto. I'll see you later today, for training? Kakashi asked, remembering that it was actually really early in the morning. Yeah, Naruto shouted happily. Kakashi nodded. Good, he said, giving Naruto an eye smile. Naruto grinned and waved at Kakashi as he ran towards his apartment. Kakashi put his hands in his pockets and started walking towards his own home. Kakashi reached his apartment and closed the door behind him. He glanced at his clock and saw that it was already 2:34 a.m., so he decided he would take a quick nap then go visit the memorial stone. Kakashi trudged over to his bedroom and plopped onto his bed. He released a sigh of contentment and thought over his day with Naruto. He smiled at the memory of Naruto curled up next to him as he slept in the soft grass. He drifted off into a peaceful sleep, still smiling. Around 2 hours later, Kakashi woke up. He went to his bathroom and washed up. He came back out to change his clothes. After changing, Kakashi made a quick breakfast then left to the memorial stone. Kakashi kneeled in front of the stone and traced his fingers over the names of his past teammates and sensei. Kakashi lost track of the time, so by the time he stood up and looked up to the sky, he could tell it was already around 8:30 a.m. He sighed and decided he would head over to Naruto's apartment for training. By the time he got there it was already 9 o'clock because he figured he wasn't in any rush to get there. They did have all the time in the world to train after all. Kakashi walked up the stairs leading to Naruto's small apartment and grimaced at the dirty little building. These people treat him like shit. He doesn't deserve this kind of treatment, it isn't fair, Kakashi thought bitterly. He walked up to the door and knocked on it twice. After waiting a few minutes, he decided he would just go through the window. Expecting to find Naruto asleep, he didn't expect a kunai to his throat. Oh my, Kakashi-sensei, I am so sorry, Naruto stated frantically, quickly pulling away the kunai from his sensei's throat. It's all right, Naruto. I did enter without permission, Kakashi said, turning around to look at his student. Once again Kakashi was caught off guard because the sight before him was one he was not expecting. Naruto stood there dripping wet with a small white towel wrapped around his waist, his big blue eyes looking up at Kakashi with sadness. Clearly sorry for putting a kunai to his sensei's throat. Naruto, don't look at me like that. It's fine, I'm sure you weren't expecting me this early, Kakashi said, still looking Naruto over. No sensei, it is my fault, I should have been able to sense that it was you. You have a very distinct chakra signature after all, Naruto said, shaking his hands in front of his body. Is that so? Kakashi said, raising an eyebrow. Would you care to share with me what my chakra signature is like? He asked, smiling at Naruto. Naruto, realizing what he had said, blushed a bright shade of red and shook his head. It isn't anything bad, it is a nice feeling, Naruto quickly said and looked away, blushing madly. Gosh, how could I say all that to Kakashi-sensei? How embarrassing, Naruto thought to himself. All the while Kakashi stood there watching how his student was reacting and just smiled pleasantly. Thank you, Naruto. That is very kind of you to say, he finally said, ruffling the still wet locks of hair. Naruto glanced up at Kakashi and smiled sheepishly. It's only the truth, Kakashi-sensei, he said with a light blush. Thanks, Naruto. You don't understand how much I appreciate hearing that from you, Kakashi said, his hand still on Naruto's head. Anyways, I came here to see if you're ready to go train? Kakashi asked, pulling away his hand. Naruto glanced at his clock and saw that it was already past 9 o'clock. Sure Kakashi-sensei, I'll just go get dressed and we can head out. He finally said, heading over to his room. Alright, Kakashi replied, situating himself on the wall, where he could read his Icha Icha Paradise. Naruto locked the door behind them and followed Kakashi to the training grounds. So, Kakashi-sensei, what are we going to be doing today? Kakashi looked down at Naruto and hummed and thought. Well, today I am going to show you chakra control. Since you have so much, it will be harder for you and I want you to be able to perfect it. Naruto nodded in understanding and ran ahead. Come on Kakashi-sensei. We don't have all day. He yelled playfully, looking back at his teacher. Kakashi just laughed and shook his head, but followed nonetheless. Once they reached the training ground, Naruto walked over to a tree to lean on. Kakashi went with Naruto and smiled. Do you know how to walk up a tree, Naruto? He asked, glancing at the tree Naruto was resting on. No, I can run up one, but will usually end up falling down because I exert too much chakra. Naruto replied, also looking at the tree. I see. Well, then today that is what we will be working on. Kakashi said happily. Alright Kakashi-sensei. I guess I better get started. He said, turning to the tree with a determined expression on his face. Kakashi sat under a tree that was close by to the one Naruto was training on and watched as Naruto focused chakra to the souls of his Kakashi had left. Naruto looked at his two supposed to be teammates and scratched the back of his head in a nervous gesture, smiling sheepishly. Dobi, why did you hold back in the academy? Sasuke asked, glaring at Naruto. Naruto began to walk up the tree but ended up falling off after a few steps. Kakashi watched as Naruto stood up and dusted the dust off of himself. Naruto saw Kakashi watching him and smiled. It's alright Kakashi-sensei. I'll get it right soon, he said, reassuring his sensei and himself. Kakashi nodded and returned to his book, stealing glances at Naruto. After several hours Naruto had perfected tree walking and Kakashi had to say he was impressed. He figured it would have taken Naruto at least a day, but to accomplish it in just a few hours. He was proud of his student and expressed it by taking Naruto out to eat at Ichiraku's. Naruto was happy that he was able to climb trees with the least amount of chakra possible and that Kakashi was taking him to get ramen. Kakashi and Naruto walked down the street and towards Ichiraku's, both enjoying the cool breeze. Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. Kakashi replied in a questioning tone. I was wondering if we could possibly go back to your home after we pick up our ramen. Naruto said, looking up at Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes widened and he looked down at Naruto. Of course we can, but can I ask why? He said, a little shocked. Well, I would like to get to know you better Kakashi-sensei and also tell you about myself. Something I don't really want to do in public. Naruto answered with a bright smile on his face. Alright, let's get our ramen and then I will show you the way. Kakashi said, entering the small restaurant. Naruto followed, happy with the outcome. Good evening Tuchi-san. Kakashi greeted the old man. Naruto popped out from behind and waved at the chef with a huge grin on his face. Hello Kakashi, Naruto. What can I get for you too? He asked with a smile that caused his eyes to crinkle. 1 miso ramen for me. Kakashi answered. 2 pork ramens for me old man. Naruto said. Got it, it will be ready in a few minutes. Tuchi said, telling his daughter, Ayame, what they wanted and helped her cook it. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at Naruto. What I don't always eat a lot. He said, defending himself. If you say so. Kakashi said, amused. Naruto huffed in indignation. Kakashi let out a light chuckle and continued to wait for their ramen. Naruto huffed once more for good measure, but waited silently for his ramen also. Once they got the ramen, Kakashi paid and they took the ramen to go. After exiting the small establishment, Kakashi led Naruto to his apartment. It was small, but the right size for one inhabitant and clean. Naruto looked around the cozy little home and smiled. It's nice here Kakashi-sensei. He said, a hint of longing in his voice. Definitely nicer than my own apartment, all run down and old. He thought to himself bitterly. Kakashi noticed the longing in his student's voice but did not comment on it. Thank you Naruto. Naruto walked over to the dining table and set the ramen on it. He pulled out a chair and sat down ready to eat. You coming? He asked, looking over at Kakashi who was still standing in the living room. I'm coming, Kakashi said, wandering over to the dining room. After they both finished their lunch and threw away their trash, they went to sit on Kakashi's couch. Kakashi reclined against the armrest and spread his legs along the rest of the couch, beaming up at Naruto. "Scoot over, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said, crossing his arms. "I don't want to," Kakashi replied, now holding a cushion to his chest and looking innocently up at Naruto. Naruto sighed and gave in, just deciding to sit on Kakashi's lap. Naruto looked over at Kakashi and gave him a little glare. Kakashi just smiled back, his eye crinkling. "You know, Kakashi-sensei, that my past isn't very pleasant, and I kind of assume yours wasn't the best either, so how about we just not talk about ourselves?" Naruto said, not really wanting to ruin the comfortable atmosphere by talking about their pasts. Kakashi hummed in thought. "Okay, I see your point. So, now that you are here, what would you like to do?" Kakashi asked, watching Naruto. "How about we play a game?" Naruto said mischievously, glancing back at Kakashi with a glint in his eyes. "Alright, what game?" Kakashi asked, admiring Naruto's bright blue eyes. "Truth or dare?" Naruto said happily, bouncing up and down on Kakashi's lap excitedly. "Oof. Okay, we can play, but please stop jumping," Kakashi pleaded. Naruto settled down and climbed off of Kakashi and pushed the coffee table out of the way, so they could have room. Kakashi watched in curiosity, still holding the pillow to his chest. One eye poking out from behind the couch cushion, fully focused on Naruto. Naruto sat down on the living room floor and patted the spot in front of him, telling Kakashi to come down with him. Kakashi decided to obey this time, lest he get bounced on again. "Although I would be fine with him bouncing on me in a different kind of setting," Kakashi thought to himself and gave out a little perverse giggle. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this. Deciding to just let it go, Naruto saw Kakashi was coming back to his senses and smirked. "Ready to get started?" Naruto asked. "Yes, sir." Kakashi mock saluted with a cheesy grin under his mask. Naruto chuckled, shaking his head. He asked, "You want to start?" "Fine by me." "Truth or dare?" Kakashi said, looking at the young ninja before him. "Truth," Naruto said. You aren't any fun, but I have a good question. What is your UAL preference?" Kakashi said, pouting at Naruto, but then grinned evilly. "Easy, men. Now my turn. Truth or dare?" Naruto answered easily. Kakashi sat in amazement for a second and then grinned, very happy to learn Naruto did like men. "Dare," he finally answered. "Alright, I dare you to take off everything that is covering your face," Naruto said joyfully. Kakashi smirked underneath his mask. "That's okay. I was planning on showing you my face sooner or later anyways," Kakashi said as he was slowly taking off his mask, revealing smooth, pale skin that is unblemished besides one mole on his chin, but it was not an ugly mole under any circumstances. Kakashi's lips were a light pink and a perfect shape. He also revealed a straight nose that was the perfect fit for his face, the last detail being the remainder of his scar from losing his left eye. Naruto gasped. He did not expect his sensei to be so damn why. Kakashi's face was perfect. Nothing wrong with it at all, even the mole was cute. "Damn, Kakashi-sensei, it is a good thing you wear a mask or you would have been raped a long time ago," Naruto said, laughing. Kakashi smirked and Naruto almost melted. That smirk made him look 10 times hotter. "Naruto, it is your turn. Truth or dare?" Kakashi purred. "Dare," Naruto said, leaning closer to Kakashi. "Kiss me," Kakashi said, gazing into Naruto's beautiful cerulean orbs. Naruto's eyes grew wide and he sat there frozen. Kakashi, growing impatient, leaned the rest of the way towards Naruto and softly pressed his lips to Naruto's. Naruto moaned, leaning into the kiss, savoring the warmth of Kakashi's lips. Kakashi backed away with a dashing smile on his face. "That was amazing," Kakashi said. Naruto huffed in disappointment, but agreed with Kakashi. "Yes, it was." Kakashi pulled Naruto against his chest and rested his chin on Naruto's soft spikes of gold. "I love you, Naruto," he whispered. Naruto's heart stopped beating when he heard those words. He knew he had loved his sensei from the moment he understood him, but wasn't this wrong? "Nah, who cares about everyone else? This is about me and Kakashi." "Love you too, Kashi," he finally said, full of joy at being able to tell him. Kakashi leaned back on the couch, still holding Naruto close to him, and smiled. He was happy that Naruto returned his feelings and that he not only liked him but loved him too. And with those thoughts he promised to himself that nothing bad would happen to Naruto. Naruto snuggled into Kakashi's warmth and smiled in satisfaction. Kakashi held him tighter and closed his eyes, content. Both falling asleep with a smile on their face. The next morning Kakashi woke up to see Naruto curled up on his chest with his arms wrapped around his waist. He smiled. Cute, he thought to himself and gently nudged Naruto awake. Good morning Naruto. He chirped. Morning Kashi. Naruto just tightened his hold on Kakashi's waist and smiled into his chest. Kakashi just shook his head at Naruto's actions but hugged Naruto back anyways. Come on, we have to train today. Kakashi finally said, standing up with Naruto in his arms. Alright, but you are going to have to carry me to the training field. Naruto said as he wrapped his arms around Kakashi's neck and put his legs around Kakashi's torso. Fine, fine, Kakashi said and grabbed 2 apples for their breakfast before heading out. They reached the training ground and Naruto let go of Kakashi, landing on the ground gracefully. Kakashi stretched and rearranged his mask, which was slightly crooked from his rushed movement of pulling it back up before he left his apartment. Now since you are able to walk on trees, I think you should walk on water just to make sure your chakra control is perfect. Kakashi said, looking at Naruto. Naruto nodded in understanding. Okay, this will be a piece of cake, he shouted confidently. Naruto went over to the small lake and surrounded his feet in chakra. He took a step forward, balancing on the surface. He brought his other foot forward and stood on the water, a little shaky, but otherwise fine. Naruto had a feeling he might fall in at some time, so he pulled his shirt off and threw it onto the grass. Glancing over at Kakashi, he noticed that he was staring at his abs. He smirked, like what you see Kakashi-sensei, he said, putting his hands on his hips. Kakashi shook his head to get out of his daze and grinned sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Maybe, he said, looking back at Naruto. Why don't you come over here with me? Naruto asked. Mine as well, Kakashi answered, also taking off his vest and shirt, leaving his mask just in case someone happened to come by. He stepped onto the water and grabbed Naruto. Naruto squeaked in surprise, but wrapped his arms around Kakashi's torso. I should be practicing Kashi, Naruto said, his voice coming out muffled. But you are. Just standing on the water is causing you to focus the chakra to your feet in a constant flow. Kakashi replied, running his hands over Naruto's back. Feels good, Naruto said, relaxing into Kakashi's hold. Kakashi grinned evilly, then suddenly picked up Naruto and threw his into the water. Naruto yelled in surprise, not expecting Kakashi to do that to him. He sucked in some air before he hit the water and swam to the surface. Glaring at Kakashi, he swam over to him. Since Kakashi was laughing so hard, he didn't notice when Naruto came over to him, so when Naruto grabbed his ankle and pulled him in, he was shocked. Kakashi came out coughing. Serves you right, Kashi, Naruto said, now standing on the water dripping wet. Kakashi pulled himself out and Naruto stared. Damn Kashi, you are killing me. Look at you, all dripping wet and hot, Naruto said, walking over to Kakashi. Kakashi smirked, not looking to bad yourself, Naru. Naruto stopped in front of Kakashi and wrapped his arms around Kakashi's neck, pulling him down. Naruto stood on his tiptoes and gave Kakashi a peck on the cheek. I would have kissed you on the lips, but that mask, Naruto said, looking into Kakashi's black eye. Kakashi looked back down at Naruto and grinned. Well then, why don't you pull it down? He asked. Is that alright? Wouldn't want anybody else to see your perfect face, now would I? Naruto asked, a smirk on his face. That is true. Here, I'll make a genjutsu so if someone happens to come upon us, then they will just think I am still wearing my mask, Kakashi said, forming the necessary signs for the genjutsu. Naruto laughed. You want me to kiss you that badly? Kakashi smiled. Of course. Naruto blushed. Fine, fine. He stood on his tiptoes and leaned up, pushing his lips onto Kakashi's soft ones. Kakashi moaned into the kiss, gripping Naruto tightly. He pulled him closer to him. Naruto pulled away and smirked. How about we go back to your place, Kashi? He asked softly. Alright, Kakashi said into Naruto's ear. A shiver went down Naruto's back and he wrapped his arms around Kakashi's neck and wound his legs around his waist. Kakashi grabbed their clothes and teleported them to his home. He kissed Naruto's neck and went to his room. He laid Naruto down on his bed and began to work his way down Naruto's lithe body. Naruto moaned under him and ran his fingers through Kakashi's damp hair, tugging on it lightly. Kakashi nibbled on Naruto's collarbone and licked the water droplets off of Naruto's chest. He went to one of Naruto's nipples and bit it lightly, so he wouldn't hurt the boy. Naruto arched upwards and into Kakashi's chest. Kakashi. Naruto moaned softly. Kakashi lifted his face and looked at Naruto. What is it? He asked, his voice gruff from arousal. Maybe we shouldn't do this? Naruto said, bringing himself up, so he was now sitting on the edge of the bed with Kakashi in between his legs. Kakashi stood up and sat next to Naruto. Is something wrong? Did I hurt you? He asked, his voice laced with concern. No, not at all. Naruto said, quickly looking into Kakashi's worried eyes. It's just, I'm not really ready for us to go this far right now. He explained, looking away from Kakashi's eyes. Kakashi grabbed his chin and made Naruto look at him. It's okay, Naruto. I am not going to force you into anything. If you aren't ready yet, that is fine. I will wait for you, always. Kakashi said seriously, his eyes focusing on Naruto's own. Naruto smiled. Thank you, Kakashi, it means a lot to me. He said, his eyes watering lightly. Come on now, don't cry. Kakashi said softly, wiping away Naruto's tears. I'm sorry, you just made me really happy. Naruto said, sniffling. Kakashi smiled and nuzzled the side of Naruto's face. You are too cute. He said happily. Naruto giggled and turned towards Kakashi, giving him a quick peck on the lips. Kakashi stared into Naruto's bright blue eyes and pulled him towards him. Come on, Naru, I want to cuddle. He said as he pulled Naruto to his bare chest. Naruto grinned and climbed onto Kakashi's lap, happily letting Kakashi hug him. They both scooted backwards on the bed until Kakashi reached the headboard and leaned his back against it. The cool wood sending a shiver down his spine, and he tightened his grip on Naruto. Naruto grabbed a blanket that was at the foot of the bed and pulled it around them, so they would stay warm. Love you, Kashi. Naruto said tiredly. Love you too, Naruto. Kakashi said. They both were tired after the day's events and ended up falling asleep in each other's arms. Naruto woke up and grinned sleepily. He was next to Kakashi, his arm wrapped over his chest. Naruto gently picked up Kakashi's arm and scooted off of the bed. He went to the restroom and quickly washed up. Naruto splashed some cold water on his face and looked into the mirror, tracing his fingers over his scars. He admired the smoothness of them and figured he should see what Kurama was up to. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After letting it out, he opened his eyes. He was now in his mind. He walked through the water and up to the large cage that encased the Kyuubi. Naruto smiled. Hey, fuzzball. Naruto yelled as he reached the cage. Kurama opened one of his eyes and grinned, showing off all of his teeth. Kit. How have you been? Naruto shrugged. Pretty good. Why you bother asking? I don't know, considering you know everything that happens to me. He replied. True, so now you are with the Hitaki? Kurama said, raising one of his eyebrows. Naruto blushed and nodded. He's not like the others and actually cares for me, Kurama. Naruto said, looking up into Kurama's deep red eyes. Kurama huffed. Naruto, I never said he was bad. Did I? Naruto shook his head. That's what I thought. I believe Kakashi will take good care of you and would even be willing to die for you if it ever came to that. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. You really think that, Kurama? Kurama nodded. He laid down on his front paws and nuzzled Naruto through the gap in the cage. Yes, Kit. Naruto patted Kurama's nose. Thanks, you giant fuzzball. Kurama huffed in annoyance, but still licked Naruto. Ew, stop that. You're going to get me all covered in your nasty fox saliva. Naruto complained, shaking off drops of the drool from his arms and face. Kurama chuckled and rested his head on his front paws. Naruto smiled and said his goodbyes. He opened his eyes and was back in the bathroom, his face still dripping from the sink water. He grinned and went back to Kakashi's room. Kakashi was still sleeping on the bed, his face peaceful. Naruto went towards the kitchen and decided he would make them both some breakfast. He opened the refrigerator and saw that there were a few eggs, some fruit and bacon. Naruto grabbed all of the eggs and other ingredients. Then he walked over to the cupboards and opened them. Inside there was pancake batter and chocolate chips. Naruto smiled happily. Good, he has everything I need to make a good breakfast. Naruto thought to himself. Naruto turned on the stove and put a pan on the fire. He poured in a little bit of oil, so the eggs wouldn't stick. He cracked all 4 and put them into the pan, careful to not break the yolks. Naruto then heated up another pan and poured in the freshly mixed pancake batter with chocolate chips. After finishing the eggs and pancakes, he quickly made the bacon, almost forgetting to cook that too. Naruto cut up some of the fruit and put it all in a nice glass bowl. Naruto carried over both plates and set the table. He put 2 glasses of orange juice on the table, and as soon as he finished putting down the eating utensils, he felt Kakashi come from behind and wrap his arms around him. Naruto smiled and turned his face to the side, so he could look up at Kakashi. "Good morning," Kakashi mumbled into Naruto's shoulder, still half asleep. "Morning, Kashi. I made some breakfast for us, so go wash up and then we can eat," he said, giving Kakashi a quick kiss on the cheek. Kakashi begrudgingly let go of Naruto and trudged over to the bathroom. Naruto shook his head at Kakashi's lazy antics, a smile on his face. A few minutes later, Kakashi came out nice and clean. Still drying his hair, he went over to Naruto and gave him a quick kiss. "Thanks for making breakfast." "You're welcome. Just hurry up and eat before it gets cold," Naruto said, pushing Kakashi into one of the chairs. Naruto sat across from Kakashi and grabbed his fork. He silently began to eat. When he didn't see Kakashi eat too, he looked at him curiously, but Kakashi was just smiling at him. "What?" he asked cautiously. Naruto started to fidget. "Is something wrong?" "No, just happy," Kakashi said, finally starting to eat his breakfast. "This is really good." Naruto sat there confused. What in the world is wrong with this man? He thought to himself as he shook his head. "Thanks." Kakashi nodded, joyfully eating the chocolate chip pancakes. As they finished their breakfast, Kakashi brought up training. "Naru, since you are now an expert in chakra control, I think it is time we start taking missions." Naruto hummed in thought. "Yeah, I think that is a good idea, Kashi." They both washed the dishes and put on all their ninja gear. They left Kakashi's apartment and headed towards the Hokage's tower to get a mission. Naruto and Kakashi entered the tower and started towards the stairs leading to the Hokage's office. They entered the room and stood before the Hokage, Hokage-sama. Kakashi and Naruto said as they bowed. "Ah, it is nice to see you too well," Sarutobi said, smiling at them, his pipe in between his lips. "We came to see if we could get a mission, possibly one higher than AD ranked 1? Kakashi asked hopefully. "We are more than capable of handling ourselves, Gigi," Naruto piped in. Sarutobi nodded. "I see, yes, I do have a mission that I think would be good for the two of you," he replied, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Really? Thanks, Gigi," Naruto said excitedly. Kakashi nodded, his eye crinkling at the Hokage. The Hokage laughed. "All right. Here is the scroll for the mission. The details will be in there, along with everything about when it is and where you will have to go." Kakashi stepped forward and took it from Sarutobi. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." Sarutobi smiled. "Now go along, I have a lot of paperwork to finish, as you can see," he said, gesturing at the large stacks of paper on his desk. "Sucks for you, old man," Naruto said, sticking out his tongue, and bounced out of the room laughing. Sarutobi shook his head and chuckled. "He is something else." Kakashi agreed, bidding the Hokage farewell, and followed Naruto out of the tower. Kakashi and Naruto headed back to Kakashi's apartment to prepare for their mission and see what it was they were going to have to do. "First, let's see what we are going to do on this mission," Naruto said, sitting down on the couch. Kakashi nodded and plopped down next to Naruto lazily. "Come on, Kashi, stop being so lazy," Naruto said, poking Kakashi in the side. Kakashi squirmed and finally pulled out the scroll, hoping to get Naruto's attention with that instead of him noticing his squirming, but Naruto didn't fall for it. "Wait a second, are you ticklish, Kakashi?" Naruto asked, a foxy grin appearing on his face. "No, I have no idea what you are talking about. Come on, we should read the scroll," Kakashi said, a sweat drop showing up on his face. "Kakashi, don't lie to me." Naruto crawled onto Kakashi's lap. Grabbing the scroll, he threw it onto the table. Kakashi tried to get away, but Naruto pinned his arms next to his body with his knees. "Naruto, please don't," Kakashi begged, looking up hopefully at Naruto. Naruto grinned evilly. "Don't know what you are talking about. You would think you would like being straddled by me," Naruto said, pouting. Kakashi sighed and just went limp under Naruto, just giving up on trying to get away. Naruto began running his hands up and down Kakashi's sides. Kakashi tensed and tried not to move. Naruto noticed this and smiled. He began poking softly at Kakashi's ribs and Kakashi started squirming. "Naru, please," Kakashi said, panting from trying to hold in his laughter. "Please what, Kakashi?" Naruto asked, tickling Kakashi further. "Please stop tickling me," Kakashi shouted as a burst of laughter escaped him. Naruto stopped and laughed. "Fine, I'll leave you alone. I just can't believe you are ticklish." Kakashi sighed. "It definitely won't help if an enemy finds out." He mumbled. "Alright, now that we have wasted enough time, how about we read that scroll?" Naruto said, climbing off of Kakashi and walked towards the scroll that was lying nearby. "Okay, let's see what that old man wants us to do," Naruto said as he opened the scroll and began to skim over the contents. Naruto began to frown and furrowed his brows in anger. He tossed the scroll at Kakashi and told him to read it. Kakashi read the scroll and looked up at Naruto. "This is..." Naruto turned around to look at him and glared. "I am not going to do that, Kakashi." He yelled furiously. "Naruto, I know it isn't going to be fun, but the Hokage wants us to do this. I won't let anything bad happen to you." Naruto crossed his arms and huffed in irritation. "So, you want me to seduce an old pervert just so we can get information on the recent intrusions from Iwagakure? I have to get him into bed and get him so aroused that he won't be in his right mind and just tell me all the information we need. Just because the Hokage gave us this mission," Naruto said angrily. Kakashi sighed. "It's not so much that I want you to do this as much as it is that we need to do this mission. Trust me, Naruto, I don't want anybody touching you. That's why as soon as you get the information we need I will come and kill that evil bastard." Kakashi hissed through clenched teeth. Naruto looked down miserably. "If we must." Kakashi grabbed Naruto and pulled him to his chest. "I won't let him touch you," Kakashi whispered into his ear. Naruto nodded, wrapping his arms around Kakashi's waist. "Let's get some sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow." Kakashi picked up Naruto and walked to his room. He laid Naruto on the bed and crawled on with him. Kakashi pulled the cover over them and scooted closer to Naruto. Naruto snuggled up next to him and rested his head on Kakashi's chest with his arms wrapped around Kakashi. Kakashi smiled and rubbed Naruto's back. Naruto sighed in contentment and soon after they both fell into a deep sleep. They woke up the next morning at 4 a.m. and began to pack for their mission. Having to be prepared for their 3-day journey to Iwagakure and making sure all their weapons were well concealed. It would not be good if the man Naruto was going to get information from found out that he was a ninja, especially one from Konoha. If that happened, they would have to dispose of the man quickly and they would be left without any information in who was coming into Konoha and why. Naruto silently packed his things into his scroll and put that in a bag that would appear as if they were just travelers. Kakashi noted that Naruto looked glum and frowned. He promised himself that by the end of this mission Naruto would be grinning from ear to ear, with no traces of sadness or displeasure. "Naru, you okay?" he asked, sad that Naruto looked like this. Naruto looked up from his bag and grinned. "Of course, Kashi." He lied, not wanting to worry Kakashi. Kakashi's frown deepened and he walked over to Naruto and turned his body to face him. "Don't lie to me, Naruto," he said seriously, staring Naruto in the eyes. Naruto looked away, ashamed that he did lie to Kakashi. "I'm sorry. It's just I didn't want to worry you," he said, looking back up at Kakashi. Kakashi sighed. "Naruto, don't worry about that. If you ever have any problems or are worried about something you can always come to me for help, okay?" Kakashi said, kneeling down to Naruto's height. Naruto nodded. "Thank you." Kakashi smiled and kissed Naruto's forehead gently. Kakashi pulled away and stood up. He walked back over to his bag and began to finish packing for the mission. Naruto stood there watching Kakashi, debating whether or not he should tell him what had him so worried. Kakashi glanced over at Naruto, sensing him watching him. "Naruto, you can tell me whenever you are ready." Naruto smiled softly and nodded his head. After staring at each other for a few more moments, they both turned away to finish what they were doing. After carefully placing all the items they needed in their bags, so they couldn't be easily found if something were to go wrong on the mission, both Naruto and Kakashi left their bedroom. Kakashi looked around the apartment, making sure they weren't leaving anything behind, and locked the door behind them. "Hey Naruto, how about we play a game?" Kakashi asked Naruto as they started walking towards the gates leading out of the village. "Sure, what kind of game?" Naruto replied, looking over at Kakashi. "A sensory game. Considering I am your sensei, I should at least train you on something during this mission. Kakashi said, grinning. Naruto chuckled. Alright, this is going to help me with what exactly? He asked, looking back at the road. It is going to help you be able to sense enemies and other presences easily. You will be able to sense people in your sleep pretty much. Kakashi answered. It comes in handy when you are on missions that require you to track people or search for someone. Okay, so, what are you going to have me try to sense? Naruto asked, looking around and not seeing much of anything that would be good for him to practice with. Kakashi smiled. I am going to find someone or something with my own chakra and you are going to have to try and find it on your own. Kakashi said, also, considering your chakra control is practically perfect, you are only going to be allowed to use the least amount possible. Naruto nodded in understanding. As they walked through the gates, Kakashi nodded at Izumo and Kotetsu as a way of saying goodbye. They both waved back at him and went back to talking about whatever it is they talk about. Kakashi thought about that for a while. What in the world do those two even discuss while staying guard there? He shook his head in bafflement. Since they were going to have to appear like they were travelers, Kakashi and Naruto had to walk instead of running through the trees. Now their mission was going to take 4 days longer than normal, 2 days longer walking there and 2 days back. They could probably run back, but they had to be cautious just in case they missed something. Kakashi stretched out his chakra trying to find an animal for Naruto. Finally he sensed a deer that was 2 miles ahead of them. It was pretty close, but since this was Naruto's first time, it would be good for him to try and find. Alright Naruto, I found an animal for you to sense. It is somewhat large and a couple miles from here. Kakashi told him, giving him some hints, but not enough to where Naruto would know where and what it was. Alright Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said, already focusing on stretching out his chakra. Kakashi paused for a second, not expecting to hear the sensei honorific again, but was pleased. I guess I will be hearing that when I am actually acting like a sensei. He thought to himself with a grin on his face. A few minutes later, Kakashi had pulled out his Icha Icha Paradise book and began to read where he had left off, allowing Naruto to concentrate. Naruto was finally able to sense some kind of large animal that was about 2 miles ahead of them, and from what he could tell it was a deer. Kakashi, there is a deer 2 miles ahead of us. Naruto told him, happy he was able to find the animal. Kakashi looked up from his book and smiled. Good job Naruto. I didn't think you would find it so fast, it has only been 4 minutes you know. Naruto's eyes widened. It felt like I was trying to sense the deer for like 30 minutes. He yelled, shocked. Kakashi laughed. Nope, only 4 minutes. He said, proud. Naruto was able to find it so fast on his first try. Naruto grinned, his perfect white teeth showing. Okay Kakashi-sensei, what's next? Kakashi hummed in thought, quickly searching for something again. Several miles, on one of our sides there is a small animal. He finally told him. Kakashi figured it would take Naruto at least 10 minutes to find this small owl, that was sleeping in a hole on a tree. Naruto hummed in concentration, quickly stretching out a thin line of chakra in each direction, trying to sense any small animal. Kakashi looked around admiring the scenery, not usually getting a chance to do it because of all the fast-paced missions. Now though, he can finally look and see, as he waited for Naruto. Surprisingly, he was brought out of his little haze of admiration by Naruto's voice. Kakashi looked down and saw that Naruto was telling him that he believed he found the animal Kakashi told him to find. Over there 8 miles to the right of us there is an owl in a tree. Naruto said excitedly, waiting for Kakashi to tell him if he was correct. Kakashi gaped. It had only been 1 minute and 15 seconds. Yes Naruto, you're right, he said, trying to turn over that thought. 1 minute and 15 seconds. Incredible, Naruto has to be a genius. I don't think anyone has ever sensed anything that far away and that small, that fast. Naruto truly is an amazing kid. Kakashi thought to himself, and grin of pride on his face. Naruto put his hands behind his head and looked up at the sky. You know sensei, I think this might actually be kinda easy, he said, glancing over at Kakashi. Kakashi started to chuckle, then began to laugh a little harder, finally ending up full out laughing, bending over at the waist and holding his stomach with one arm, the other wiping away his tears. Oh, Naruto, that was hilarious. You don't even know that you probably just made the world's fastest record for finding something that small so far away. Kakashi said, stopping and looking at Naruto. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks and turned around to see Kakashi. Are you serious Kakashi? He asked, shocked. Kakashi nodded. Yes, dead serious. I was truly shocked you were able to sense that owl that quickly. It took me several minutes and I am a Junin. Kakashi replied. He walked closer to Naruto and kneeled down to his height. I'm proud of you, Naru. Naruto smiled softly and stepped closer to Kakashi. Thanks, Kashi. Kakashi ruffled Naruto's golden spikes. Come on. We should get going. This is going to take a while. Naruto grabbed Kakashi's hand, holding it. They continued on their way, talking about random things. Kakashi was glad Naruto was holding his hand and squeezed it gently. Naruto glanced at Kakashi from the corner of his eye and smirked, squeezing back. Naruto? Kakashi asked. Naruto responded. Well, I was wondering. He said, breaking off. About? Naruto questioned, looking up at Kakashi. About Kyuubi. He finally said. Oh, what about that fuzzball? Kakashi looked back at Naruto, lifting an eyebrow. Fuzzball? Naruto laughed. Yeah, he's a giant fuzzball, so that's what I call him. He shrugged. Kakashi shook his head in exasperation. Why am I not surprised? He mumbled to himself. What was that? Naruto said. Nothing, nothing. Whatever you say. Anyways, what did you want to know about Kurama? And before you ask, that is his actual name. Right, I wanted to know, does he know about me? Kakashi asked, looking away bashfully. Yeah, actually. He likes you, and trust me, it is not easy to get his approval. Naruto said, smiling. Kakashi faced Naruto again and winked. Well, I must be very why then. Naruto laughed. Oh, don't flatter yourself, but you definitely are. Also, I don't think Kurama minds your looks. Kakashi chuckled and sighed happily. It's a relief to know he likes me. I would not want to get on his bad side. Naruto nodded in agreement. Don't you worry, Kashi, even if you did get on his bad side, I would not allow him to harm you. Naruto said seriously, looking Kakashi in the eyes. Still don't try it. Kakashi smiled and pecked Naruto on the cheek through his mask, grateful for Naruto's words. Naruto giggled and fastened their pace. Alright, enough with the idle chit-chat. It is starting to get dark, so we have to find a place to camp for the night. Kakashi silently agreed, a smirk on his face. Proud of himself that he was able to get that kind of reaction from Naruto. They continued in search of a nice spot in the forest to camp, and luckily a little before the sunset they reached it. A flat piece of grassy land next to a little watering hole, that was surrounded in a dense layer of trees. Good for protection and seclusion. Okay, I will go collect some wood for the fire and you can set up the area around the campfire. Naruto said, heading off in one direction of the forest. Kakashi sighed. All alone. No adorable Naruto with me. How am I supposed to work in these conditions? He sighed again for good measure. You know I can still hear you, right? Now shut up and get to work, Kashi. Naruto yelled at him from somewhere beyond the thick layers of trees. Kakashi flinched and began to collect stones to keep the fire in control. Collecting a few sticks that he saw lying around too. About 10 minutes later Naruto came back, his arms full of dead sticks he found throughout the forest. He dropped them in a pile near the place where the campfire would be and plopped on the ground next to them. Well, what do you know, the lazy Kakashi Hitaki can get work done all alone without the adorable me with him. Naruto said, mocking Kakashi. I'll have you know it was a very long and hard process. Kakashi griped, walking across the soft grass towards Naruto. Once he finally reached him, he sat behind him, his legs next to Naruto's and his chest up against Naruto's back. I'm sure it was. Naruto replied sarcastically, leaning back, savoring Kakashi's warmth. They both sat there, enjoying the other's presence. Okay, instead of it getting too dark out here, I think we should start the fire. Kakashi said, pulling away from Naruto and standing up. He held out a hand for Naruto to take, Naruto gladly accepting it. Naruto arranged the sticks they got in a little pile in the rocks that Kakashi put in a circular formation. Kakashi used a quick and easy fire jutsu after quickly scanning their surroundings, making sure nobody else was there. Alright, now let's put down our sleeping bags and get some sleep. Naruto said. Kakashi walked to where they put their bags and pulled out their sleeping bags, handing Naruto his. They laid them on the grass and Naruto frowned. What's the matter? Kakashi asked, looking at where Naruto was looking, not seeing anything wrong. Well, I wanted to sleep with you and we can't with these. Naruto said, gesturing with his arms to the sleeping bags on the floor. Kakashi grinned, cute. Naruto blushed. Shut up, Kakashi. he said, turning away, his face growing hot with embarrassment. Kakashi chuckled. Naruto, I'm sure mine is big enough for the both of us and we could put yours under mine for extra cushion. Kakashi supplied. Naruto looked at Kakashi's sleeping bag and silently agreed by crawling into it and poking out his eyes at Kakashi. Kakashi smiled softly and got in next to Naruto. He wrapped his arms around Naruto and kissed his head. You're definitely cute. Naruto, too tired to say anything to that, silently hummed in annoyance, but wrapped his arms around Kakashi's torso nonetheless. Good night, Naruto, Kakashi said, falling asleep, the warmth of Naruto and the fire encompassing his body in a pleasant heat. Naruto had fallen asleep, not hearing Kakashi. Too tired to stay awake any longer. Both slept peacefully in each other's arms, dreaming about what would happen the next day. The two woke up in the morning to hear birds chirping and leaves rustling in the distance, leaving your mind to wonder just what it was that was causing the leaves to rustle. Considering there wasn't even a slight breeze. Naruto, being the curious ninja he was, decided to get up and search for the cause of the noise. Kakashi, on the other hand, was a bit wary and followed Naruto just in case it happened to be an enemy ninja. Naruto looked back at Kakashi, the corners of his mouth moving up, starting to form a beautiful smile that had Kakashi smiling back, although less happily. How could this boy be so happy in the morning? Especially when he is going to look for something that could be dangerous. Oh, what does it matter? That is why I am going along with him. To make certain nothing bad happens. Kakashi continued after Naruto, pushing his way through the thick foliage, and came to an abrupt stop behind Naruto, who was frozen in place. Kakashi looked up and also stood completely amazed. It seemed that behind the trees that they had not searched behind last night, was an ecosystem all on its own. Squirrels hopping from branch to branch, birds flying around singing joyous songs, and even deer calmly eating fresh, green grass. How they could have missed something this beautiful was a question in and of itself. Honestly, they were ninjas. They should have been able to sense and hear all these animals that were only but a few meters away from their camping site. Naruto spotted a baby fox close to a patch of long grass and slowly walked towards it, not wanting to startle it. But surprisingly enough, the fox came to him and nuzzled against his leg. Naruto kneeled down and pet the fox behind its black-tipped ears. It yipped and ran a few circles around him. Naruto chuckled and looked back at Kakashi, a huge smile on his face. Kakashi walked over to Naruto and the baby fox, a small smile on his own face. Carefully he sat down next to Naruto and watched as the fox leapt onto his lap. Hey, Kakashi said and stroked its back. Naruto leaned over, smiling softly. He likes you. Kakashi looked at Naruto. I can't say I've ever pet a wild fox before, let alone one that is friendly, he said, looking back down at the fox curled up on his lap. You know, about this fox. Do you think it came to me because it could sense Kurama inside of me? Naruto asked, now wondering if the little fox knew. Kakashi looked back up, contemplating that idea. Now that you mention it, it is very plausible. I mean, if I were a fox, I think I would be able to sense the fox that is practically the king. Naruto nodded in agreement. What do you mean, practically the king? I am the king. Kurama grumbled inside of Naruto's head. Kurama, shut up. But while you're up, does the fox sense you in me? Kurama sighed. Yes, it is possible. Foxes have very good senses and my power is not easy to hide, especially to one that would know what it is like, he said. I see, thanks Kurama. Naruto blinked a few times and grinned at Kakashi, who was waving a hand in front of his face. Hey, sorry, I was talking with Kurama and it seems very likely that the fox was able to sense his power and warmed up to us, he said, all very fast, and took a deep breath. Kakashi laughed and continued to pet the now sleeping kid. That is very nice, but if this pup decides to follow us on our mission, it could lead to questioning and we do not need that. Naruto watched as the baby fox's chest moved up and down as it slept on Kakashi's lap and frowned. You're right, we are just going to have to leave while he is sleeping. People might wonder why a fox is just following us everywhere. Naruto pet the fox behind its ears one last time before gently picking it up and put it on the soft grass where they saw it earlier. Kakashi and Naruto walked through the thick brush again to collect all their items and began their mission once again. I must say I am sad to leave that little fox, Kakashi said as he walked slowly next to Naruto. Me too, Naruto replied, glancing behind them just to make sure nothing was following them. but also a little disappointed when he didn't see a little orange fluff prancing after them. He sighed and looked forward once more. Kakashi noticed the sadness in Naruto's eyes and felt bad for even bringing it up. After we are done with this mission we can go back to that spot and see if the fox is still there, Kakashi said, trying to cheer Naruto up. And it worked. He saw Naruto's eyes shine and he smiled. Naruto, now in a better mood, quickened his pace, wanting to get to the town faster, because the sooner they got there the sooner the mission would be completed. Kakashi followed Naruto, already knowing why he was now going at a faster speed than before. "Hey Kashi?" Naruto asked. "What is it, Naruto?" he asked. "I was wondering, this man that I am going to be getting information from. Will we kill him afterwards?" Kakashi thought about that for a second and decided that they would kill him. "Yes, Naru, would you like to kill him?" he replied, curious as to what Naruto would say. "Of course, after what I had to do I am going to enjoy gutting that disgusting bastard," he shouted, excited to be able to kill the man. Kakashi smirked. "Yes, that will be a nice way to kill him." Kakashi exchanged an evil look with Naruto, both looking forward to being able to kill this man in a very painful way. Several hours later Kakashi and Naruto reached the village and looked for an inn to stay at for the next few days. After walking around they finally reached a 3-story inn that looked pretty nice, so they walked in and greeted the man that would lead them to their room. They picked a room on the first floor that had a door leading to a balcony and 2 windows, giving themselves plenty of escape routes should anything bad occur. As they settled into their temporary housing, Kakashi decided that he would take Naruto's mind off of what he would be doing later. "Naruto, how about we play a game?" he asked, a smirk growing under his mask. "A game?" Naruto inquired, looking up from the dresser where he was putting his clothes away. Kakashi nodded. "Yes, it is a game where you have to answer questions, kind of like truth or dare, but only the truth part. Although there is a punishment, if you will, when you answer the question wrong," he said as he finished putting away all of the things he brought for this mission. "Okay, and what do we get if we give the correct answer?" Naruto asked as he sat on the edge of the bed. "Well, let's just say you will like it, but what you give me is up to you," Kakashi answered, sitting down next to Naruto. Naruto nodded. "Alright, since this is your game you ask a question first," he said, waiting for Kakashi's question. Kakashi hummed in thought and then grinned. "What is my last name?" Naruto scoffed. "That's it? That is your question? Your last name is Hitaki. Kashi, don't go easy on me." Kakashi laughed. "Correct. Trust me, the questions will be getting harder and harder as we go on, but first let me give you your reward." Kakashi slipped a finger behind his mask and slid it down. Naruto watched, entranced by the sight. Kakashi leaned forward and kissed Naruto on the lips lightly, then backed away. Naruto grinned. "That was definitely a reward." Kakashi smiled. "I figured you would approve. Now ask away." Naruto scrunched his eyebrows together in thought, trying to come up with a good question to ask. What does Kakashi not know about me? Geez, this is harder than I expected. Oh, I have a good one. There is no way he knows the answer to this. Naruto thought to himself excitedly and looked up at Kakashi, who was waiting patiently, a small smile still on his face. "Alright, what color is my sleeping head?" he asked. Kakashi frowned in concentration. "I know I've seen it. So why can't I remember? I'll just have to make a lucky guess and hope that I get it right, and considering Naruto's favorite color is orange, I am just going to have to go with that." "Orange?" he guessed, watching Naruto. "Wrong, it's black and white, so really that was a trick question since it is 2 colors, but I would have given it to you if you had said either one." Naruto replied, a huge smile on his face. Kakashi woke up first later that same evening and smiled softly at the lithe body curled up next to him. Kakashi moved his hand out from under the warm body and reached up to caress Naruto's marked cheek. Naruto hummed in his sleep and unconsciously moved closer to the loving touch. Kakashi was slightly surprised to feel that Naruto's whisker marks were smooth to the touch. He was expecting them to feel a bit rougher. He still had a lot to learn about Naruto, and he knew Naruto wanted to know more about him also. Kakashi didn't know how much time passed before he saw Naruto's eyelids flutter open, his eyes quickly focusing on him. He smiled down at him and continued rubbing Naruto's cheek. "Good evening, Naru," he said. Naruto grinned and wrapped his arms around Kakashi's waist before nuzzling his face into a firm chest. Naruto replied, his voice muffled. Kakashi chuckled and sat up, Naruto rearranging himself in his lap. You might have to repeat yourself, Naruto, he said, ruffling the golden spikes. Naruto looked at his face and his smile grew smaller, alerting Kakashi that he was going to mention something about their mission. Naruto sighed, sad that they would have to actually begin their mission now. I said we should take a shower before going to the bar where it was last reported that Toma was seen in. Kakashi nodded his head in agreement. He stood up, carefully moving Naruto into a more comfortable position in his arms, and headed to their bathroom. Kakashi reached their bathroom and set Naruto down. You can take a shower first, Kakashi offered and turned to the sink, starting to brush his teeth. Naruto walked up next to Kakashi and grabbed his own toothbrush. They brushed their teeth in silence. The only noise in the room was the sound of the bristles cleaning their teeth. After they finished with that, Kakashi began to leave the bathroom, allowing Naruto some privacy, but Naruto was not going to let him. Naruto quickly lashes out his hand and wraps it around Kakashi's wrist. Where do you think you're going? Naruto purrs out. Kakashi turns around, a glint in his eyes. Do you wish for me to join you, Naru? He asks, stepping forward. Naruto grins and pulls Kakashi into the shower with him, neither of them needing to undress since they hadn't put on any clothes from earlier. Kakashi sets the water to a warm temperature and they both stand under it, allowing their muscles to relax under the steady pressure. Naruto pulls Kakashi closer and leans up, his lips connecting with Kakashi's own. Kakashi smiles and leans back. Naruto looks up at him questioningly. I love you, Naruto, you know that, right? He says, smiling sadly. Naruto nods. Yes, I love you too, Kakashi. What's wrong? Naruto replies, stepping back to get a better look at Kakashi. This mission. I hate that you are going to have to seduce that disgusting man, Kakashi said, anger showing. Naruto sighed and hugged Kakashi. Trust me, just the thought of what I have to do is repulsive. But this is an important mission and I'm sure the Hokage chose us for a reason, Naruto replied. Kakashi rested his chin on Naruto's shoulder and sighed. Well, at least we don't have to act like we like it, he said, trying to brighten the mood. Naruto chuckled and placed a kiss on the side of Kakashi's neck. Kakashi tightened his hold on Naruto and they stood there for several more minutes. After thoroughly washing their hair and bodies, they exited the bathroom and got dressed. Naruto put on his silk white haori over his light blue kimono that complemented his eyes. Kakashi eyed Naruto approvingly as he put on his own plain black kimono with a light gray haori. They nodded to each other before leaving their room. Naruto walked several yards in front of Kakashi to make it appear as if they did not know each other. Only a few people had actually seen them together and most probably wouldn't even be able to recognize them as they are now. Their expressions were a lot darker and their clothing completely different. Naruto reached the bar a few minutes before Kakashi and had already spotted Toma. The man was leering at the hostesses over a cup of sake, an eerie grin plastered on his face. Naruto moved gracefully over to his table and slid into the seat in front of the man. Hi, handsome, Naruto purred. Toma's eyes greedily took in the sight of Naruto and his grin turned even wider. Why, hello there, cutie, he slurred out. Naruto shivered in disgust, but on the outside showed happiness and a hint of lust. Naruto stood up and swiftly walked over to Toma, sliding into the seat next to him. Naruto reached into his sleeve and pulled out a lollipop which he had gotten earlier. He licked it, a look of pure ecstasy appearing on his face as he tasted the sweet treat. Toma shifted in his seat, his eyes glazing over as he watched the young boy before him innocently suck the candy. What's your name, handsome? Naruto purred out, one of his arms looping into Toma's own. Toma, what's yours, sweetie? Naruto sucked on the lollipop once more, a popping sound breaking the silence as Naruto pulled it out of his mouth. Cutie? Sweetie? Seriously, this guy is so unoriginal. I want Kakashi to be here. I want this mission over with already. I feel so wrong doing this. My name's Kurama. Hey, how about we get out of here? Naruto asked, also feeling a bit bad that he used Kurama's name instead of something else, but he was never really good at coming up with things quickly. Toma nodded. Sure, we can go back to where I am staying, he said as his hand reached down and caressed Naruto's thigh. Naruto couldn't hold back the shiver of utter disgust that ran through his body when the man touched him. Luckily, Toma misread it for a sign of pleasure. Toma and Naruto stood up and began to leave the bar, their arms still connected. As they walked through the crowd of people, Naruto made eye contact with Kakashi and gave a slight nod. Kakashi's eyes glinted and he swiftly paid for his cup of sake and followed after them discreetly. Toma, being drunk and a bit disoriented with lust, did not notice as Kakashi followed behind them. "Come on baby, it's just up these stairs," Toma said, dragging Naruto along with him into his room. Before Toma dragged him all the way to his bed, Naruto left the door open for a little while longer, allowing Kakashi to slip in unnoticed by Toma. Kakashi gave Naruto's hand a quick squeeze before concealing himself in a corner of the room. Naruto followed behind Toma, thinking of how he was going to arouse him into a state where he wouldn't even know what he was saying. The scroll that briefed them on this mission told them that Toma was a pedophile, that especially loved boys. So, Naruto was going to use that to his advantage. Naruto reached up and placed his hands on Toma's scrawny shoulders and pushed him down onto the bed. Toma moaned slightly and Naruto raised a brow. Apparently he likes being manhandled too. Naruto scowled slightly. Before Toma could notice, he put a sly smile on his face and straddled the old man. "Do you have any friends, Toma-san?" he said, grinding his hips. Toma nodded, a deep red blush coating his face. "Yes, 3, we are a team. All of us are shinobi," he panted out. He raised one of his hands wanting to touch Naruto. "Kurama, let me undress you," he pleaded. "Not yet, Toma-san, you have to wait a little longer," Naruto said and pushed Toma back hard. Toma moaned loudly, his fists tightening into the sheets covering the huge bed. His eyes clenched shut and mouth wide open, a bit of drool escaping. Naruto cringed and glanced over at Kakashi, who was barely containing his rage. Naruto smiled reassuringly. "It will be over soon," he mouthed. Kakashi nodded, but still frowned. "Toma-san," Naruto purred. "Yes, Kurama-kun," Toma replied, panting. "May I ask what your friends' names are?" he said as he unbuttoned the high-collared shirt that Toma wore. "Ah, sure. The youngest is Tanaka, his brother a year older than him is Tsukimiya, and my closest friend, her name is Rina," Toma answered. "The brothers, they specialize in seals and water-style jutsus, quite talented. Rina is a sensory type," he continued. Naruto nodded. "How nice." Kakashi began to walk forward. That was all the information they needed, since they already knew why they were coming into Konoha. Now they could kill this man and take pleasure in doing it. Naruto stood up and before Toma could react, he slit his wrists with a kunai that was hidden in one of his sleeves. Toma's eyes widened in horror, and before he could move to take care of his wrists, Kakashi got behind him and bound his arms together with some wire. Toma groaned and Naruto threw his kunai, embedding it in Toma's thigh. Toma screamed out in pain and tried lashing out, only to get thrown off the bed by Kakashi. He slammed into the wall and hit the floor hard. Toma curled into himself, attempting to protect his stomach and chest, but Naruto just walked forward and kicked him in the shins, causing Toma to stretch out and try to hit Naruto. Kakashi walked up next to Naruto and smirked. "Enjoying yourself?" he asked in a joyous tone. Naruto grinned and looked over at Kakashi, immensely. Toma groaned and both Naruto and Kakashi glanced at him. They looked back at each other and grinned. "All right, let's have a little more fun and then dispose of the body," Kakashi said, striding over to the man that was already paling from blood loss. Toma looked into his eyes and Kakashi smiled at the fear he saw there. Naruto squatted in front of Toma and grinned. "Having fun, Toma-san?" Naruto mocked. Kakashi and Naruto ran through the treetops to get back home, and as they ran through the forest, Naruto recognized the spot where they had made camp a couple nights before. He raised a hand telling Kakashi that he wanted to stop, and they leapt onto the floor. "I want to see if that kid is still here," Naruto said, already heading through the trees. Kakashi remained silent and followed after him. They entered the little closed-off area and surprisingly the small fox was still where they left him. "Kashi, look, he's still here," he exclaimed happily from where he was squatted in front of the fox. Kakashi smiled. "Is that so?" He put his hands in his pockets and crossed the tall grass to get to Naruto. Naruto grinned up at him. "See?" he asked, pointing to the curled-up kid. Kakashi raised his eye from Naruto to look at the fox and smiled. "Yes," he replied and crouched down. The baby fox's ear twitched and he raised his head to look up at them. Upon recognizing them, he yipped happily and jumped into Naruto's lap. Naruto laughed and scratched the fox behind his ears, earning himself a purr of contentment. Kakashi sat down and leaned his head on Naruto's shoulder, resting for a bit. They didn't take any time to rest, so they had been running for several hours. Tired? Naruto asked as he turned his head to look at Kakashi's face. Kakashi only hummed in response, allowing his eye to close. He trusted that Naruto would be able to protect him if anybody showed up while he slept. Naruto sighed and let a small grin appear on his face, glad to know Kakashi trusted him enough to let his guard down around him. Trusting him enough to be able to protect him. That meant a lot to Naruto, and he internally thanked Kakashi for that. He set down the fox, which looked up at him quizzically. "It's okay, little guy. I'm just going to lay him down," he whispered, pointing to Kakashi. As if the fox understood him, he nodded his head and trotted away into the tall grass, most likely hunting for some food. Naruto chuckled softly and wrapped his arms around Kakashi's chest, rearranging him onto the soft grass. He kissed Kakashi on his jawline and grinned. "Cute," he thought to himself. "I guess now is a good time to see what Kurama is up to," he said, talking to himself. Naruto closed his eyes and relaxed, allowing himself to enter his mindscape. He crossed through the water, reaching the tall, black gate that blocked Kurama from escaping. "Hey Fuzzball, you awake?" Naruto called out into the dimly lit cage. He heard a huff of amusement and grinned, a set of perfect white teeth showing. "Hey, Kit, I saw you found yourself another kit," Kurama said, laughing softly as he strode forward, his large paws coming to a stop several feet in front of Naruto. "Yeah, he's really cute. You think I could bring him back to Konoha?" Naruto asked, gazing into Kurama's big red eyes. "It is a possibility. He has definitely taken a liking to you and Hitaki," Kurama replied, resting his head on his front paws. Naruto nodded, content with that answer, then looked around his mindscape. "Hey Kurama? Is there a way for me to make this place look nicer? Because if I was you, I would not want to be in this dark, caged-up place for forever." Kurama hummed in thought. "I suppose you could just try imagining something and see if it changes, but it will most likely take a lot of concentration," he answered. Naruto closed his eyes and tried thinking of a place he thought Kurama might like and came up short. "Fuzzball, what kind of places do you like?" he finally asked. Kurama busted out laughing. "This whole time you were thinking of a place I might like?" he asked, laughing even harder. "Shut up. If you keep laughing like that, I won't even try to make this place nicer," Naruto shouted and crossed his arms over his chest, glaring up at the amused fox. "Fine, fine," Kurama said, calming himself down. "Well, I do like forests and a waterfall would be nice, so if you could do that I would be grateful," Kurama answered, grinning down at the boy. Naruto nodded and closed his eyes once more. "This shouldn't be so hard. I mean, Konoha is surrounded by forests and I've seen a couple of waterfalls," he thought to himself. He pictured one of the nicest looking areas surrounding Konoha and then thought of a huge waterfall that he had seen a few years back. After a couple minutes of thinking of those two things put together, he opened his eyes and what he saw shocked him. All around Kurama were huge trees, and in the distance he could see the waterfall, its clear water cascading down the rocks surrounding it, coming to a stop in a large bed of clear blue water. There were even little fish and birds. "Wow," he said and glanced at Kurama, who was also looking around. "Thank you, Naruto," Kurama said gratefully. "I really appreciate this, you did a wonderful job." Naruto grinned. "No problem, Fuzzball. You enjoy all of this, I'm going to get going. Had to check on Kashi after all," he said, giving a salute to the happy fox and disappeared. Naruto opened his eyes and saw that Kakashi was up and staring at him. He blushed softly and looked down. Kakashi was just looking at him so intently, and he wasn't expecting it. "I see you're up now," Naruto began, willing his blush to go away. Kakashi shook his head slightly, getting himself out of his trance-like state. "Yeah, I was only resting for a bit, since we didn't have any time to rest earlier," Kakashi replied, his eye curving. Naruto smiled back. "Well, I'm happy that you are well rested now," Naruto said, leaning back against a conveniently placed rock. "Right now, were you talking with Kurama?" Kakashi asked, curious. "Yep. It had been a while since I last talked with him, so I was just seeing what he was up to and tidied up the place," he said, opening one to look at Kakashi. Kakashi tilted his head in confusion. "Tidied up the place?" he asked, not understanding. Naruto laughed. "Ah, about that. Well, you see, my mindscape almost looked like a sewer system, drains with water that would come up to my ankles, dimly lit, and then there was Kurama, trapped behind a gate," Naruto explained. Kakashi nodded along to show that he understood. So, I figured it would be nice to make the place a bit more appealing. I asked Kurama what kind of places he liked and he said forests and waterfalls. What I did was picture those two things together, for a certain amount of time to make sure it would come out looking nice, and surprisingly when I opened my eyes there it was, animals and all. Naruto continued happily and grinned at Kakashi. Kakashi blinked and blinked once more for good measure, making sure he got all of that information. So, what you're telling me is, you pictured those two things in your head and they just showed up? He asked, making sure he understood the gist of it. Yeah, Naruto replied, his grin widening. Kakashi let out an exasperated sigh and began to laugh. I don't know what to make of you sometimes, he finally said and crawled closer to Naruto, pulling him into a hug. Naruto hugged him back. I think we should start heading back to Konoha now. Kakashi pulled away, most likely, but I don't want to. He put a hand over his heart and fell backwards onto the grass. I might die of exhaustion, he said dramatically, placing his other hand on top of his forehead. Oh, quit being so dramatic, Kashi, you literally just rested, Naruto said as he was standing up, a laugh escaping him. Kakashi sat up and smiled. He really did love to see Naruto happy. Kashi, do you think we can bring the fox back with us? Naruto asked, looking up at Kakashi with puppy eyes. Kakashi glanced around looking for the baby fox and saw him frolicking around in the tall grass. Then glanced back at Naruto's face. He sighed and then smirked as an idea formed. I'll allow it, but under one condition, he said, pausing for effect. We find somewhere that we can both live in, the fox included. Kakashi stood in front of Naruto waiting for an answer, when suddenly Naruto jumped onto him, wrapping him in a tight hug. Naruto said yes. Kakashi was overjoyed. Naruto agreed. Kakashi pulled him mask down and kissed Naruto softly, both savoring the sweet moment. Okay, now I really want to get back to Konoha, Naruto said, and they both laughed. Carry me? Naruto asked, his arms tightening around Kakashi's neck. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. What? You're the one that slept, not me. Naruto pouted. And don't forget Yip, he said, motioning to the fox. Yip? Kakashi inquired. Yeah, I thought it suits him, Naruto said, grinning. Kakashi crouched down, the small fox bounding over to them and leapt onto Naruto's stomach. You ready to get a new home, Yip? Naruto asked, petting the small fox. Yip gave them a smile, which was honestly quite adorable. See, even he likes the idea of coming back with us, Naruto said. Kakashi shook his head and pulled his mask back up. He jumped into the trees, with Naruto in his arms and Yip lying on Naruto's stomach. We'll most likely reach Konoha in about 3 hours, so you can sleep if you wish, Kakashi said, concentrating on the branches before him. Naruto yawned as if proving Kakashi's point that he should get some rest. Naruto closed his eyes and leaned his head against Kakashi's shoulder, putting a protective hand over Yip. Quickly falling asleep, Kakashi looked down for a moment, seeing if Naruto had fallen asleep, and smiled. Yip looked back up at him drowsily and then rested his own head on Naruto's chest, falling into a deep sleep too. Kakashi chuckled softly and sped up his pace, looking forward to the thought of living with Naruto. I'll have to go to the Hokage and see where a place that Naruto and I can both live in will be. I might have to inform the Hokage that I am with Naruto too. I wonder how he will take it. Will he be mad? Disgusted even? Or will he accept it? I hope he accepts us together. Even if he doesn't, it won't matter to me. As long as Naruto is happy, the Hokage's opinion will not matter. Although, I will feel a lot better if he is happy for us and understands that we are in love with each other and that I would never do anything to harm Naruto. I guess, I will just have to wait and see. Kakashi broke himself out of his thoughts and continued on through the maze of branches and dense leaves, enjoying the cool breeze and fresh scent that always came when traveling through the forest. Naruto opened his eyes and saw Kakashi's mask and jawline above him. Smiling softly, he lifted his head and kissed along the soft material of Kakashi's dark mask. Kakashi spared a moment to look down at him and gave an eye smile, quickly looking back up. Naruto smirked. I may as well have some fun, he thought to himself evilly. Naruto brought his face closer to Kakashi's and nipped at his ear, sending a shiver down Kakashi's spine. Naruto, Kakashi scolded, trying to keep his concentration on the trees ahead of them. Naruto chuckled and then licked along the outer edge of his ear. I'm only having a little bit of fun, Kashi. Naruto purred. Kakashi shuddered in pleasure. We're going to end up falling if you continue doing things like that, Naru. He replied, directing a small glare at Naruto, but Naruto only grinned back. Fine, fine, I will leave your ear alone. Naruto rested his neck for a couple minutes. It really does cause a strain to keep it up for so long. Finally, after his neck no longer felt sore, he brought his head back up. Now focusing on Kakashi's neck, which was partly covered by his mask. Still, that wasn't any concern to Naruto. He could easily work around that, and with a nod to himself, he set off on his mission. Naruto brought his hand that was wrapped around Kakashi's neck to his silver locks and tugged on them lightly. Nuzzling into the lean neck, he kissed along the main artery there. Kakashi moaned softly. Naruto smirked. It seems Kashi has a sweet spot. Naru, I thought you were going to leave me alone. Kakashi pleaded, glancing to the side, to lock eyes with Naruto. I never said that, I just said I would leave your ear alone. Naruto repeated, a glint in his eyes. Kakashi surrendered. If he continued to look away from the task at hand, he really would misjudge a jump and they would all fall down. That was not something Kakashi wanted to happen, so he would try his hardest to ignore Naruto's lovely ministrations. Naruto huffed in disappointment. If you're going to ignore me, I'll just try even harder. Naruto warned. Kakashi gave him a quick look, then continued on his way, Naruto in his arms. During all of this, Yip was just sleeping curled up in a nice ball on Naruto's stomach. He's practically challenging me to do something, so that's how it's going to be, huh? Naruto grinned foxily. He would take advantage of his current position. He slid lower in Kakashi's arms, so instead of his hand being under the crook of Naruto's legs, it was now touching his ass. Kakashi's eyes widened a fraction, but he did not lose focus. Naruto shifted his hips, causing his ass to push down onto Kakashi's hand harder, his own hand snaking down to Kakashi's own. Kakashi let out a small yelp when Naruto smacked his ass. Naruto smirked. Why? He whispered. Kakashi blushed lightly but refused to lose concentration. This was now a challenge and he would not lose. Naruto was quite honestly surprised. Kakashi has still stayed focused, not even sparing him a glance anymore. Naruto stopped for a moment thinking of what to do next and began petting Yip gently. The tiny fox did not wake, only unconsciously moved into the soft touch. Naruto finally got an idea. Kakashi-sensei. He purred, won't you look at your lover? He continued, a seductive smirk on his face. Kakashi groaned deep in his throat. This boy is going to be the death of me. Willing himself not to give in to the temptation of looking over at Naruto. Kashi, please. I would love to see your beautiful eyes. Naruto begged. He really has no idea how much his voice affects me. Does he? Kakashi continued on through the trees. We'll reach Konoha shortly. Kakashi said, not even sparing a glance over at Naruto. I can't look now. We're almost home. Then I can look at Naru. Naruto pouted. Please, Kashi. I want to see your handsome face. Naruto pleaded silently, a hand retreating to Kakashi's chest, moving to one of his nipples. Kakashi's eyes widened, almost looking down at Naruto in shock. Naruto began tweaking Kakashi's nipple. Please, sensei. Naruto said, his eyes full of mischief. Kakashi moaned softly. Naruto. He groaned softly. Naruto grinned. Kashi. He responded, moving to Kakashi's other nipple and pinched it. Kakashi sped up his pace. He was not going to lose. He did not like losing. Naruto's eyebrows scrunched together. Both of them were stubborn, so whoever lost would most likely pout about it for a while afterwards. Naruto knew he wasn't playing fair, but it's not as if he was hurting Kakashi and he himself was having fun. Naruto raised his hand and unzipped Kakashi's vest. Kakashi was now leaping past several branches at a time, not bothering to land on every single one. Naruto hooked his index finger on the hem of Kakashi's black shirt and pulled it up, sliding his hands under it, now caressing Kakashi's smooth stomach. Kakashi's muscles twitched under Naruto's delicate fingers. Naruto could feel the beginning of abs and smiled. Kakashi did have a wonderful body, other men would definitely be envious. Finally, Kakashi thought to himself happily. Up ahead he saw the top of the wall surrounding Konoha and grinned. You won't win now, Naru. He chirped, grateful. Naruto looked up and sighed. Fine, you win this time. He replied, sliding his hands out from under Kakashi's shirt and quickly zipped the Junin's vest back up. Yip stretched out his front legs, flexing his paws and hazily looked up at Naruto, who was smiling down at him. Yip shook his head, ridding himself of the bit of drowsiness that stayed with him, and leapt onto Naruto's chest. Naruto let out an oof and chuckled at the excited fox. "Happy to be coming back with us?" he questioned the fox. The kid yipped in confirmation and licked Naruto's cheek. Naruto scratched Yip behind his ear and he purred loudly. Kakashi reached the entrance to Konoha and set Naruto down, where Yip was lying on Naruto's shoulder, his back legs sprawled out over Naruto's back and his front legs resting on the top of his chest. Izumo and Katetsu acknowledged the pair, allowing them in trance into the village. Kakashi nodded at the both of them and glanced down at Naruto, his eye curved. Naruto huffed in annoyance. "Oh, shut it, Kakashi-sensei. Just because you won doesn't mean it will be that way all the time." Naruto snapped. Kakashi chuckled and walked into the village. Yes. Whatever you like telling yourself, Naruto-kun." Kakashi continued, going along with the act. "It wouldn't be good for everyone to know that they were a couple, now would it?" They had to keep up the teacher-student profile, which in all honesty wasn't that difficult to do considering they were also that. Naruto grinned and made his way towards the Hokage Tower. Izumo and Katetsu looked at each other, a smile on their faces as they enjoyed the two's bickering. Kakashi followed after Naruto, thinking of how he would approach the Hokage on the subject of the two moving in together. Would he just immediately tell him that they were together and wished to share the same home, or come up with an excuse as to why they would like to live together? Kakashi decided on the prior. After all, he did decide earlier that he did not care what the Hokage thought about their relationship, just that he would prefer if the Hokage approved of it. Kakashi sighed and rubbed at his temples. This is going to be fun. Naruto glanced back at him and gave a reassuring smile. "I'm sure Gigi will be fine with it, Kashi," he said, turning back around. Kakashi smiled and quickened his pace, catching up to Naruto. "I hope so," he said, and laid his hand on Naruto's shoulder, giving both of them ease of mind. Naruto entered the Hokage's tower first, Kakashi only a second behind. "A race to the top?" Naruto asked, mirth shining in his eyes as he looked at Kakashi. Kakashi nodded. "On go," he said. "Go!" Naruto shouted and sprinted forward, racing up the stairs. Kakashi not far behind and was quickly catching up. He leapt onto the wall and ran right past Naruto. Naruto glared and sped up his pace, taking to the walls too, but he took the inner wall, seeing as that was a shorter distance. Kakashi noticed this and smirked, "As if I will let you beat me in a race, Naru." He whispered into Naruto's ear and shot past him. 17 seconds later, Kakashi reached the Hokage's door and Naruto arrived 1.5 seconds later, a frown marring his face. "Ah, don't be sad. For you to even be able to keep up with me for a majority of that is amazing in and of itself," Kakashi praised, ruffling Naruto's hair. Naruto smiled. "Thanks, I have been practicing my stamina recently," he replied. Yip, seeming to have been forgotten in this whole ordeal, stood on Naruto's shoulder, his claws digging into the boy's skin, clinging on for dear life. "Enter," the Hokage called, sensing their chakra signatures before they even set foot in the building. Kakashi opened the door for Naruto and shut it behind them. "Hokage-sama," he said, respectfully bowing down along with Naruto. "You may stand at ease." "The report on your mission?" Sarutobi asked, reaching out a hand for the scroll. Kakashi pulled it out of one of his vest pockets and walked forward, handing it to the old man. "How could you give us a mission like that, Gigi?" Naruto accused, furious at the old man. Sarutobi looked down at Naruto. "I figured with you two being a couple, Kakashi would protect you from any harm." The Hokage replied, his eyes scanning the details of the mission, and hummed with understanding, sending a look at Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes grew wide. "You knew of us?" he asked, not expecting the Hokage to find out so soon. "How?" he continued. Sarutobi chuckled. "You were both so obvious. I assumed correctly, and this just proves it," he answered, a small smile on his worn face. Kakashi sighed. "Of course. Well, now that that is out of the way, Naruto and I would like to move in together. Do you happen to have a suitable home for the both of us?" he questioned, a bit excited. There is a decent-sized house out in a secluded area of the forest that is still inside of the wall," the Hokage replied, taking a puff of his pipe. Naruto just stood there, still trying to comprehend the fact that the Hokage knew of them and that he seemed to have no harsh feelings towards the two of them. going as far as accepting them and gifting them with a house. Technically the house wasn't a gift, but it is close enough. Kakashi looked at Naruto and smiled. Does that sound alright, Naruto? He asked. Naruto nodded. Yip will like it too, since he will have somewhere to roam around and hunt. Kakashi grinned. Then we can start moving in today, he exclaimed happily. Naruto smiled. He was happy that Kakashi was so excited. Of course he was excited too, but knowing Kakashi was happy, that really was wonderful. The small fox yipped in approval and decided to finally relax and lie back down, this time across Naruto's shoulders, acting as a scarf. Naruto grinned and pet his head. The Hokage chuckled as he bid the two lovers farewell. Kakashi and Naruto decided it would be best to go and look at their new home before packing all of their stuff. That way they could get an idea of where they would put all of their belongings. So, with that in mind, they began running to where the Hokage said the house was located. Several minutes later they reached the fairly large house, both surprised that neither of them had seen it before. It's beautiful, Naruto whispered. Kakashi nodded. Let's see what it looks like on the inside, shall we? They both walked to the front door and unlocked it with the key that Sarutobi had given them along with the papers stating they were the owners now. Naruto gasped when he saw the inside. The floors were a dark red wood and the walls a soft cream color, the ceiling matching, with a few windows allowing light to flow throughout the house. A spiral staircase leading to the second story, the steps also a dark red wood. The banister was black and had intricate designs from bottom to top. And I thought the outside was beautiful, Naruto said laughing as he began to head toward the kitchen. The countertops were a black marble and the cabinets and pantries the same color as the floor. Indeed, this house is perfect, Kakashi said following closely behind. They both climbed the stairs after they looked everywhere on the first floor, which had the kitchen, dining room, a large living room, a bathroom, and one decently sized guest room. The second floor had one master bedroom, another bedroom that they would mostly use as an office, a bathroom that had a shower, and a little area where they could relax. The office would be for missions and studying scrolls. The master bedroom had a connected bathroom and shower which had plenty of room for two. Luckily for them it already came with a king-sized bed, so now they would not have to go out and buy one. The closet on the opposite side of the room was quite big, enough room for someone to sleep in there if they really wished to. Behind their bed was a large window looking over the forest surrounding them, and if you looked closely enough you could see the lights from the village. By the relaxing area there was a door that led to a balcony on the opposite side of the house, which only allowed you to look out over the forest and beyond. It already had 2 lounge chairs and a table, another thing they would not have to go and buy. Man, this place is a lot bigger than I expected, Naruto finally said as they looked out of a window on the first floor. Yes, I wasn't expecting it to be quite this large either, but you have to admit it is nice, Kakashi said smiling. Yeah, we'll just have to set up some seals around the house and bring our stuff, Naruto replied. Kakashi hummed in agreement and rested his chin on top of Naruto's head, wrapping his arms around Naruto's waist. I'm happy you agreed to this, Kakashi whispered. Me too, Naruto said and brought his hands up to rest over Kakashi's. Yip purred content. Naruto laughed and Kakashi joined him. I think Yip likes this place too, Naruto said as he glanced at the orange fox. Well, now that we have looked around, I think it is time to go pack up our stuff, Kakashi said walking out of the house with Naruto, quickly locking it behind them. Yep, I'm gonna use shadow clones, it will make it much faster. You? Naruto asked looking at Kakashi. Ah, I think I can do it myself, you know I don't have that much stuff, Kakashi replied. Naruto grinned, that's for sure, so I'll see you back here? Kakashi nodded. Yeah, I'll most likely finish after you, but you can feel free to drop by if you do finish before me, Kakashi said and pulled Naruto in for a hug. Sure, see you later Kashi, Naruto said and body flickered away in a gust of wind. Kakashi copied Naruto, only he left in swirl of leaves. Naruto arrived at his apartment with Yip and smiled. Yip stood up and stretched. Leaping off of Naruto's shoulder and onto his bed, he let out a small whine. Naruto looked at him curiously. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Naruto asked. Yip seemed to give a foxy grin and Naruto took that as a yes, so he walked over to his cupboards to see if he had anything to give the fox for now. Seeing as there was nothing suitable for a fox in there, he went to his refrigerator, Opening it, he saw there was some milk. Fortunately for him, it didn't expire for another 3 days, so he grabbed a bowl and poured some in. Yip happily ran over to the bowl and started to lap it up. Naruto chuckled and decided he should finally get to work. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, Naruto said as 3 more poofed into existence. "Heya boss," one of the clones greeted. "Hey you guys, I need you to help me pack up all this stuff," Naruto said, grinning at them. They groaned in unison. "Must we?" Naruto nodded. "Right, you in the kitchen, you here in the living room, and you work collecting things that are lying around. Be careful with the plants," he ordered. They scurried off to get to work, leaving Naruto to pack up his room. Naruto sighed and dug through his closet searching for some sealing scrolls. Finally at the very back he found some lying at the bottom. He stood back up, 2 scrolls in each hand. "This is going to be fun," he said to himself sarcastically. As Naruto was packing everything he could fit from his closet into one of the scrolls, Yip came bounding in and next to him, giving him a lick on the cheek. "Hi, little guy, going to help me pack up too?" he asked, scratching the fox on the head. Yip yipped and picked a shirt up from the floor with his mouth and brought it over to Naruto. He set it down on Naruto's lap and went around the room searching for more things he could get. Naruto laughed. "I'm glad you understand me. Life would be a lot harder for us if you didn't," he said, and put the shirt away in the scroll also. Figuring that was enough in that scroll, he rolled it up and opened another. Yip came bouncing back with Naruto's sleeping cap on his head, which was practically covering his whole face. "You're too cute," Naruto said, a wide grin plastered on his face, and took the hat off of Yip. About 2.5 hours later, Naruto finished packing everything away with the help of a certain orange little fox and his clones. With his hands on his hips he looked over the place, proud at how quickly they accomplished the task. "Good job guys, you're free to go now," he said, allowing his clones to dispel themselves. "See ya boss," they said in unison and left in a white cloud of smoke. Naruto grinned. "Time to get to Kakashi's," he called Yip, who quickly came running to his side. He kneeled down, allowing Yip to leap onto his shoulder. "Good boy," Naruto said, petting the fox. Naruto reached Kakashi's apartment quickly, only stopping to pick up a couple of snacks for the both of them. He let himself in and spotted Kakashi laying on his couch, seeming to be asleep. He smiled and walked over to Kakashi's kitchen, setting down the chips and fruit he got. Naruto walked back into the living room and sat on the floor next to Kakashi's head. He sat there staring intently at Kakashi's masked face, just waiting for him to wake up. Naruto, tired of waiting, sighed and poked Kakashi's cheek. Kakashi groaned and opened his eye lazily, glancing down at Naruto, who was grinning at him. Kakashi closed his eye again. Naruto huffed in annoyance. "Don't just ignore me," he said, flicking Kakashi's forehead. Kakashi laughed and quickly moved to where he pulled Naruto onto his lap. "Just lay here with me for a minute." Naruto sighed but complied with Kakashi, laying his head on Kakashi's chest and closed his eyes. "You're warm," Kakashi said softly, savoring the heat. Naruto chuckled. "Comes with the fox." During all of this, Yip was just lying curled up in a corner, enjoying the soft carpet under him. Never having felt anything like it before, almost like being on another animal, but one that did not move. He purred content and drifted off into a comfortable sleep. Naruto raised his head and looked at Kakashi's covered face. He reached over and pulled the mask down. "That's better," he said to the resting Kakashi. Kakashi's lips curled upwards. "Couldn't live without me, huh?" he asked, smirking. "Nope," Naruto replied and placed a chaste kiss on Kakashi's lips. Pulling away, he stood up and pulled Kakashi along with him. "Come on. We have to get this stuff packed up so we can move into our new home already," Naruto said, dragging Kakashi over to the man's room. Kakashi sighed. "Alright," he said, distraught at the loss of warmth. "Look at this," Naruto said, gesturing at the room that was still full. "Have you even packed anything?" he questioned, looking at his lazy lover. Kakashi nodded, smiling innocently. "As a matter of fact, I packed everything in my kitchen and some stuff in the living room." Naruto nodded. "Good. Now that you mention it, I brought some snacks for us for later." Kakashi walked into his room and grabbed a scroll that was on his bed, beginning the frivolous task of packing everything. "Thanks." Naruto smiled. "Sure. Figured we might get a bit peckish after this." Naruto walked over to Kakashi's bookshelf and sighed. "What is with you and these books?" he asked, grabbing the first volume of the Icha Icha series off the top shelf. Kakashi looked up from what he was doing and grinned when he saw his book. Well, those are the masterpieces of a certain perverted god. How could I not have them? He questioned back. Naruto scoffed and just stuffed the book away in a scroll. Perv. He whispered under his breath. I heard that. Kakashi yelled from his side of the room. Naruto chuckled as he finished packing away all of the books that Kakashi had. Naruto then placed the whole bookshelf on the scroll, forming a few seals, and it disappeared. Life would be really difficult without these storage scrolls, he said absent-mindedly. Kakashi raised his head and nodded. Yes, it would. Naruto finished packing everything that was on his side of the room, while Kakashi finished with everything on the other side. Well, 1 down, 2 to go. Kakashi chirped and walked over to his bathroom. I'll do this and you can start on the living room, he asked, looking at Naruto. Sure, he responded and went towards the living room. Kakashi grabbed another scroll out of his vest and wondered if Naruto had another, so he grabbed 2 and walked over to his living room to ask if he had one. Hey, Naruto, do you have a SC? He cut himself off when he saw Naruto curled up on the ground next to Yip and one of his dressers, a scroll open on the floor. Guess he did have one after all, he whispered to himself. HW walked over to his couch and grabbed a blanket that was lying across the back of it. Quietly reaching Naruto, he draped the blanket over the small frame. Smiling, he brushed some hair back that was covering Naruto's sleeping face. Yip lifted his head and gave a little foxy grin. Kakashi chuckled softly and scratched behind the fox's big ears. Watch over him for me, will you, little kit? He asked, petting across the soft fur on Yip's back. Yip purred in confirmation and scooted a bit closer to Naruto, propping his small head on the boy's side. Inside of Naruto you could hear a scoff, as if there isn't already a fox watching over this brat. Kurama said, shaking his head. Kakashi smiled and walked back to his bathroom. Kakashi crouched in front of the cabinets under his sink and began packing away everything that was down there. Fortunately there was not that much stuff, just some basic toiletries. After finishing up with the things down there, he grabbed the shampoo, conditioner and soap from his shower. Quickly getting anything else that was laying around in there, he finished with the bathroom. He walked back out to the living room and sighed. Really all he wanted to do was just lie down next to Naruto and cuddle up with him. He sighed once more and glanced around, seeing what he still had to pack. There was the couch, his table, a couple shelves with a few trinkets on them, 2 plants, and in the dining room there was another table, and 2 chairs. He was just glad that he lived alone and did not bother with buying a lot of furniture. He clapped his hands together quietly, as to not wake up Naruto, and got to work. I'll be finished before Naruto even wakes. Kakashi made quick work of the 2 rooms and was finished in about 45 minutes. Kakashi walked around his small apartment double-checking that they had not missed anything. In his kitchen he only left the food that Naruto so kindly brought for them, and that was it. Kakashi grinned, proud of himself for not straying from his tasks and being able to finish everything so soon. Now Naruto and him would be able to settle themselves into their new home, his grin widening at that thought. Kakashi plopped himself down next to Naruto and pulled the boy onto his lap. Naruto shuffled around for a bit before settling himself into a comfortable position on Kakashi, letting out a content sigh in his sleep. Kakashi's eyes shined with mirth. He's too cute. Yip stretched out his front legs and trotted around the now empty apartment and leapt up onto an open windowsill, glancing back at Kakashi and Naruto before leaping out. Kakashi, figuring the fox just went to go to the bathroom, let the fox be and returned his attention to Naruto. He snaked his fingers through the soft hair and just watched Naruto's peaceful face. Naruto's had grown, now framing his face in yellow spikes. His hair now resembling his father's. Kakashi placed a kiss on Naruto's forehead. Would Minato-sensei support this? My being with his son, or Kushina-san? He shivered. He did not want to imagine what it would be like if she didn't like him being with her son. She would probably skin him alive. Minato-sensei might not like the idea of us together at first, but after a while I feel he would get used to it and begin opening up to the idea of us, slowly approving. Kushina, on the other hand, might take a bit longer to agree to her son being with an older man, his sensei to be exact. Kakashi let out a sigh, causing a few strands of Naruto's hair to blow into the resting face, tickling his nose. Naruto's nose twitched and he brought up a hand to scratch at it, opening his eyes. He looked around confused. Kakashi chuckled and Naruto snapped his head around and saw Kakashi's chest. Just now noticing the arms wrapped around his waist, raising his head his eyes met one black eye and one red. "Nice nap?" Kakashi asked. "Yes, did you finish packing already?" Naruto replied, letting out a small yawn. "Yeah, finished a few minutes ago," he answered, just as Yip came leaping back in. Naruto raised an eyebrow, "And where was he?" he asked, motioning to Yip, who was cleaning himself. "I believe he just came back from going to the bathroom," Kakashi said, shrugging. Naruto nodded. "I see." Kakashi pulled Naruto closer to his chest and hummed, his lips quirking upwards. Naruto closed his eyes, feeling at peace in Kakashi's strong arms. Both sat there enjoying the other's presence, that is until a certain fox decided to jump on Naruto's lap, startling a yelp out of the young boy, causing Kakashi to open his eyes and look over Naruto's shoulder to see the fox making himself at home on the genin's thighs. Kakashi chuckled and ruffled Naruto's blonde locks. "He really is fond of you," he stated, watching as Naruto stroked his hand down the fox's small back. "Yeah, he can sense Kurama in me. I guess that's what really allows him to so willingly trust us and be so tame," Naruto said, looking over his shoulder at Kakashi. The older man made a low noise in the back of his throat. "I guess that makes sense. I was honestly surprised that he so freely came up to you and even me." Naruto grinned and tilted his head backwards, letting it rest on Kakashi's firm chest. After just being lazy for the past 30 minutes, Kakashi decided they should eat the snacks Naruto brought, consisting of 2 apples, 2 tangerines, and 2 small bags of potato chips. Naruto agreed, and as they both got up, Yip went onto his perch that was Naruto's shoulder. Naruto peeled his tangerine first and stuck a slice in his mouth, savoring the sweet juices that came from it. Kakashi stared, his mouth slightly agape. That was one of the most erotic things he had ever seen. Naruto's eyes had closed in bliss and he let out a low moan, his head tilting to the side slightly, baring his tan neck. Kakashi swallowed and willed the tightness arising in his pants to go away and shuddered softly when Naruto opened his big blue eyes and stared at him. Naruto's eyes flashed with mirth. "Time to have some fun." Naruto peeled off another slice and sucked on the tip of it. Kashi, he groaned out, staring straight into Kakashi's dilated eyes. Kakashi shifted uncomfortably and tightened his grip on the edge of the counter, his breath quickening. Naruto popped the slice into his mouth and swallowed it. He licked his lips, getting the few drops of juice that escaped him. Kakashi sucked in a harsh breath. "This little punk is doing this to me on purpose." Naruto smirked and walked around the counter towards Kakashi. "Something wrong, sensei?" Naruto purred. Kakashi swiftly wrapped his arms around Naruto and pulled the boy the rest of the way to him. Hanging his head by Naruto's shoulder, he inhaled the sweet scent of Naruto. "You are evil," he answered, his voice gruff. Naruto chuckled. "I was just having some fun," he said sweetly and pushed his hips forward. Both moaned at the friction caused by that simple action. Kakashi sighed in pleasure, his hot breath caressing Naruto's neck. Kakashi thrusted forward and Naruto reciprocated. Both lost in the sweet pleasure they were receiving. Finally, after a few more rough thrusts, they climaxed. Kakashi let out a guttural moan and Naruto nearly screamed. Both panting, they clung onto each other for support. "Just having some fun, huh?" Kakashi panted out, a smile pulling at his lips. Naruto laughed, his eyes sparkling. After picking up the scrolls containing all of Kakashi's things, they teleported back to their home. Kakashi pulled out the scroll that contained all of the things he had in his bathroom and grabbed Naruto's hand. "Let's go take a bath," he said, dragging the boy behind him. Naruto laced his fingers with Kakashi's slim ones and nodded. Kakashi opened the scroll and quickly put everything into its designated spot, throwing the scroll out of the bathroom and onto the bed. Kakashi turned the faucet for warm water and allowed the tub to fill as they got undressed. By the time they finished, the tub was full. Kakashi stepped in and sat down, ushering Naruto in. Naruto stepped in between Kakashi's stretched out legs and sat on his lap, Naruto's back against Kakashi's chest. "Ah, this feels wonderful," Naruto whispered wistfully. Kakashi agreed and squeezed a small amount of shampoo into his palm, beginning to massage Naruto's scalp, simultaneously cleaning the blonde locks. Naruto leaned into the touch. Kakashi continued and smiled softly. "Feel nice?" he inquired. Naruto hummed. Kakashi chuckled and grabbed the shower head, starting to rinse off the suds that had multiplied on the boy's head. Naruto shuddered at the tingling sensation of the water pouring onto his scalp. "Tickles," he muttered, feeling Kakashi's chest raise and lower with laughter. Finishing with Naruto's hair, he grabbed the bar of soap and a washcloth, lathering it up. Kakashi then picked up Naruto's arm and swiped the cloth over it, cleaning every little part. Doing that with Naruto's other arm and legs. Finally, he got to the genin's back and lathered up his hands, massaging the tense shoulders and muscles that resided there. Naruto moaned, "You have some very nice hands, Kashi." Turning his head to look at the older man. Kakashi grinned, "Thank you, Naru. Now, relax," he said, pushing Naruto's face the other way with his soapy hand. Naruto chuckled and wiped off the few bubbles that stuck to his cheek. Kakashi grabbed the rag once again and brought it over Naruto's chest. Soon Naruto's whole body was clean and relaxed. So, in return, Naruto turned around Kakashi's lap and put some shampoo in the wet silver hair. Naruto's small fingers, slowly going through the thick strands, caressing Kakashi's scalp. Kakashi smiled and watched Naruto's face as it went from a look of concentration to amusement. Most likely at how his hair was, being gravity-defying even while practically soaked, it was something that even he could admit was humorous in its own way. Naruto reached behind Kakashi to grab the shower head, so he could now free Kakashi's hair of the mountain of bubbles collecting on his head. Naruto laughed at Kakashi when the man tried to see what his hair looked like, his eyes crossing and looking upward and pout marring his lips. Naruto tapped him on the tip of his nose, "Don't worry about it, you look fine." Naruto snickered. Kakashi sent him a small glare, but gave up on trying to see what he looked like. "Close your eyes," Naruto ordered, and Kakashi complied. Feeling Naruto's fingers comb through his hair to do a thorough job of getting all the shampoo out. Naruto nodded to himself in approval and told Kakashi he could open his eyes now. Kakashi opened one of his eyes and gazed at Naruto. "You sure? I really wouldn't want to get any of those eye killers in my eyes," he said doubtfully. Naruto laughed. "By eye killers you mean remnants of the shampoo, correct?" he said, starting to wash Kakashi's body. "Yes," Kakashi answered. "Alright, then you will be fine, all the eye killers are gone," Naruto said as he scrubbed Kakashi's chest. "Good." Feeling safe, Kakashi allowed his eyes to open and diligently watched Naruto work to clean all of his body, lifting his long legs to get to hard-to-reach places. Slowly but surely Naruto finished and huffed, "Geez. You are too long, there was so much of you to clean." Naruto groaned. "You didn't have to take it upon yourself to wash me, you know?" Kakashi said, helping Naruto out of the bath. "Yeah, but I wanted to," Naruto answered with a grin that showed all of his pearly whites. Kakashi chuckled and wrapped Naruto in a white fluffy towel, glad that he had remembered to get towels for the both of them. Draining the water from the tub, he walked out of the bathroom with Naruto in tow and sighed, "Do you happen to remember what scroll you packed all of your clothes in? Because I sure don't." Naruto looked at Kakashi and then back down at the ground. "Nope, but we can worry about that tomorrow. Let's just sleep like this," he said happily and jumped under the covers of the large bed. His towel thrown onto Kakashi's head. Kakashi shook his head and plucked off the towel. "I think my laziness is starting to rub off on you, but for now I guess you are right. Tomorrow we will unpack and organize." Hanging the towels in the bathroom, allowing them to dry, he came back into the room in all his naked glory and walked over to the bed. Naruto had the top half of his face peeking out from under the covers, and Kakashi pulled the cover back so he could get in too. "What brought on this shyness all of a sudden? You were perfectly fine earlier today," Kakashi said, raising an eyebrow. "It's nothing, just admiring your body," Naruto said cheekily and cuddled up next to Kakashi. Kakashi let out a bark of laughter and ruffled Naruto's hair. "You are something else." "Hey Kakashi?" Naruto asked, glancing up at his lover's resting face. "What is it, Naruto?" Kakashi replied. "Where did Yip go?" Naruto questioned, sitting up. Kakashi's eyes widened. "He was on your shoulder the last time I saw him," he answered, looking at Naruto's worried face. "I made sure to compensate for him too, when we teleported, but I haven't seen or heard him since we left your apartment," Naruto said. "Don't worry, I'm sure he just found himself a nice comfortable spot downstairs to sleep on," Kakashi reassured. Naruto nodded. "Probably, I shouldn't worry so much," he said, lying back down. Kakashi wrapped his arm around Naruto and lied back down too. Somewhere in the back of his mind though, he could feel something was off. Ignoring it for now, he just focused on the even breaths escaping Naruto. Closing his eyes, he let the darkness take him. Naruto woke up, his heart racing, breathing labored, and his bangs stuck to his forehead. He looked around his surroundings and let out a sigh. I just moved. I need to calm down. Kakashi is here. Nothing is going to happen. I am fine. So, why did he still have a nagging feeling that something was wrong? He checked to make sure Kakashi was fine, and sure enough he was. Then he looked around the room to make sure nothing was out of place or broken. Seeing that everything was the same as the night before, he began to relax. Unfortunately, his bladder decided this would be a good time to feel like it was going to burst. So very carefully he unwound himself from Kakashi and silently made his way to their bathroom. After he finished relieving himself, he decided to go check on Yip and get some clothes for the day. Heading down the steps, he began to get an uneasy feeling. Yip. He called out, waiting for the little kid to come trotting over to him. After no sign of the fox, he began to get worried again. Yip. He called out once more, roaming around the first floor to see if the fox maybe just hadn't heard him. But no, the fox wasn't anywhere to be seen in the home. Thinking the fox had maybe gone outside, he went out and searched around, still no luck. Naruto went back inside and searched through his scrolls. Finding the one that held his clothes, he unsealed it and quickly dressed himself. I'll wake up Kakashi and we'll go search for Yip. He can't be too far. He headed up the stairs and jogged over to their shared room, only to find Kakashi exiting the bathroom and pulling on some of his clothes. When did you get up? Actually, that's not important. Yip is missing, Naruto said frantically. Kakashi's eyes widened. Did you check outside? He asked and slipped on his sandals, prepared to hunt for the fox. Naruto nodded. We are going to have to search around Konoha. We can try sensing him out with our chakra, Naruto said, walking out of the house with Kakashi close behind. Fine, let's split up. It will be faster that way. Kakashi gave Naruto a peck on his forehead and an reassuring smile before he shined away searching for the kit. Naruto closed his eyes in concentration, trying to find the fox's presence in the mix of everybody else. Finally, sensing a flicker of what he thought was the fox, he began to sprint to the other side of the village. Geez, Yip. What are you doing on the whole other side of where we live? Naruto, taking to the roofs, was able to reach where the fox was in no time, only to stop in shock at what he saw. Yip was lying next to an older man with long white spiky hair tied up in a ponytail that lay on his back. But that was not what shocked Naruto. It was the fact that both Yip and the old man were spying in on the women's bath. Yip! Naruto shouted at the kid, gaining his attention. Yip looked over at Naruto, a somewhat guilty expression crossing his face as he slowly walked over to Naruto, his head hung low. What in the world are you doing? Naruto scolded the fox. Yip let out a whine and looked up at Naruto sadly, feeling ashamed. Whatever, I didn't even realize you liked that kind of thing, Naruto said and picked the young fox up, though he was rapidly growing. After the fox seemed to be in a bit of a better mood, he moved onto Naruto's shoulder and they both continued to watch the man, who during all of this didn't even seem to notice they were there. Naruto huffed in annoyance and crossed his arms over his chest. Hey! You! The one spying on those women! He shouted, gaining the attention of the pervert. The man turned around, his eyes wide. Quickly the man moved to where Naruto and Yip were and put his hand over Naruto's mouth. Shush! Be quiet, boy! He whispered urgently. Looking around to make sure that the women didn't hear the commotion, he picked Naruto up and ran away from the bathhouse. You can't go around yelling like that, the man said, sending a glare at Naruto. Naruto rolled his eyes. Well, you shouldn't be going around peeping in on women either. Who are you anyways? Naruto asked. The old man looked taken aback. First of all, I was doing research, not peeping. Second of all, I am Jiraiya, the Great Toad Sage, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, he said, taking a pose as he yelled out his name. Naruto guffawed and Yip let out a small noise resembling a snicker. Whatever you say, Arrow Sennin, Naruto replied and began to turn away, ready to head back to Kakashi so he could tell him he found Yip. Wait, boy, at least give me the name of the one who interrupted my research, Jiraiya demanded, walking in front of Naruto. Naruto sighed. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, Arrow Sennin, he said, and sidestepped the pervert. Jiraiya hummed and thought. I see, also stop calling me that, you brat. Naruto shot a glare at Jiraiya before teleporting back to his house, so he could go find Kakashi. Jiraiya smiled. So, that's Minato's kid, huh? Naruto arrived in front of his new home, Yip still on his shoulder. You stay here, okay? He asked, looking at Yip, who gave a small bark in answer. Leaping off of Naruto's shoulder, he entered the house and trotted over to the living room, finding a place to nap. Alright, now time to find Kakashi, Naruto said, searching for Kakashi's chakra signature. Naruto found Kakashi shortly after and grinned. Kakashi, said man, turned around startled. Naruto? Did you find Yip? He asked and walked over to the happy genin. Naruto nodded. Yep, turns out he was at the baths with some pervert, Naruto said, shaking his head in displeasure. Kakashi chuckled. Is that so? How strange, I didn't know that foxes were perverts too. Naruto laughed. I know, right? Crazy, and Ero Sennin didn't even seem to know we were there at first, he said, walking along with Kakashi back to their home. Kakashi turned to look at Naruto. Ero Sennin? He inquired. Oh, right, that was the pervert peeping in on the girl's bath. He said his name was Jiraiya something or other, Naruto replied. Kakashi stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide. You just met Jiraiya the Sannin, author of the Icha Icha series. I guess I didn't really like him when I first met him either, but still, he is strong, Kakashi said, and sped up his pace to reach Naruto, who had continued walking. Really, never would have guessed. How did you meet him? Naruto asked, curious. He was my sensei's sensei, Kakashi said offhandedly. Now Naruto stopped. What? He shouted in shock. I told you he was strong, Kakashi said, grinning, and ruffled Naruto's hair. Did you not believe me? Naruto shook his head. I mean, I believed you, but if he was your sensei's sensei. He trailed off. That doesn't matter. I'm sure that if you happen to run into him again, you two will get along, Kakashi said. Naruto nodded. Maybe. He was my dad's sensei. My dad was your sensei. Naruto looked up. Why have I not even thought about this before? I could have asked you about my dad this whole time, he exclaimed. Kakashi nodded. Yes, you could have. Now that you are bringing it up, feel free to ask all about him. I figured I would bring it up eventually if you didn't. Naruto smiled. You really are the best, Kashi. A light blush dusted Kakashi's cheeks. Luckily his mask covered it. Thank you, Naru. Okay, let's get back home. Kakashi opened the door and Naruto followed after him, closing the door behind himself. Do you want to start unpacking? Naruto asked. Kakashi looked up from where he was petting Yip. Sure, we can start by seeing what scroll has what in it, he said, grinning. He stood up and walked over to Naruto. Come on, he said, dragging Naruto by his hands towards the living room. Naruto smiled back. Yeah, I'm coming. Kakashi let go of one of Naruto's hands so he could turn around and see where he was going. Sitting down on the ground, he pulled Naruto onto his lap. Naruto let out a surprised squeak and looked back at Kakashi, surprised. A smirking Kakashi looked back at him. Naruto shook his head. You are a big goof, he said, laughing, and picked up a scroll that was next to them. Kakashi chuckled as he also picked up a scroll. Naruto opened his and pushed a bit of chakra into it, allowing only enough for one item to come out, Kakashi doing the same with his scroll. From Naruto's scroll, one of his shirts fell out, and from Kakashi's, a bottle of shampoo from his apartment. Alright, so now we have the stuff from my bedroom and your bathroom. This is going to take forever, Naruto sighed, resting his head on Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi leaned his face down, nuzzling into Naruto's neck. Don't worry about it, we have all the time in the world. Just relax, he said. Naruto hummed in content, I guess. Kakashi figured out what was in the rest of the scrolls, and with Naruto in tow, they put all of them in their designated areas. Kakashi's and Naruto's bedroom stuff went into their new bedroom, just like how their bathroom stuff went into their new bathroom. The things for the kitchen, living room, and dining room were taken out of their scrolls and just placed in those areas, waiting to be arranged. But Naruto and Kakashi decided they wanted the things in their bedroom put away first, then the stuff for their bathroom. Okay, let's get to work, Kakashi said, looking over all the stuff they piled onto their bed and next to it. Naruto sighed softly once more, but began moving towards the pile. Grabbing whatever clothes that was in front of him, he walked towards the closet. What does Kakashi see in me? Why does he love me? Everyone has always despised and loathed my presence, So why all of a sudden has this man confessed these feelings of love for me? We barely know each other yet claim to love each other, why? I just don't understand. I love him, I know. For many reasons, like how he treats me. Knowing I am not the demon that destroyed the village all those years ago, but a ninja that has feelings. He is kind, intelligent, strong, funny, and actually seems to enjoy my existence. But why does he love me? Where was he when I needed help, when the villagers abused me, when I was alone? I have looked past all of these things because I have been blinded with my love for him and the kindness he has shown me. But where was he when I needed somebody? I will have to bring this up later. Tonight if possible. Naruto frowned slightly, but shook his head to get rid of those dreary thoughts for the time. As he was lost in his thoughts, he had not noticed that he had been putting away all of Kakashi's clothes. The dark blue shirts hung, with a few spare vests behind them. Some pants folded and stacked neatly on a shelf. Naruto grinned slightly and prepared to go back and get more clothes. Unbeknownst to him, Kakashi was also lost in his own thoughts. I watched as Naruto grabbed my clothes, not even seeming to know what he was doing, just moving on autopilot. I smiled. He's adorable, able to work while lost in thought. Although, I am curious as to what he could be thinking so deeply about. Makes me start to think, is he curious about his parents? Now that he knows his father was my sensei, will he start asking me about him? Or, now that he has learned about Jiraiya, will he search for him and go to him for answers? I hope not. He should know that he can come to me for anything. I wouldn't ever lie to him. But, does he know how much I care for him? Does he know how much I love him? Does he doubt my feelings? Ever since he was a kid, I tried to protect him. Being an Anbu helped with that, but it also prevented me from helping more. I was always so busy with missions, I wasn't able to always be there for him. He probably doesn't even remember, let alone know that it was me behind that mask. The Sandaime, he did not help much either. He could have tried harder to make Naruto's life better. He's the damn Hokage after all, but I won't blame him for everything. Even if I don't agree with some of the decisions he made regarding Naruto, like not allowing someone to take him in. Either way, Naruto is safe now. I will protect him, even if he is already so strong. I will stand beside him and we will be a team, partners in every way. Kakashi sighed and continued to set up nightstands and everything that went along with them. Walking out of the closet, Naruto saw Kakashi setting up a nightstand that he used to have next to his old bed. Hey, he said, walking behind Kakashi and wrapping his arms around the lithe waist. Kakashi turned his head to look at Naruto and smiled. Hey, he replied, placing his hands over Naruto's. I have to talk to you about something later tonight, okay? Naruto said, leaning his head on Kakashi's back. Kakashi frowned slightly. Okay, is everything alright? He asked, concerned. Naruto nodded. Yeah, everything is fine, just something I've been thinking about. Kakashi turned around and looked Naruto in the eyes. Seeing that Naruto looked okay, he figured he shouldn't be worried. Good, wouldn't want anything to be wrong, he said and kissed Naruto's forehead, pulling him into a hug. Naruto leaned into the hug, relishing in the warmth Kakashi's body emitted. The two made quick work of furnishing their new home with the things they had brought from their old apartments, but soon realized they would still need to go shopping for a few things. So, finally at the dining room table they sat across from each other after having a good dinner, which included steak, steamed rice, and seared vegetables. Naruto looked down at his hands and noted that they were a bit clammy. He wiped his palms off on his pants and clasped his hands together. He looked back up and his eyes locked with Kakashi's. I have to ask you something. He started and received a nod from Kakashi to go on. Why is it that you love me? He asked slowly. Kakashi's eyes grew. That's what this is all about? He asked. Naruto nodded. Yes, I need to know because for all these years I didn't even know about you, and then all of a sudden after becoming your student you declare your love for me. Why? Naruto asked once more. Kakashi remained silent for a while, then let out a sigh. When I first met you I thought you were going to be a lot different. I figured you would be loud, annoying, and generally a pain in the ass trying to get everyone's attention. But you shot down all of those ideas immediately. You showed me you were smart, kind, patient, and strong. You figured out what I was testing you three on from the start and tried to get Sasuke and Sakura to work together with you. You did not get angry with them for ignoring you and not believing you, but even tried to help them. Unfortunately, they didn't allow that. Then, when I said that I would solely be training you, you were shocked and most likely wanted to help them, even if they were terrible students. Finally, during our spar you showed me how strong you are and let me see the mischievous side of you. There are so many things to love about you, Naruto. People just can't see past the demon inside of you. Kurama and you did not ask for this, let alone want it, but now you have grown to be trustworthy companions. I wouldn't ever abuse your trust or ever hurt you. I would kill myself before I let that happen. He finished, wrapping his hands around Naruto's. Naruto sat there silently, going over what he just learned from Kakashi. He likes me for who I am, he doesn't mind Kurama. Geez, he might even grow to like the giant fuzzball if I let the two of them talk. I understand him better now and I am confident he is telling the truth, he really does love me. Naruto grinned widely, his eyes sparkling and shining with love. I'm glad you're fine with Kurama and weren't trying to do something stupid like trying to kill me by breaking down my walls. Naruto said, his eyes closing as he said the last part. Kakashi shook his head in horror. Never, Naru. I love you too much to ever do something so horrid, he said, tightening his grip on the smaller hands. Naruto nodded. Good, of course I believe you. I guess I was just doubting things earlier while we were fixing up our room. You know, just started thinking about stuff, he said and looked at their hands. A noticeable difference, Kakashi's being pale with long nimble fingers, his own being tan and much smaller, although both pairs were very deadly with or without the right tools. Is there anything you want to talk to me about? Naruto asked. As you mentioned earlier, I also started thinking about things. He began and rubbed his thumbs over Naruto's knuckles. I was wondering, do you want to ask me anything about your parents? He finally asked. Naruto hummed. I might at some point, but for right now I am fine without knowing much about them. He answered. You would have to give me some time to think about what I would ask and want to know. He continued and gently pulled his hands away from Kakashi's. That's fine. In the meantime, would you like to go browsing around for some furniture? Kakashi asked as he stood up, stretching and popping his back. Naruto grinned. Yeah, I'm sure Yip would like to be let out too. Yip, hearing his name, trotted over to Naruto's leg and leapt onto the table. Naruto scratched the fox behind the ear and cradled him in his arms. Come on, Kit, let's get going. Kakashi smiled down at the two and started for the door. Naruto, I was wondering, would you like to fight with some kind of weapon? A sword maybe? Kakashi asked as he closed the door behind them. Naruto tilted his head as he thought about it. Maybe, I think two would be good, both somewhat small and easy to handle. Yeah, I think I would like that, Naruto said finally. Kakashi nodded. Alright, we can stop by a weapons shop later and see if they have anything you would like. Naruto grinned. Are you going to teach me, sensei? He asked and let Yip down. Kakashi chuckled. Unfortunately, I'm not completely proficient in using a sword, let alone two, but I will find someone for you. He answered, smiling back. Naruto pouted. I thought I was going to have you all to myself. Kakashi laughed outright at that and ruffled Naruto's hair. Trust me, you'll definitely have enough of me. You'll want someone else. Naruto crossed his arms and shook his head, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Never, he replied. Kakashi arched an eyebrow. We'll see, his own smile hidden behind his mask. Yip strutted along the dirt road, a few paces in front of Naruto and Kakashi. Coming to a stop once they reached a highly populated area, he waited for Naruto to reach him, and when he did, Yip leapt onto his shoulder. Relaxing, the young fox sprawled himself across Naruto's shoulders and let out a small bark. Naruto pet Yip's head and the fox licked his cheek. Why is it that foxes are always licking my face? Naruto asked the fox jokingly and only received Yip lying his head down on his front paws. Naruto laughed and continued down the street with Kakashi beside him. Kakashi had opened his book and buried his face in it, although he wasn't paying attention to what the book had in it. No, he was listening to what people were saying about Naruto. Look at the demon, now he even has a fox. Probably his disgusting spawn. One man growled out harshly to his friend that nodded in agreement, both shooting glares at Naruto and Yip. Kakashi directed a small amount of ki at the two and relished in the sight of the two stumbling and looking like they pissed themselves. Glancing down at Naruto, he wondered if he had heard the comments. Seeing Naruto with a blinding smile on his face, he knew that he had heard. Kakashi also noticed that Yip heard too and was snarling at the two men, but what he found most surprising was how well the young fox could understand them. It was either that or he just sensed the negative emotions directed at Naruto and is just responding in kind. Kakashi let out a sigh and continued listening for hurtful remarks. Having heard so many comments on how Naruto was a disgusting demon, or he should just die already, left Kakashi seething with rage. Sure, he had scared all of them and possibly humiliated them in front of a few other people, but that is barely anything to the years of torment that Naruto had to deal with. Naruto, noticing Kakashi's anger, frowned slightly. "Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, the book will get better, hopefully," he said, knowing Kakashi would understand what he meant. Kakashi looked down at Naruto and gave an eye smile, "Hopefully." He agreed. "But isn't it me that should be comforting you, Naruto?" he asked himself as he watched the boy look forward again, the huge smile still covering his face. Kakashi felt his throat clench painfully and he snapped his book shut. Shoving it in his pocket, he placed his hand on Naruto's head and ruffled the soft locks. "Let's go train for a bit, yeah?" he said, his voice hoarse. Naruto looked up at Kakashi a bit surprised, but nodded. "Sure, Kakashi-sensei," he chirped. They reached the training ground where they had first met and Naruto looked at Kakashi questioningly, but before he could say anything Kakashi was already running across the field, a Chidori in the palm of his hand. Kakashi slammed his hand into a tree, the Chidori making a huge hole. He leaned against the tree and slumped to the ground, breathing heavily. "Sorry, I just needed to calm down a bit," he said to Naruto, who had caught up with him. Naruto sat down next to him. "You can't let them get to you, Kakashi. I'm fine on my own, I don't want them to bother you too." Kakashi opened his eye and watched Naruto. "I don't want you to deal with that alone, Naruto, it's cruel and horrible. Shit, it shouldn't even be happening in the first place," he fumed. Naruto ran a hand through his hair and sighed. "You don't understand, Kakashi. I've been dealing with this for years. I don't need someone trying to help me now." He yelled and stood up. "I'll be back later," he said briskly and ran off, leaving Kakashi alone, shocked. Naruto ran through the forest and finally slowed down when he came across a secluded little spring. Taking off his sandals, he sat on a rock and let his feet rest in the warm water. Sighing, he looked down at his and Yip's reflections. "I shouldn't have yelled at him," he said to Yip. Yip let out a bark in agreement. "I guess I had just let the villagers' words get to me more than usual and ended up lashing out at Kakashi. He was only trying to help." Naruto trailed off sadly. "Geez, what have I done? He's probably angry with me now," Naruto yelled out, startling Yip. "Sorry," he apologized, stroking the fox's ears, making them twitch. "I should go back and apologize, right?" he asked. Yip purred in agreement. "Alright, then let's get going," he said as he slipped on his sandals and started walking back the way he came. Yip jumped off his shoulder and walked next to him. "What if he hates me now, Yip?" Naruto said, getting worried. Yip gave him a look as if saying, "Really?" Naruto laughed. "Yeah, I guess you are right. I'm blowing things out of proportion." Naruto continued on through the forest, admiring the greenery and wildlife. "Now it is already late, we're going to have to buy furniture tomorrow." Naruto sighed. I really should have controlled myself better." Yip let out a noise sounding like a laugh. Naruto shot him a playful glare and Yip took off running through the trees, Naruto hot on his heels. "Got you," Naruto said as he carefully scooped the fox off the ground, careful not to trip. They were still running after all. Yip barked and wagged his fluffy tail. Naruto laughed and set the fox on his shoulders. "Come on. We've been wasting too much time." And he leapt up onto a tree branch. Kakashi stood up, confused about what had just happened. One minute he was letting his anger out on a tree and the next thing he knew Naruto was running off mad at him. "What did I do?" he asked himself and rested against the tree. Closing his eye, he leaned his head back and let out a long, suffering sigh. He said he would be back later, but I have a feeling I should probably go and look for him before I mess things up even further. With one more sigh, he began his search for Naruto. Kakashi jumped into the trees following the almost non-existent trail Naruto left in his wake. Good to know that even when he is upset he can hide most of his tracks, goes to show how good he would be when he is in his right mind. Kakashi smiled and continued through the forest. "Oh Naruto. I just hope one day the villagers will see you for who you are and not what is inside of you." Naruto rushed through the trees. A couple minutes later he sensed that Kakashi was close, about a minute away. Naruto smiled to himself. "Time to make things right again, right Yip?" Yip let out a bark and Naruto laughed and turned his head to look at the cute little fox. A second later he felt a body slam into him and his eyes widened as he fell backwards and off the tree. Naruto, was all he heard as he quickly grabbed Yip and held him in a protective circle with his arms. He tried to soften his fall with his elbows and heels, but it wasn't enough. Crashing onto the hard ground, his head hit a tree root, knocking him unconscious. Yip crawled out from under Naruto's arms and nudged his cheek, trying to wake him up. Whining, he looked up at Kakashi, who landed next to them. Kakashi kneeled down, worried. "Oh Yip, what have I done?" he asked, cradling Naruto to his chest. He had tried to reach out to grab Naruto but wasn't fast enough. He barely had any time to reach out for a branch to hold onto to brace his fall. Kakashi checked over Naruto's body, making sure there weren't any broken bones, luckily only finding that Naruto had only hit his head and had a small cut on it that was leaking blood. "Come on, let's get him to the hospital. Hopefully he is alright," Kakashi told Yip as he scooped them both up. "Please be okay, Naruto. I don't know if I can live with myself knowing that I was the one that caused you to die." Speeding through the treetops, he was able to reach the hospital in about 20 minutes. Crashing through the doors, Kakashi quickly called for help. A nurse rushed over and looked worriedly at Kakashi. "What is wrong, sir?" she asked, and looked at Naruto. Seeing who he was, she sent the unconscious boy a glare. "Don't just fucking look at him. Go and get a doctor that can actually help him. What are you waiting for? Go!" he yelled at her. She jumped and ran for help. "Oh Naruto, even unconscious and hurt they hate you. Why can't they just see what a wonderful person you really are?" Yip settled himself on Kakashi's shoulders and let out a small whine for Naruto. Kakashi looked down at Yip and gave him a solemn eye smile. "Don't worry kid, I'm sure he is going to be just fine." Just then the nurse came back with a doctor who told Kakashi to carry Naruto into a room and set him down on the bed. "I'll have to have you wait outside, sir, while I look him over," the doctor told Kakashi. Kakashi nodded. "Tell me as soon as you know how he is doing," he said as he slid the door closed behind him. Kakashi walked over to a small group of chairs and took a seat. Resting his elbows on his knees, he clasped his hands together and rested his chin on top of them. Letting out a sigh, he closed his eye. After what seemed like forever to Kakashi, the doctor slid open the door and began walking towards him. Standing up, he met the doctor halfway. "How is he?" Kakashi asked, feeling a bit impatient. The doctor smiled. "He will be fine. He only has a slight concussion that will leave him with a headache for a few days, along with a couple bruises on his elbows, back, and feet. I stitched the cut on the back of his head and he should come in 3 days from now to get them removed. Overall he is in good health," the doctor finished. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief and thanked the doctor. "That is good to hear. Can I go in and see him now?" The doctor nodded. "Yes, but he might be a bit out of it when he first comes around." Taking his leave, the doctor went on to another patient, presumably. Kakashi sat beside Naruto's bed and put his hand on top of Naruto's. "I'm sorry, Naru. I never meant to crash into you. I was just so caught up in my head that I didn't even realize how close you were to me. I'm just glad nothing horrible happened. I'm sure you'll be back on your feet in no time," he said and rested his head on the bed. Yip climbed off of his shoulders and curled up next to Naruto's side and let out a small purr, before falling into a light slumber along with Kakashi. Naruto woke up to the tickle of silver hair on his arm. "Kakashi?" he asked and heard no response. Scratching his arm, he lifted himself up and sat against the wall and felt a dull pounding in his head. "I'm at the hospital? What in the world happened?" he said, breaking the silence of the room, besides the soft breaths of Kakashi. "Right, I crashed into Kakashi in the trees and ended up falling. Clumsy me." Naruto watched Kakashi's face, or at least what he could actually see of it, which wasn't much. He smiled. "How could I have ever yelled at him? Just look at him." Naruto gently combed his fingers through the soft and thick hair and grinned when Kakashi peered up at him through a half-lidded eye. "Naruto, how do you feel?" Kakashi asked as he propped his head up on Naruto's thigh. "I feel alright. Have a bit of a headache though and my body is just a little sore. I'm sure Kurama will heal me up soon, so I should be fine in a few hours," he said, now petting Yip. Kakashi smiled softly at Naruto. "I'm glad. I never meant to run into you, let alone cause you to fall and hurt yourself. But I was so caught up in my thoughts that when I noticed you were there it was already too late," he said, looking down in shame. Naruto sighed. "You can't put all the blame on yourself like that, Kashi. I wasn't paying attention either. I was looking at Yip and didn't see you coming." he said and gently tugged at the silver locks. Kakashi looked a little sad still, but better than before. Okay. You think we can get you out of this horrid place now? He asked. Naruto grinned back. Yeah, who cares about the doctors, let's just go out the window. Kakashi chuckled and scooped Naruto into his arms. Putting his mouth next to Naruto's ear he whispered, just let me, okay? Naruto shivered slightly, but nodded. Kakashi kissed his temple and jumped out of the window, landing on a nearby roof. Quickly making his way back to their house that was luckily only about 25 minutes away if you were walking, but since they were crossing through the rooftops, it only took about 8 minutes. Setting Naruto down once they were inside, they both walked over to the living room and sat down on the couch that Kakashi had in his apartment. Naruto pulled a pillow to his chest and rested his face on it while Kakashi sprawled his feet over the other side of the couch and rested his head on Naruto's lap. Naruto pulled down Kakashi's mask and kissed the tip of his nose. You know, about earlier, I'm sorry. He said. Kakashi looked up at him and tilted his head in confusion. What for? I was the one out of line. Naruto shook his head. No. You were only trying to help me and I just yelled at you. It wasn't fair to you when you were just trying to protect me. Kakashi lifted his hand and caressed Naruto's whiskered cheek. Don't worry about it, love. Next time just know you can trust me to help you when you are angry or sad. Naruto smiled softly and leaned into the touch. Thank you, Kakashi. I was just a bit fed up with them, I guess, and I took it out on you. Naruto pulled off his hite and set aside, doing the same with Kakashi's. Naruto leaned down and rested his forehead on Kakashi's and they stared each other in the eyes. You know, you have very beautiful eyes, Naru. Kakashi said, the corner of his eyes crinkling as he smiled. Naruto blushed slightly and turned away. Thanks, you do too. He whispered so softly Kakashi almost missed it. Kakashi beamed and pushed himself backwards, so now his head was on the other armrest and he could see Naruto's face clearly. You're really too cute, he chirped and Naruto blushed harder. Naruto hid his face in Kakashi's chest, causing Kakashi to laugh. I love you, you know? Naruto said, his voice muffled by Kakashi's vest. I do, but you know I love you more. Kakashi said and kissed the top of Naruto's head, frowning slightly at the sight of stitches he saw. Tomorrow, instead of shopping for more furniture, I think we should find you a sword and get a mission. So, then you could try practicing with it on the way. Kakashi said when Naruto finally looked at him again, although his head was still resting on Kakashi's chest. Not that Kakashi minded, of course. Naruto grinned. Sounds like a plan to me. For now we should probably get some sleep. Kakashi nodded. Both of them stood up and bid Yip a good night, since the fox was curled up on top of the couch cushion. They climbed the stairs leading to their shared room and after brushing their teeth and putting on some pajama pants they climbed into bed. Naruto using Kakashi's chest as a pillow and Kakashi using Naruto as a blanket. In only a few minutes they had both drifted off into a peaceful slumber. Kakashi woke up feeling like there was a heater on him. Looking down he could see why. Smiling, Kakashi pushed Naruto off of him and onto his side of the bed. Naruto groaned and curled himself around his pillow. Why? He grumbled. Kakashi laughed. You were melting me, what do you expect? He replied as he swung his legs over the edge of the bed. Standing up he stretched his arms over his head and let out a satisfied sigh when his back popped. Naruto sat up and looked at Kakashi groggily. You don't look like you were being melted, but you do look hot. Kakashi turned around and lifted an eyebrow eloquently. Is that so? Naruto nodded and put the pillow down. Getting up from the bed he walked over to the bathroom and washed his face, soon after brushing his teeth. Kakashi followed after him and once Naruto finished he did the same. Well, thank you very much, Naruto. You don't look too bad yourself, he said and kissed Naruto softly. Kakashi grabbed a box of cereal from a cupboard and got the milk from the fridge. Naruto grabbed 2 bowls and 2 spoons and walked over to the dining table. Sitting down they both served themselves some of the sugary flakes. So, did the Hokage ever update you on our last mission? Naruto said after he swallowed. Kakashi hummed. I don't believe he did, but we can ask him about it when we go to get a mission today. Naruto nodded. Sounds good to me. Let's finish this already. I want to go get my swords, he said, gesturing to their cereal. Kakashi and Naruto left their house, Yip in tow. So, do you have a specific place in mind for me to get my swords? Preferably customized ones? Unless of course they have some that suit me well. Kakashi nodded. Yes, as a matter of fact I do. Anyway, have you heard of Tenten? I believe she is a year older than you. Naruto tilted his head in thought. Ah. Yeah, she is the one with buns, right? Kakashi smiled. Correct. Well, her family owns a weapons shop and that is where I was planning on going. Naruto continued walking. Alright, I'm kind of excited. Especially since we're going on a mission after this. He grinned up at Kakashi. Kakashi smiled back and patted Naruto's hair. Entering the small shop, Naruto immediately walked to the back wall and studied the swords. He saw a section of double swords. Naruto grabbed a pair that had black whoppings on the handles and opal-colored guards. They were light and about the lengths of his arms. Naruto grinned, standing in a defensive posture. He swung the blades a little, making sure not to hit anything or anyone in the shop. Feeling like they were a good fit for him, he turned around to go get Kakashi. Surprised, Naruto took a startled step back. When in the world did you get there, Kakashi-sensei? He asked, startled. Kakashi chuckled. Oh, I just got here when you were swinging around your swords. Do they suit you? He asked. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Yeah. They look cool too. He stated happily and showed them to Kakashi. Yes, they do have lovely handles, especially for your taste in colors. The blades are sharp and light. Yes, these seem fine. Kakashi said, handing one of them back to Naruto. So, what were you getting while I was looking at these? Naruto asked curiously. Ah, I was just getting a few more sets of kunai and shuriken for us. He said, showing Naruto the sets. I see. Well, let's go pay for this stuff already. Then we can go and see if there is a mission with our names written all over it. Naruto grinned. Kakashi chuckled. Sure. After giving the cashier the money, they both left the shop happy. Naruto walked around with his swords in his hands, making any villagers nearby run out of his way, causing Naruto to frown. I am going to have to change my style to better suit these blades, so I can just strap them to my back or something and they won't be in the way. Naruto said and sighed. Kakashi nodded. Yes, that would be helpful. Kakashi teased. Naruto sent him a glare and humphed. Kakashi's eyes shined with mirth. I'm sure we can figure something out once we get back home. Kakashi said the last part silently. Naruto nodded. Definitely, Kakashi-sensei. Yip let out a bark, giving both of them a foxy grin. Finally, they reached the Hokage Tower. Up for another race, sensei? Naruto asked, his eyes showing he wanted revenge for his previous loss. Why, of course. Just make sure you don't end up stabbing yourself with those. Kakashi said, pointing at the sharp swords. As if. Naruto scoffed and ran for a head start. Kakashi shook his head, a grin hidden behind his mask. Running after Naruto, he praised the boy for taking the inside wall again, though he seemed to start out faster this time around. Still not going to win. Kakashi sing-songed and pranced along the stairs, easily skipping 10 at a time. Naruto blinked at the sudden appearance of Kakashi and sped up. Kakashi laughed and also sped up. I don't think so. Before Naruto knew it, they had reached the Hokage's office. Damn, Naruto cursed, pouting just a bit. Well, you have definitely improved since the first time. I'm sure you'll beat me at some point. Kakashi praised and ruffled the spiky locks. Naruto smiled softly, a light blush dusting his cheekbones. The Hokage called for them to enter, a subtle smirk on his wrinkled face, letting them know he knew what they were up to. Naruto gave a wave. Hi Gigi. He chirped. Kakashi gave a lazy salute. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi ushered them forward and let them sit down. Lose again, Naruto? He asked, his eyes twinkling. Naruto's blush grew deeper and he mumbled out a, yeah. Sarutobi shook his head, letting out a small laugh. Kakashi also laughing. Hokage-sama, we were wondering about our previous mission? Kakashi questioned. Yes. The infiltrators were found quickly and killed. They didn't have any important information, so you two did very well. Kakashi nodded, proud, and Naruto had a huge grin plastered on his face. Gigi, we were wondering if we could get a mission, not a D rank, but possibly a C rank one? Naruto asked hopefully. The Hokage pushed away a few lingering papers on his desk that was covering a folder. As a matter of fact, a man by the name of Tazuna just came earlier, requesting escorts back to Wave. Kakashi and Naruto looked at each other. That would be perfect. They both said at the same time and laughed. Sarutobi sighed at the two of them. though his eyes showed he was happy. "You can meet him at the village gate in 2 hours, make sure you are on time," he said, pointedly looking at Kakashi. Kakashi noticed this and smiled sheepishly. "Yes, Hokage-sama." Sarutobi nodded and handed over the folder. "Thanks, Gigi," Naruto said grateful and pulled Kakashi out of the window, taking to the roofs, Yip hot on their heels. Sarutobi chuckled and then turned back to all of the loathsome paperwork he had to finish. Kakashi quickly steadied himself and shot Naruto a small glare. "Any reason for the rush?" he asked, running next to Naruto. "Well, obviously. We still need to shower, pack up what we need, figure out what I am going to do for my swords and get to the village entrance to start our mission with this Tazuna person," Naruto replied, excitement lacing every word. Kakashi chuckled. "Calm down, Naruto. Hokage-sama did say we have 2 hours. He reminded the ecstatic genin. Naruto huffed out a laugh. "Right, with your laziness it will take us 3 hours, that is if we are lucky," he said, giving Kakashi a pointed stare. Kakashi sighed. "Hush, I did say I wouldn't be late, didn't I?" he asked as they landed on their porch. "Yeah, I guess you did." Naruto gave in as he opened the door. Yip, who had jumped onto his shoulders a few roofs back, leapt off and ran into the forest surrounding them. Naruto lingered for a moment, but figured the kid would be fine. "Alright, let's go take a shower then," Kakashi said, happily stripping from his clothes as he led the way to their bathroom. Naruto chuckled. "You are such a pervert, Kashi, but it will save time." Kakashi looked back at him, a wide grin on his face. Yes, you and your time. Come on now," Kakashi said, ushering Naruto into the shower after they both finished undressing. Naruto stepped into the warm spray, Kakashi right behind him. Kakashi grabbed the shampoo bottle and lathered it into Naruto's wet hair. "Are you happy we got a C rank?" he asked softly as his fingers massaged Naruto's scalp. Naruto hummed, relaxing into the firm body behind him. Kakashi smiled. "I'm glad." Grabbing the shower head, he brought it down to rinse out all of the shampoo. Naruto pouted slightly, but quickly grinned when he saw a pale hand reach for the conditioner. After they had both finished washing each other thoroughly, they had gotten dressed. "So, what shall we do about your current predicament?" Kakashi questioned as he grabbed Naruto's swords and swung them around lazily. "I think I will just use bandages for now. You know, wrap them around my torso, make it several layers thick so I don't accidentally cut them off. That way I can just slide them into the folds and I can easily grab them," Naruto said as Kakashi handed him back his blades. Kakashi nodded. "For now, I guess that will have to work. We can get you a holder for them that you can tie around your waist after this mission." Naruto smiled. "Yeah, that'll work." Naruto held out the roll of bandages to Kakashi. "Would you like the honor of wrapping me up?" he asked, smirking. Kakashi laughed and stepped forward. Unraveling them slightly, he began to roll them around Naruto's chest and stomach. "I think," he said, finally pulling away from Naruto and looking him over, "that we need to get you that holder now, since we still have some time." Naruto looked down at himself and frowned. He moved his arms around and felt the restrictions that the bandages caused. "Yeah, I believe there is some truth in your words," Naruto said, chuckling a bit. After Kakashi and Naruto filled a couple scrolls with extra weapons, clothing, and supplies they would need along with food, they left the house. Yip had been lying on the grass outside basking in the warm sunlight and looked up lazily at the two shinobi. Yip stood up and stretched out his hind legs and walked over to Naruto's side. Letting out a bark, Yip leapt onto his shoulder and lied down in his usual position. "Hi, Yip, you ready for the mission too?" Naruto asked, scratching behind the black-tipped ear. Yip let out a purr and nuzzled Naruto's neck. Naruto laughed and looked over at Kakashi, who was glaring slightly at Yip. Naruto cracked up at this. "Don't tell me, you're jealous of Yip?" Naruto said, wiping away a stray tear. Kakashi looked down at Naruto innocently. "Whatever would make you suggest a thing like that?" he questioned and began making his way towards the shop where they would find the holder for Naruto's swords. "Oh, never mind." Naruto laughed and followed Kakashi. Kakashi grinned and pulled out his Icha-Icha. Naruto sighed and shared a look with Yip. They quickly reached the store they were at before, and by the area Naruto found his twin swords, he saw the holders. Picking a black one that was somewhat elastic, he made his way over to the cashier and exited the store happy. Naruto pulled up the holder, it almost working as a belt, though it would not hold his pants, should for some reason someone pull them down. Naruto slid his swords into each of the sheaths that were placed on the left and right of his hips. Looking up at Kakashi, he spun around in a circle. Good? He asked. Kakashi smiled. Good, he confirmed, ruffling the messy locks. It is definitely useful and it feels comfortable, not restrictive like the bandages. Naruto said finally. Kakashi nodded. Yes, I would assume so considering it isn't practically wrapping up your whole upper half. He said, laughing softly. Naruto shot him a small glare. Well, it wasn't my fault you couldn't put them on properly. He huffed. Whatever you say, Naruto, whatever you say. Kakashi teased. Naruto rolled his eyes. Come on, Kakashi-sensei. You wouldn't want us to be late, now would you? He asked, amusement clear in his eyes. Kakashi sighed. I guess not. He pouted slightly. He liked joking around with Naruto. Kakashi and Naruto made their way through the village, both ignoring the glares Naruto received, and saw that Tazuna was already standing by the entrance to the village with his arms crossed. Tazuna eyed the two and scoffed when he looked at Naruto. This is the best they could give me? An old man, a brat, and some scrawny fox? He said indignantly. Kakashi glared with his one eye and Naruto huffed. I'll have you know we could both kill you in a matter of seconds. Kakashi bit out. Tazuna just shrugged. I'll believe it when I see it. Come on already, shinobi. Naruto and Kakashi shared a look of exasperation but followed the out-of-shape man anyway, waving goodbye to the two guards. Yip got off of Naruto's shoulders and growled at Tazuna. So, what do you expect is going to go wrong on this mission? Naruto asked, having a bad feeling already. Kakashi raised his eyebrow. Oh, why would you expect something to go wrong? He asked, curious. Naruto shrugged. I just have a bad feeling and, well, it's never led me astray. Naruto said, his eyes watching the trees. Kakashi clenched his fists. I see. He didn't want Naruto to have to rely on his instincts, especially knowing what he had gone through. It just rubbed him the wrong way. The three of them continued on down the path, when Naruto noticed a puddle in the middle of the dirt road. When he saw that Kakashi had noticed it too, he shot him a questioning look. Kakashi stepped a bit closer to Naruto. Be prepared for an attack. He said softly. Naruto gave an almost invisible nod and inched his hand closer to his weapon's pouch. They continued on cautiously, and after a couple more minutes two ninja attacked. Already alert, Naruto quickly threw his kunai, one hitting the ninja closest to him in the shoulder. The brother let out a pained grunt and lunged forward, his clawed hand swiping out at Naruto and catching the boy on his arm. Kakashi growled and flung two shuriken at the demon brothers, hitting both of them in one of their knees. They fell to the ground and Naruto quickly tied them to a tree with some ninja wire. The brothers struggled, but were unable to free themselves. They had tried using their metal claws to break the wire. Unfortunately for them, it was of no use. The two glared at their captors and refused to speak. Kakashi hit both of them on the neck, causing them to pass out. It was no use interrogating them when they had a perfectly scared bridge builder on their hands already. Naruto raised an eyebrow at him and scoffed when Kakashi just grinned. Turning to face Tazuna, his face hardened. Kakashi, want to have the pleasure of asking him why we were attacked on this escorting mission. Kakashi walked over calmly and leaned forward, his eyes now level with Tazuna's own. Of course, Naru. He said softly. Tazuna whimpered. So, Master Bridge Builder, enlighten us. Kakashi said in a no-nonsense voice. Tazuna looked down at the ground and only caught sight of a glaring Yip, then over to the demon brothers. The land of waves, we are poor. I needed to get there to help finish the bridge, that way Gato, a shipping magnate and founder of Gato Company, wouldn't come to our village anymore. This bridge, it's our only hope, without it Gato would try to take over. Tazuna said, sounding desperate. Kakashi nodded. I see. You don't have the money to pay for a higher-ranked mission, but you needed the protection anyway. Naruto sighed. Well, this makes the mission a bit more complicated, but I say we still help him, Kashi. It could be fun, maybe a few people will show up that I can try out my new swords on. He said, smirking. Kakashi laughed. If you insist, Naruto. The bridge builder looked up hopefully. You'll still help? He asked. The two ninja nodded in answer. Tazuna smiled. Thank you. He whispered, grateful. Now knowing what was really happening on this mission, Kakashi and Naruto were a lot more guarded. their eyes shifting over the trees in search for more enemies and their bodies tense prepared for an attack. Tazuna was just glad that they decided to continue protecting him, finally reaching the dock that would lead them to the land of waves. Tazuna waved them onto the boat. The fog was thick, making it hard to see their surroundings, and all you could hear was the ocean's water lapping at the side of the boat and the oar propelling them forward. Silently, they made their way through the water and finally, they reached Tazuna's homeland. Yip was the first to get off the boat and ran around, happy to get out of the shaking piece of wood. Tazuna was quick to follow, while Naruto and Kakashi just took their time. My house is not that far away, my daughter and her son are also living there. Tazuna told them as they began walking down the road. Naruto looked at their surroundings and frowned as he noticed the vendors with barely any food and that the villagers all looked defeated. Kakashi also kept his eyes on everything and let out a small sigh. This is horrible, he said softly to Naruto, who could only nod in agreement. We're here, Tazuna said, leading them up a pathway that led to a small, shabby house. Tsunami greeted them at the door with Inari watching them from behind her leg. Hello, Shinobi-sans. My name is Tsunami and this is my son Inari, she said kindly. Kakashi gave a small eye smile. I'm Kakashi, this is Naruto, he offered. It's nice to meet you. Naruto smiled and gave a small wave to Inari. Oh, and this is Yip, Naruto said, pointing down at the fox who was licking his paws. Kakashi, Naruto, Tazuna, Inari, and Tsunami all sat at the dining room table finishing off their dinner. Why are you two even here? Inari asked rudely, glaring at the two of them. Kakashi raised his eyebrow and Naruto set down his fork. We're here to help you with Gato and his band of goons. I guess we could also help with the building of the bridge, too, Naruto replied. At least that is, when we aren't busy training. Inari huffed, as if you two could possibly be that big of a help. Gato is powerful and he has a lot of followers. Now Naruto raised a brow. Oh, and you think we are weak? He questioned. Yeah, obviously. You, he said pointing at Kakashi, are just some weird old man, and you, he said pointing at Naruto, are just a kid like me. Inari finished, now annoyed. Naruto glared. First of all, Kakashi is not old, he is only 26. Second of all, we could both kill all of you in a matter of seconds. So, instead of insulting us, you should be grateful we even bothered to help you at all, he seethed. Inari crossed his arms over his chest and glared at both of them. Kakashi let out a small sigh. Calm down, Naruto, I'm sure he is just frustrated at all of the things going on right now, he said, trying to soothe the irate genin. Tsunami and Tazuna just watched from the sidelines, both feeling uncomfortable. Yip on the other hand was happily chasing a lizard he had found sunbathing on a rock outside. Kakashi and Naruto bid the small family good night and went up to their room. You alright? Kakashi asked, sitting down on the futon. Naruto sighed. Yeah, I guess I let him get to me, he said as he plopped onto Kakashi's lap. Kakashi let out an oof. Rolling his visible eye, he wrapped his arms around Naruto's waist. You aren't exactly the lightest thing in the world, you know, he teased. Naruto laughed. And here I was just ranting on about how strong we are when you can't even handle my weight, Naruto joked, letting his head fall onto Kakashi's shoulder. Well, we can't all be amazing, Kakashi drawled, nipping at Naruto's neck. Naruto chuckled. You're right about that, Naruto said, relaxing into Kakashi's body. Kakashi laughed. Running his tongue up Naruto's neck, he placed a kiss behind his ear. Naruto smiled. Naruto was out in the woods the next morning practicing his stance with his swords. Kakashi and Yip watching from a nearby cluster of soft grass. Do they feel good still, or now that you are actually moving around out in the open, do they feel uncomfortable? Kakashi asked, his hand stroking down Yip's back. No, they still feel great. I'm sure they'll be even better when I find someone that can actually teach me how to use them, he said with a mock accusing tone. Kakashi pouted. You shouldn't be so mean to your sensei, Naruto. I could always give you D ranks, he threatened back. Naruto glared. You wouldn't. Kakashi lifted an eyebrow. You sure about that? Naruto heaved out a sigh. I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei, he apologized, though the corner of his lips turned up into a slight smirk. Kakashi laughed. Forgiven. Naruto shook his head in amusement. We are such dorks. Kakashi nodded his head in agreement, while Yip let out a fox laugh. They were making their way over to the bridge when they noticed a commotion. Quickly preparing themselves for a fight, they ran the rest of the way to the bridge. Kakashi saw Zabuza first, while Naruto made his way over to Tazuna, who was lying on the floor and looked to be unconscious. Naruto put his fingers to Tazuna's pulse, and while soft, it was still there. Sighing in relief, he nodded to Kakashi. Finally, taking notice of his surroundings, he saw the remaining bridge builders huddled up together at the far end of the bridge, while he saw a man he didn't recognize standing closer to Kakashi. He narrowed his eyes and grabbed a kunai as he calmly walked back to Kakashi's side. "Well, if it isn't Kakashi Hatake," Zabuza called out, swinging the executioner's blade. "Yes, demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza Momochi," Kakashi replied, a few shurikens sliding into his hands. "Ah, so you know me too. Wonderful, although I am sorry to say that I don't know who you are." He questioned, his eyes shifting over to Naruto. "How rude of me. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the container of the 9 tails." Naruto greeted, a smirk marring his face. Kakashi gave him a brief look, showing his surprise. Naruto grinned, turning his attention back to Zabuza. "So, what are you doing here?" he asked. Zabuza blinked and then smirked. "I was here to kill the bridge builder, but I didn't expect to be meeting you two here. Quite a turn of events. Fucking Gato wasn't paying me enough for this anyway." Now it was Naruto's and Kakashi's turn to blink in shock. "Wait, you mean to say, you aren't going to kill Tazuna now?" Naruto asked. "No, I'd much rather kill Gato and his useless followers and just keeping moving on, with Haku, my partner," he said, gesturing to the younger boy that showed up at his side. Kakashi and Naruto flinched slightly, neither of them had sensed anyone else. "I see," Naruto muttered. Zabuza casually leaned on his sword that was now dug into the wood of the bridge. "Are you two going to cause us trouble, or let us pass?" Zabuza asked, eyeing the both of them, warily. "No, you two are free to go. You haven't disturbed our mission. If anything, you are both actually helping by getting rid of Gato," Kakashi replied, his own stance becoming more relaxed, though the shuriken remained in his hands. Naruto watched how Zabuza moved with his sword, and an idea struck him. "Hey. Before you leave, I was wondering, do you think you could possibly teach me how to use my swords?" Naruto asked, his tone hopeful. Kakashi smirked. "Clever, Naruto." Naruto smirked back, "Only if he accepts," he said, his eyes shifting back to Zabuza. Zabuza tilted his head to the side. "I suppose I could, but what would we get out of it?" he asked, his hand moving between him and Haku. Kakashi broke into the conversation. "Seeing as how you two are both missing Nin, we could bring you back to Konoha and see if the Hokage will reinstate you both as fellow Leaf Ninja?" Zabuza looked over at Haku and saw that there was a glimmer of hope in the soft brown eyes. He sighed. "Yeah, we can do that. How about we meet here at 7 a.m. 3 days from now?" he offered. Kakashi and Naruto looked at each other, then over the bridge. "I think we can manage to lend some clones, don't you, Naru?" he asked, his eye curving. Naruto grinned. "Yeah, I think we can, Kashi. It's a deal," Naruto said happily. Kakashi and Naruto walked over to the unconscious Tazuna after Zabuza and Haku left, saying a quick farewell. "That was quite honestly something I never would have expected," Kakashi said to Naruto as they kneeled down next to the limp body. Naruto chuckled. "I know. But now I at least have someone that can teach me how to properly handle these beauties," he said, stroking the sheaths that encased his swords. Kakashi smiled. "Yeah, I'm glad. You got one of the best to teach you too." Naruto nodded. "I must be pretty lucky." Kakashi laughed. "Indeed." Tazuna groaned when he felt cold water splash onto his face. "Come on, wake up," a familiar voice yelled. He moaned out. "Tazuna, we need to finish the bridge already. We only have 3 days here," the voice said again. Tazuna's eyes shot open. "What?" he rasped out. Naruto's face was hovering over him. "Kakashi and I have things to do, people to meet, and the like. So, obviously we need to get the bridge finished. And, it just so happens that we only have 3 days to do that." Tazuna slumped back. "It's impossible. There is no way we can get the bridge finished in 3 days. Wait, where are those guys that attacked us?" he asked, looking around fearfully. "You don't have to worry about them anymore, they have been dealt with," Kakashi told Tazuna calmly. Tazuna pushed himself off of the ground and popped his back, letting out a low groan. 3 days, huh? Sighing, he shakes his head and looks over the rest of the bridge. "Let's get to work then." Naruto grins and gives a thumbs up. Kakashi just nodded. Ready, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked smirking. Kakashi smirked back, ready. Both performed the seals necessary for the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Kakashi was able to make 35 while Naruto made 200, not wanting to overfill the limited space. Tazuna looked around him in shock along with all of the other bridge builders. Damn. With all the extra hands, of course we'll be able to finish the bridge in 3 days. Now I know not to underestimate shinobi. Tazuna said. Naruto laughed, that's not even breaching my limit. Kakashi sighed, too powerful for your own good, surpassing your poor old sensei already. He pouted. Naruto gave him a deadpan look. Don't belittle yourself, Kakashi-sensei, you could still take me down. Kakashi smiled, you never know. He said before turning to instruct his clones on what they would be doing. Naruto rolled his eyes. Alright, Master Bridge Builder, tell us what to do. Naruto said, grinning. Tazuna rubbed his temples, getting rid of the last remains of fuzziness. Looking at the half-built bridge, he informed a group of clones to start bringing logs over to the end. Others being asked to help the other experienced builders. Looking at the original Naruto, you'll be helping me. I want to know what happened with those 2 that attacked us. Naruto nodded, fair enough. Tazuna moved over to the spot where he was working, Naruto following behind casually. Did you kill them? Tazuna asked softly. No, they are both fine and getting rid of Gato and his goons as we speak. Kakashi and I made a deal with them. I suppose you could say, we're taking them back to Konoha with us and Zabuza will be teaching me how to use these swords. Tazuna looked up from what he was doing in shock. You're taking them back to your village. But, why? Aren't they dangerous? Naruto gave him a blank look. Aren't we all? They were tricked by Gato. He never intended to give them money for this. He was going to have them killed, and for that Gato will die and good riddance. Tazuna shook his head. You shinobi or something else. He muttered. Kakashi watched over his clones, making sure they were following orders. Not that he doubted they wouldn't, but you can never be too sure. Glancing over at Naruto, he smiled beneath his mask. He will be a great leader one day. He makes it seem so easy to get people to trust you, follow you. His eyes curved. You're so strong, my Naruto. Naruto looked up from where he was helping Tazuna and smiled, waving at Kakashi. Kakashi laughed, giving a small wave back. Sauntering over to where the 2 were working, he greeted them. How's everything coming along? Naruto looked at Tazuna and replied, great. How are your clones holding up? Kakashi shrugged, they'll be good for a few more hours. Yours? Naruto smirked, they'll last for as long as they're needed. Kakashi smiled under his mask. Cocky little student I have, don't you agree? He asked, turning to Tazuna. The old man laughed, that you do, Kakashi. Naruto smirked, it's the truth. Now if I had made more, they probably wouldn't last for as long as needed. Kakashi hummed, if you say so, Naru. His eyes smile in full power. Naruto beamed up at him. Yip was sitting on the rail of the bridge, eyes flicking back and forth between people working on the bridge and the ocean. Letting out a small bark, he jumped off the railing and sauntered over to Naruto's side. Hey, Yip. Naruto greeted, and the fox butted his head into Naruto's thigh. Something the matter? Naruto asked as Yip let out a low growl. The fox pointed his head towards the water and Naruto stood and walked towards the edge. Well, would you look at that? Seems Zabuza and Haku had some fun taking out the trash. He commented as he examined the dead bodies drifting along, deep gashes across their bodies and others full of senbon. The blue water now a slightly stained red as the blood oozed out of the wounds. Kakashi walked up next to the 2 and leaned on the railing. Now isn't that a sight? He said, eye trailing the corpses. That it is, Naruto replied. Yip looked between the both of them and jumped onto Naruto's shoulder after digging his claws into the boy on the way up. Naruto hissed, give me some warning when you do that, would ya? He said, rubbing the small wounds on his side. Yip's ears flicked and he licked the tip of Naruto's nose before sprawling himself across Naruto's shoulders. Naruto sighed and rubbed the fox saliva off, honestly. He muttered and glared at Kakashi when he saw the man's shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Feel free to help out over here. Tazuna called out to them. Naruto turned. Yeah, we're coming. He called back, bringing Kakashi with him. Naruto, Kakashi, Tazuna and all the rest of the workers continued on, making a lot of progress as the sun finally began to set. Naruto looked over the bridge. Much more had been added to it, along with far more support. It might even be finished tomorrow. He said, Tazuna crossed his arms behind his head and smiled. I think you might be right. It will be good for us, he said, motioning to the village. You two have been a great help, you know? Tazuna said, looking gratefully at them. Yeah, it just wouldn't have been right to not help you guys out. Naruto said. Kakashi nodded. While I was angered at first, I can understand why you would have done it. You have family and friends, people you care about that needed help, and this bridge is a gateway to getting that help. He finished. Tazuna smiled. Exactly. Naruto laughed when he felt Yip's whiskers brush against his cheek, and lightly pushing the fox's face away, he continued walking. Tazuna, Kakashi, and him were making their way back to the house, where Tsunami and Inari were. Kakashi looked down at Naruto and Yip and smiled. Aren't you two just adorable? He teased. Naruto and Yip turned in unison, both with toothy grins. Kakashi blinked. What are they up to? He thought, on edge now. Naruto casually lifted Yip from his shoulders and held him in his arms for a bit. Giving the fox a brief nod, he threw him at Kakashi. Kakashi started and held out his arms for the fox. Yip. He called, scared the fox would be injured. The fox landed in his arms and immediately began licking the spots on Kakashi's face that were mask and Hide ate free. Kakashi paused. What in the world? He said, pulling the fox away from him. Now look at who is adorable. Naruto huffed out, shaking with laughter at the sight of a slobber-covered Kakashi. Yip let out a short bark and his tail flicked back and forth happily as he looked at Kakashi. The Junin looked from Yip to Naruto and heaved out a sigh. You too. He trailed off amused. Tazuna, who had been on the sidelines the whole time, was cracking up. Kakashi put Yip back on Naruto's shoulders and they continued on, bright smiles on all of their faces. I'm home, Tazuna called as the three entered the house. Hello, father. Kakashi-san, Naruto. Tsunami greeted from around the corner. I've made some dinner for all of us, she said, leading them to the table. Inari came down the stairs, ignoring everybody as he took his seat at the table. Thank you for the food, Naruto and Kakashi said. Naruto picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of his rice. Kakashi, having finished his food, already pat his stomach, content and full. Naruto glanced at the empty bowl and plate and smiled. I thought I ate fast. Finishing both his rice and fish, he collected both his and Kakashi's dishes, taking them over to the sink. Oh, you don't have to do that, Tsunami called. Please, it is the least I can do since you cooked for us. Naruto calmed her, already beginning to soak them. Well, okay then, thank you, she said softly, still unsure. No need to worry, he enjoys being helpful. Kakashi reassured the woman. She gave him a small smile before returning to her own meal. Inari glared at his own empty dishes before deciding to pick them up and dump them in front of Naruto. Storming off to his room, he slammed the door behind him. Naruto looked down at the added dishes before shrugging, the more the merrier. He chirped, though his thoughts were on the boy. I am sorry about Inari. It's just after Kaisa's death he has changed, Tsunami told the two shinobi. Kaisa? Naruto questioned. Yes, he took on the role of a father to Inari. His biological father having died before he got to know him. Gato had Kaisa killed and now Inari is a lot less optimistic and really has no hope anymore, she said. Naruto hummed in understanding. Don't worry, Tsunami. You don't have to say sorry. I'll just talk some sense into him, Naruto said, grinning over at her before standing up. Kakashi sighed and watched as Naruto climbed the stairs. There he goes, off to give a motivational speech, he said, and Tsunami smiled. He is a good kid, Naruto, she told the masked man. Kakashi gave her an eye smile. He is. He agreed. Naruto barged into Inari's room, startling the boy who had been crying over Kaisa's picture. Come on, brat, I'm going to show you something, he said, taking the boy by the arm and dragging him over to the window. Squatting down, he pointed to his back. Hop on, he said. Inari glared. Why should I? He asked. Naruto sighed. Just get on already. Inari huffed before he got onto Naruto's back, very reluctantly. Did my mom say you could do this? He asked, looking warily at the top of Naruto's head. Nope, just told her I was going to talk to you, Naruto told him before leaping out the window. Inari tightened his grip on Naruto's shoulders before tucking his face into the crook of Naruto's neck. Not so weak, am I? Naruto called over his shoulder, blue eyes focusing in on an orange blur. Yip was out hunting for food in the forest, it seemed. Naruto grinned before continuing forward. chakra pumping through his legs as he bounded through the trees. Finally, he came to a stop and let Inari get off. "Why did you bring me out here?" Inari asked, shivering as he looked around at the shadows of branches eerily dancing in the moonlight that filtered through the leaves. Naruto pointed to the tree behind him. "Just watch." Inari gaped at the destruction around him. Tree trunks had holes in them. The ground had large craters, a few branches were smoking. He had watched as Naruto destroyed things one by one, so easily and quickly that it left him amazed. He had watched as Naruto made clones of himself, fought against them and took the out. He had watched and he had learned. He learned that Naruto was strong. That the man he had called old was even stronger than Naruto. "Do you believe me now?" Naruto asked as he casually leaned against a destroyed tree. "Do you understand that both Kakashi and I are more than capable of taking care of you guys?" Inari nodded. "I understand." Naruto gave him a thumbs up. "Good. Then you'll believe me when I tell you that we have already taken care of everything," he told the boy. Inari stared back at him. "Why, you did?" He stuttered. "Yup," Naruto said, popping the P. Inari felt his eyes sting. "Really?" He choked out. "It was as simple as getting the help of a couple of shinobi?" he cried. Naruto walked over to the boy and placed his hands on his shoulders. "Yes and no. We also had the help of Zabuza and Haku, who took out a lot of the scum. But, yes, all you guys needed was some help and that is what you got. Your grandfather asked and we helped," Naruto told him. Inari nodded. "He should have asked." He mumbled. Naruto tilted his head to the side. "Kaiza?" he inquired. Inari nodded. "He should have asked for help." Naruto looked up at the tree's canopies. He could have. But, he was doing great on his own. He believed and that got him the hope of others. People that believed in him and that helped him, so he didn't need to ask because people were already willing to help. It's just that what Gato did was unfair and cruel. It is not Kaiza's fault and it most certainly isn't yours, Naruto told Inari. The boy sniffled. "I know," he said, rubbing his eyes. "Good," Naruto repeated. "Come now, stop your crying. I need to get you back home," Naruto said, kneeling. Inari laughed and hopped onto Naruto's back. Naruto began to run and he could hear Inari laughing behind him as they went through the forest. Naruto leapt through the window and landed silently. On the way back Inari had fallen asleep and he gently lowered the boy into bed. Tucking the blanket around him, Naruto creeped out of the room, glancing at the peaceful face as he closed the door. "Sweet dreams," he whispered as the door clicked shut. "Have fun out there?" Kakashi asked from his place against the wall. Naruto turned. "That I did. I think I actually taught him something," he said. Kakashi chuckled. "I'm sure you did. Come now. Let's go to bed." Naruto laid back on the bed, his arms crossed behind his head as he stared up at the ceiling. Yip was curled up in between his legs and Kakashi was lying on his side next to him. "You think it was the right decision, letting Zabuza and Haku come back with us?" Naruto asked, turning his head so he could look at Kakashi. "I think that they have been wanting a home for a while now and now that we are offering they couldn't refuse. I don't believe they'll turn on us and with Zabuza teaching you it will keep him preoccupied," Kakashi told him. Naruto hummed. "I think you're right." Naruto moved over, careful to not squish Yip, and curled up next to Kakashi. The man wrapped one arm around Naruto and rested his chin on the genin's shoulder, smiling as he took in both of the curled up forms. Yip woke up, stretching with both front legs spread out and his butt in the air as he yawned. Sitting on the bed he watched his owner as he slept curled up in his mate's arms. Yip grinned before jumping off the bed and making his way to the door, tilting his head as he tried to figure out how to open it. He nudged his nose at the crack, seeing if he could push it open, but it remained closed. Yip sat back and looked at the handle. Standing on his hind legs he raised his right paw and pulled on the handle. With a quiet click the door pulled open and Yip wagged his tail before nosing the door open a bit more so he could slip out. Yip ran down the stairs and towards the kitchen where he knew the window was almost always open. His ears turned when he heard footsteps. Turning he saw the woman that was usually roaming around the house picking things up or making food. The woman noticed him and knelt down, reaching out her hand. Yip pulled away and his ears lowered. He turned back to the kitchen and darted off, leaping onto the counter and out the window. Yip barked happily as he darted through the woods, wind whipping through his fluffy fur and his paws digging into the soft ground. He slowed down when he heard a soft rustling and turned his head, eyes searching the foliage for any sign of a predator. To his delight, it was only a panicked rabbit that was trying to hide in a thick bush. Turning away, he started forward again, making a wide turn so the rabbit wouldn't see him come up from behind. Now as he reached the other side of the bush, he leapt forward, catching the rabbit in his mouth. It let out a terrified shriek and Yip quickly bit down, snapping the poor creature's neck. The small body fell limp and Yip found a warm spot that the sun was shining down on before he started his meal. Stomach full, Yip started his journey through the woods again, thoughts running through his head. For a fox, he has always been smarter than others, more outgoing as well. Humans had never frightened him, and while he had not run into many, he had observed them when they crossed through the area he had lived. Learning, he could understand most of what they said as time went on, and it only got better when Naruto got him. Yip settled down in some tall grass, head resting on his front paws and tail twitching easily behind him. He wanted to be of more use to his master. He knew that Naruto had his maid to help him, but he did not want to be useless. He could only do small things to help, and that was horrible. Yip let out a distraught warble, ears lowering as he rolled onto his side. Something needs to change. Springing up, he headed back to the house, still discontent but ready to figure something out that would help him. Dashing over bushes and under low-hanging branches, Yip finally reached the window and easily flew through it. Startling Tsunami when he suddenly darted past. He only spared her a glance before running up the stairs and into his master's room. It had been long enough for the both of them to be awake by now, or at least that is what he figured. Sure enough, both were awake and ready for the day. Yip walked forward and sat himself down between Naruto's legs. "Hey, buddy," Naruto greeted him, ruffling his ears. Yip let out a small bark, pressing his head into a calf. Naruto laughed and grinned down at him. "Kit." Naruto heard the deep voice in the back of his head. He went over to the bed and sat down, telling Kakashi that he was going to talk with Kurama for a bit. The man nodded and after ruffling his hair, left the room. Naruto smiled before letting his eyes close. He stood before Kurama and grinned. "You called?" he asked, taking a seat in front of the large fox. "Yes, I wanted to talk to you about your little fox friend," Kurama said, lowering himself so he was eye level with Naruto. "Yip? Sure, nothing's wrong with him, right?" Naruto asked, concern lacing his voice. "No, nothing is wrong with him. But, as a leader of foxes, it is very simple to listen in on their thoughts." As he was cut off by Naruto. "Wait, you mean to tell me that all this time you have been able to hear foxes' thoughts? That is both amazing and horrible." He trailed off, looking at Kurama curiously. "I can listen to their thoughts. I don't go around hearing them every second of the day though, and they have to be in somewhat close proximity. Now, as I was saying, it seems your little fox is feeling inadequate and would like to be able to help you more," Kurama told the genin finally. Naruto stared at him. "Really now? Are you going to tell me there is a way to make him stronger than normal?" he asked, voice not really believing. "There is a way. He would be like Hitaki's dogs. I will have to give him some of my chakra and he will have to sign a contract with you, simply stating that he will be your summon, and that he accepts the power. You will only need to sign it to agree with it and have it finalized. I have to warn you though, the transferring of my chakra into his system will be painful and will render him unconscious for several days," Kurama said. Naruto sat back shocked. "Honestly, this sounds too simple, but I mean if you know this is what Yip wants, I'm completely fine with it. I'll tell him, and if he agrees then we can carry on with this whole thing." "Say, will he be able to talk?" Naruto asked, eyes shining with the possibility. Kurama nodded. "I did tell you he would be like Kakashi's dogs, did I not? And yes, it is a simple procedure. It just doesn't happen often because most people don't know about it or don't find an animal they would like to do it with," he says. Naruto hums, "That makes sense, and hey, I figured you meant power and ability-wise. The fact that he will be able to communicate with us now is great," Naruto told the fox. "Well, that is all I wanted to tell you, Kit. Come tell me when you want to do this," Kurama says, standing before he disappears behind some trees. Naruto sighed. What a nice farewell. He huffs amused. Naruto opens his eyes to see Yip curled up on the bed in front of him. "So, I hear you want to get stronger?" Naruto starts. One orange ear turns towards the noise and Yip lets out a quiet huff. Naruto runs a hand down the soft back. "As it just so happens, there is a way, but it will be painful and will likely leave you unconscious for a couple days." Naruto told the fox. At this, Yip raises his head and looks at Naruto. He lets out a bark before licking Naruto's fingers. Naruto laughs, I'll take that as a yes. The fox yipped and stood up, jumping onto Naruto to lick his face. Naruto grinned. Okay, I get it, you're happy, he said, pushing the fox's face away. Yip's tail was wagging happily behind him as he watched Naruto. Do you want to just do this now? Naruto asked as he played with the fox's ears. Yip let out a small chuffing noise and Naruto smiled. Well, alright then. Did you hear that, Kurama? He spoke out loud. Of course, Kit, the rumbling voice said. I'll just need you to relax, Naruto, and lay Yip down. The fox ordered. Naruto nodded. Okay Yip, lay down for me and just stay calm. The fox laid down, little heart beating wildly in his chest as he prepared for the pain. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depends on how you look at it. Yip will fall unconscious quickly from the pain, so he won't feel most of it. Kurama warned. Naruto relaxed, not wanting to worry the fox anymore. Alright. Just close your eyes, it will be over soon, Naruto said, running a hand down Yip's side. Yip let his eyes close and the next thing he felt was a sharp, burning pain course through his veins. Yip let out a loud whimper, claws digging into the blankets beneath him. His body spasming as the liquid fire ran through his body. Naruto frowned and pet the soft head. He stilled for a moment when the body went limp under his hand. I'll see you in a few days, he whispered to the still form. All Naruto felt was the warm chakra he associated with Kurama running over his body and into Yip's. He couldn't imagine what it felt like to the fox. It will be over soon, Kurama said in his mind, and Naruto only nodded. It's done, Kurama said finally. Naruto smiled. I'm happy. Thank you for this, Kurama, he said. You're welcome, Kit, the fox said fondly, before he went to go rest. Naruto looked down at Yip and sighed. I'll be talking with you soon, my lovely little fox. Naruto picked up Yip and settled him on a pillow before leaving the room to join Kakashi and explain what took him so long. Going down the steps, Naruto spotted the one-eyed Junin sitting at the dining table, book out with a cleared plate in front of him. Naruto smiled as he sat down next to the man, greeting Tazuna and Tsunami, before focusing on Kakashi. The older man had lowered his book slightly to look at Naruto, eye curving in the telltale sign that he was smiling. So, Yip is going to be my familiar now, to put it simply, Naruto said as he took a bite of rice. Kakashi paused. And how did this come about? He asked. Naruto swallowed the food before answering. Well, it was all pretty sudden really. First we're waking up and then a few minutes later Kurama wants to talk about Yip and how he wants to be stronger to help me. Now, Yip has some of Kurama's chakra in him and we'll both be signing a contract when Yip wakes up to finalize the whole thing, so yeah. He finished, glancing over at Kakashi. The man only nodded. I see. Yip is okay? He asked. Naruto grinned. Yeah, he'll just be out for a few days. Internally happy that Kakashi was so accepting of this whole thing. Kakashi hummed. That is good, I suppose, he replied before turning back to his book, likely to think about what he just learned. Naruto looked back at the completed bridge, Kakashi next to him with Yip in his arms. Tazuna and Inari had come to bid them farewell and the little kid was tearing up. Naruto knelt down and rested his hand on top of the striped hat. You'll be just fine, kid. I'm sure you'll be able to come and visit soon. Just ask for me and we'll have a blast, yeah? He asked and the kid sniffled, nodding his head with a watery smile. Good, I'll be seeing you then. Naruto smiled and nodded at Tazuna before turning around with Kakashi. The Junin having said his own farewells to the bridge builder. Naruto took Yip from Kakashi and slung the limp body around his neck, petting the ears as they walked away. He didn't look back, but he did smile at the bridge's name. The Great Kana Bridge, honestly, he said, chuckling. I like it, Kakashi said, grinning over at him. Naruto laughed. Of course you would, Kakashi. I have to admit I'm touched. Naming the bridge after both Kakashi and I, Naruto thought. Kakashi hummed. It's nice, isn't it? He asked, knowing what Naruto was thinking. Naruto hummed. Yeah. Zabuza and Haku were both waiting for them a ways away, hidden from the eyes of people passing by. Nice to see you both again, Naruto greeted as the two fell into step with them. Was the response from Zabuza. Haku remained quiet, brown eyes glancing at Yip every once in a while. Would you like to hold him? Naruto offered. Haku startled but immediately nodded, I would. Naruto smiled. Carefully picking up the fox from around his shoulders, he handed him over to the older boy. Is he alright? Haku asked, pale hand combing through the orange fur. Yes, he was just rendered unconscious for a bit. I wouldn't be surprised if he wakes up soon. Naruto told Haku. Ah, was the quiet reply. Both Kakashi and Zabuza watched the interaction with fond eyes. Those are the blades you want to learn how to use, kid? Zabuza asked later. Naruto nodded and unsheathed one, yes. They are comfortable and more suited to my style of fighting. He answered. Zabuza moved over next to him and held out a hand for the short sword. Naruto handed it over and watched as Zabuza manipulated it easily. I'm not the best with these types of blades, more comfortable with ones such as mine, he said, motioning to the one strapped to his back, but I do have experience with them. At least enough to teach you how to properly use them. He finished. Naruto grinned, it's appreciated. Zabuza gave back the sword and Naruto quickly put it away. I can show you a thing or two when we make camp. The man said before going back to Kakashi's other side. Naruto thanked him in response and turned back to Haku to learn more about the boy. As the four ninja made their way back to Konoha, they all talked and joked, simply learning about each other. After nearly 10 hours of traveling, they set up camp. A small smokeless fire in between all of them and two tents propped up close to each other. Naruto sat on a log that was close by and finished his fish that they had caught in a nearby stream. Haku was on his right, with Kakashi to his left, and Zabuza was on the other side of the fire sharpening his sword. Naruto heard a small grumble and immediately focused on Yip, his eyes shining with excitement. Yip? He asked softly, reaching out a hand to the fox that was laid out before his feet. The fox blinked and looked around, feeling the heat from the fire soothe his sore muscles. He turned to face Naruto and grinned. Master, was the happy reply, Yip startled at the fact that he could actually speak. Naruto beamed when he heard the voice. It was high and smooth, something that definitely fit the fox. Nice to see you awake, he said, scratching behind the soft ears. I can speak now? Yip asked, standing slowly to stretch out. Naruto nodded. Yes, one of the perks of becoming stronger. Naruto informed the fox. This is great, Yip said, white teeth glinting in the light of the fire as he grinned. Naruto laughed. It is. Now that you're awake, we both need to sign the contract, Naruto said. Yip let out a bark of agreement, sitting patiently as Naruto talked with Kurama. Naruto blinked back into focus with a scroll in hand. Unrolling it before the both of them, he nicked his finger and signed his name with his blood. Yip, following suit, sliced at the bottom of his paw with one of his claws and put a bloody paw print on the paper. Well, I think that's all, Naruto said, looking over the scroll. He rolled it back up and it poofed out of existence, going back to Kurama. Yes, that is it, was the deep rumble from inside his head. Naruto smiled. Thanks, Kurama. Looking down at Yip, he pat his lap, beckoning the fox to come. Yip jumped on and curled into a ball. I'm happy, Naruto, the fox said. Naruto hummed, me too, Yip. The fox let out a content sigh and fell asleep quickly, still exhausted from the transfer of power. Naruto looked up from Yip and saw that all eyes were on him. Hi? He said. Zabuza scoffed, lips pulling up into a grin behind the bandages. So, you have a talking fox now? The man asked. Well, yes, Naruto answered, one hand absent-mindedly petting the soft fur. Zabuza shook his head and turned back to his sword. Haku smiled softly at the blonde. That's nice, Naruto. Is he like a summon? Haku asked. He is, in a way. More like a familiar, really, Naruto told him. Haku hummed, I see. He will be able to keep up with you and Kakashi then? Naruto nodded. I believe so. I'm sure we'll have to train him a bit though so he can get used to everything, he replied. Haku looked at the fox for a bit. Interesting. Kakashi piped up. I'm sure I can have my dogs help with his training, he told Naruto. Naruto looked over at him. Really? That'd be great, Kakashi, Naruto said happily. Kakashi smiled. I'm sure my dogs will be happy to get out for a while too, he said. Naruto grinned and looked down at the fox, excited for Yip's training. A sun-kissed, spiky, blonde-haired boy lay at a hospital bed unconscious and at death's door. He had a headband, which had a blue cloth and a metal plate at the center in which an engraving of a spiral leaf was there. It was on his chest. where his battered and bruised hands covered by clean bandage wraps held it and covered it. His whiskered face marred with bruises was also covered in bandages. This is Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. He became a sacrificial vessel to hold a chakra beast of raw power. Chakra, the manifestation and combination of one's physical and spiritual energies, fuels life for every living being in the world. And for a child, a 13-year-old, to hold it inside him since birth certainly has its disadvantages. Examples like a nearly impossible control of chakra inside the body, pariah status, and a continued feeling of imminent death were some of the disadvantages. Although he had disadvantages for being a Jinchuriki, he did manage to make some friends, or at least people he could call friends. Friends who are also hurt or on death's door as well. Friend, a word for companionship, camaraderie, and a bond of trust between two individuals. One friend chose to break, to sever, to unbind the bond he'd forged with Naruto. He chose to betray Naruto for power and revenge. Sasuke Uchiha of the nearly extinct Uchiha clan lusted for revenge because of his brother, who was the cause of the clan's near-extinct status. Uchiha were glorified for their special eyes capable of copying ninja techniques, or jutsus, and mastery over illusory techniques utilizing the eyes called Sharingan, or the copy wheel eye. He was a raven-haired boy with bangs going past the length of his chin and the back of his hair spiked upward like a bird. Traumatized from the event, Sasuke was pampered by the village of Konoha to earn his inheritance, keep his loyalty, and to manipulate him for other reasons unknown. As consequence, Sasuke became spoiled, acting as if he should have everything and anything he wants, and it was spoon-fed to him by villagers. Furthering his desire for power, corruption by the curse mark, a seal that made Sasuke drawn to power, Orochimaru, a traitor to the village, provided. It led to Sasuke running away to pursue more power. The Hokage, Tsunade, a Sannin and former teammate of Orochimaru, sent a team of rookies, which included Naruto. The members sent to retrieve Sasuke were Chunin Shikamaru Nara, Genin Kiba Inuzuka, Genin Neji Hyuga, Genin Choji Akamichi, and Genin Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke did not run away without help. Orochimaru's lackeys, the Sound Four, the elite ninjas of the traitor Sannin, aided the Uchiha. The retrieval team whittled down in numbers as each member faced off with one of the Sound Four. Choji took on a tout, burly man named Jirobo. Neji fought a man with 6 arms named Kidamaru. Kiba and his dog partner, Akamaru, fought a twin merged together in one body by the names of Sakin and Yukon. Shikamaru was left to fight the last member, a genjutsu, or illusory master by the name of Tayuya. Naruto reached Sasuke, but then he found out there was one more member standing in his way to get Sasuke back. Kimimaro, a man capable of manipulating his bones as weapons, charged at Naruto. A friend of Naruto, Rock Lee, jumped in to intercept and take Naruto's place in order for Naruto to chase Sasuke. Eventually, Naruto was the only one left to apprehend Sasuke at a waterfall, a monument more like. There Naruto questioned Sasuke's motives. There, Naruto felt Sasuke's despair, hate, and desire to kill his older brother. Sasuke wanted revenge for the death of his clan, for Itachi's betrayal. Naruto fought Sasuke, trying to make him reconsider and tell Sasuke what would happen if he continued with his simple plan of gaining power. To be branded with the curse mark is to be a vessel for Orochimaru. Sasuke did not care about the consequences of his actions. He needed power to kill his brother to paint his dead clan in a better light. Unknowingly, he destroyed that idea by leaving the village. Sasuke fought with the curse mark activated, boosting his combat capabilities and power. Naruto struggled against Sasuke, but he refused to forfeit or yield because he promised a teammate to bring him back home. As such, Naruto used Kyuubi's power to even the odds. The dark, corruptive power of the curse mark against one tail of power from the chakra beast, H. The corruptive power evolved, turning Sasuke into what could be called a monster. His skin became darker, sclera pitch black, a 4-pointed star on the bridge of his nose, longer and purplish hair, and wings made out of humongous hands. Naruto on the other hand was shrouded in a red cloak resembling a fox. He too could be looked at as a monster with his canines enlarged and his whisker marks becoming more defined, while his hair became spikier than before. The two stared at each other at the foot of their respective statues of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. The two were aiming to end it in one last attack. Sasuke formed hand signs and moved his left hand away from him, revealing black lightning emerging from his left hand. As for Naruto, he willed his chakra to be a storm, twist, turn, grind into a ball of energy in his right hand. The two leap off their position, aiming to clash at the middle of the waterfall. Beep. Naruto oh. Sasuke. Sasuke lived and ran away, while Naruto lay on the cold, hard ground, unconscious and badly wounded. A visible hole in his orange jumpsuit suggested he was impaled by something. It would become a scar. His teacher found him and went back to the village with Naruto on his back. Mission failure. Kyuubi sat in its cage, annoyed by its warden's incompetence to fight. All he had going for him was his shadow clones, Rasengan, and itself as a trump card. Even with its power, its warden lost, and it infuriated the beast to no end. Naruto needed a proper teacher. It did not necessarily mean a shinobi teacher, but a teacher nonetheless. It knew several teachers more than qualified to fit the resume it needed. Problem was, Naruto had to be branded. And the entity that could brand him was lost forever in the era before chakra. "You are in distress, my child?" An old man's voice rang around the empty, sewage halls of Kyuubi's prison. Kyuubi recognized the voice, its father, the one who separated the 9 Biju from the 10 tails, the Shinju. "Old man, I need help," Kyuubi confessed as it bowed to the spectral form of a wrinkly, old man in long, white robes with a staff in his right hand as he floated on 6 black balls underneath his crossed legs. "And what type of assistance do you require?" the old man queried. "I want him to be branded as a master," Kyuubi answered, pointing up to clarify his point that his warden needs to be more powerful. "A master, you say? Quite the hefty favor you are asking for, my child. I'm only here as a last resort. And you wish to make your warden stronger?" "Yes. Quite the influential boy he is, if he's managed to make you care." The old man snickered as he prepared a humongous magical circle. Kyuubi was about to retort, but the old man interrupted. "Do you still have the artifacts?" "Yes." The old man snapped his fingers. "He has been branded." "That's it?" "Yes. Now ready the artifacts at the 9 circles inside." The old man ordered and the Kyuubi complied, unsealing the artifacts from its palms and placing the artifacts at the specified circles inside the magic circle. "Now to call your warden for a meeting." The retrieval team looked over their fallen comrade, still in a coma. All of them were morbid, denying that Naruto could be in front of death's door, and Naruto wasn't knocking yet. Shikamaru, a lazy boy with his hair tied to resemble a pineapple, rubbed the back of his head. He was the least injured, a broken pinky for his troubles. Choji was in the ER as did Kiba and Neji. Naruto was fine, but in a month-long coma. "It's been a month now, Naruto. Wake up already," Kiba said as he sighed. The wild boy clenched his fists in anger towards Sasuke. He was at fault, the cause of this misery. Akamaru whimpered inside his master's coat. "What, are you scared of Sakura?" "Don't worry, she knew we did our best. She's not blaming anyone. You can wake up." Kiba vainly urged the blonde to wake up. Sakura is Naruto's teammate. She's a lively girl with a heavy punch and a powerful voice. She's also a fangirl of Sasuke's. The day Sasuke left, she begged the unconscious boy to get him home, and when the teen returned battered beyond normal, Sakura wanted nothing more than to scream her heart out in despair. She didn't blame Naruto. She didn't blame anyone. It was just painful to accept that the boy she fell for out of impulse was gone. A traitor to the village, a criminal to the shinobi world. "Hey guys," a feminine voice called out from the door. "It's 4 in the afternoon, and you guys haven't eaten lunch yet. So we decided to bring you some." The owner of the voice was Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru and Choji's teammate. She's a platinum blonde girl with a bang covering her right eye and a ponytail. Coming with her was Tenten Yeba, Neji and Lee's teammate. She's a brown-haired girl with hair tied into 2 buns. After that, Hinata Hyuga, Neji's cousin and Kiba's teammate. She's a blue, short-haired girl with bangs framing her chin. The girls brought in food: barbecue, sushi, dango, salad, and a large bowl of ramen. As soon as the boys saw the bowl, they cringed in anger. Sasuke was the cause of both the despair and Naruto's condition. The girls looked on, silently cheering for the blonde boy to wake up in order to not see the saddened faces of their friends. Ino, however, took it upon herself to try and alleviate some of the stress and moody atmosphere. Come on, guys. Eat up. You lazy bastards can't get all cozy in the hospital when there's missions to do. Get your asses moving on the double. Our resident prankster won't like it that you guys are being so emotional. Reluctantly, the boys grabbed bowls and chopsticks to share the bowl of ramen. One steamy bowl was left at the nightstand beside Naruto. The girls frowned slightly because of the blatant message to wake up. They wanted Naruto to wake up too, but they don't need to be that cliché in doing so. Itadakimasu, the boys said together as saying grace. They split their chopsticks and ate their respective bowls of ramen. Huh? I'm back here again. Hey, Kyuubi, Naruto yelled, his voice echoing through the sewers. What's going on? Why am I back here? Naruto questioned as he walked to his destination. What? No backtalk? That's disappointing. Hey, answer me already. Naruto ventured the sewers, making splashes with his footsteps as he eyed the pipes in the hallways. Minutes later, he arrived at the center of the sewer maze, Naruto's destination and Kyuubi's prison. The water receded here, it was only dry ground. In front of the humongous cage was a gigantic circle with what seemed to be a giant ceiling just you. Next to the circle was an old man, floating on nothing. Took you long enough. Naruto stared at the colossal red, nine-tailed fox with proportional, rabbit-length ears. It crossed its arms underneath its chin to show its feeling of boredom. Why it wasn't dropped in front of you is a mystery in itself, fuzzball. Naruto retorted. The fox growled, not liking Naruto's nickname for him, so I'll ask again, why am I here? You're here because I'm tired of your incompetence, brat. I pulled some strings and… You pulled some strings? Interrupted an old man. Who is it that asked for this particular favor? The fox sighed in defeat. You did. That's right. Now then, Naruto Uzumaki, I'm the sage of the six paths, the man that separated the Jubi into 9 individual bijus. The man introduced himself as the sage, the founder of ninjutsu. Naruto eyed the man suspiciously. A ghostly, old man is in his brain. Who's to say it's a trick casted by the fox to trick him into releasing the Kyuubi from the seal? I'm here because you need teachers. Naruto fumbled at the thought. Teachers? Naruto repeated, testing how the word sounded in his mouth. Really? I was called here to meet teachers? But this is my mind. How are you going to get me teachers? The sage pointed to Naruto's left hand. With that, wondering what he's pointing to, Naruto looked at the back of his left hand to see a red tattoo of a small spiral with 9 lines spread apart from the spiral. Naruto was baffled. When did that appear on his hand? Naruto tried to wipe the tattoo away because he thought it was paint. It didn't disappear. Naruto tried again, this time, furiously rubbing on the tattoo to try to make it disappear. He tried multiple times after that, and all ended in failure. The boy could not get rid of the mark on his left hand. It's futile, boy. You can't get rid of the mark. You are now a master, and as a master, you need servants. Huh? Master? Servant? What are you getting at, old sage? First it was teachers, now servants? Make up your mind. Naruto was definitely confused. What was the mark on his hand have to do with his so-called teachers? He would ask more, but the sage raised a hand to signal to halt of the Jinchuriki's multiple queries. All will be answered shortly, but for now, step into the center of the circle and follow my words. Reluctantly, Naruto followed the sage's orders and stepped into the center of the circle. Naruto suspiciously eyed the mysterious objects scattered evenly in a circular path. With a deep breath, Naruto recited the incantation. Let silver and steel be the essence. Let stone and the Archduke of Contracts be the foundation. Let red be the color I pay tribute to. Let rise a wall against the wind that shall fall. Let the 4 cardinal gates close. Let the 3-forked road from the crown reaching unto the kingdom rotate. Let it be filled. Again, 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 again. Let it be filled 5-fold for every turn, simply breaking asunder with every filling. Let my will create thy body and thy sword create my fate. If thou dost accede to this will and reason, answer me. I hereby swear, I will be all that is good in the eternal world. I will be the disposer of evil in the eternal world. Thou clad with the great Trinity. Come forth from the circle of restraint. Guardians of the heavenly scales. With the incantation concluded, a drop of Naruto's blood dripped onto the circle. The circle Naruto stood on glowed blinding red. Pain shot up Naruto's left hand. The tattoo was glowing in the same intensity as the light emanating from the circle below him. What was going on? The glowing stopped and the pain in Naruto's left hand subsided. The blonde clutched his hand tenderly, trying to see if it would continue to be in pain. Thankfully, he only felt his right hand's firm grasp. Naruto looked up from where his gaze set upon. He noticed there's another person here. No, there are 9 more people in here. Naruto looked at the circle underneath each person. Naruto turned to the right and still looked at what was inscribed underneath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The number stopped at 9 and he met the first stranger. The stranger is clad in blue cloth, but covered in intricate armor. There is a breastplate, gauntlets, and thigh armor to go with the what seemed to be a non-restricting skirt. The stranger is a warrior, no doubt. A samurai perhaps? No. The stranger looks far more regal than the average samurai. The warrior looked feminine with blonde hair tied in a bun at the back of the stranger's head and bangs slightly longer than the person's chin. The stranger stares at Naruto with calculative, green eyes and a face that held indifference. The warrior unsheathed the sword and stabbed it on the ground. To the stranger's right, is a definite man with hair as white as his sensei's. He's a giant compared to the blonde that summoned him. He wears a red crop jacket held together by a string by his collarbone. He wears a tight shirt armor that shows his sculpted figure underneath. On his waist is a buckled, red cloth resembling the coat tails of a trench coat draped over his black pants littered with belt straps on the pant legs. Next to the red-clad man is a man in blue. The man has blue hair slicked upwards like grass, and 4 strands drape over his forehead while there is a long strand tied up at the back. He wears a deep ultramarine full-body tights. On his shoulders were layered pauldrons. The tights have aesthetic metallic lines over itself, but manages to not hinder wide movement. He smiled as he handled a spear over his shoulders in a hanged manner. The 4th stranger is no doubt a woman. She's a magenta-haired woman with a scar running across her delicate, yet oddly beautiful face. The next prominent features are her womanly assets possibly equal to that of Tsunade's in that category. She wears a brown choker, a dark pink captain's vest that does not hide her assets, white pants, and thigh-high, dark brown boots. In her hands is a pair of guns. She must be a pirate, Naruto hypothesized. The 5th is also a woman, but a kitsune Hanyu instead. She has bright pink hair like Sakura, but is tied up into pigtails and tied by a regal purple bow. In front of the bow are distinguishing pair of golden fox ears. She also has defining assets like the previous woman. Her outfit is a purple kimono with black accents and white contrast next to it. It is wrapped in a black obi. The bottom of the kimono drapes between her legs and shows the silky smooth skin at its side. Behind her, a bushy, golden fox tail wagged happily. Her arms have detached sleeves with the same color scheme as the kimono. She looked happy. Naruto saw her fiddling with a floating mirror. The 6th stranger is also a woman despite her face hidden by a hooded robe. Her golden eyes shine through the shadows cast by her hood. Naruto feels nervous seeing the woman. It's as if he is seeing death in front of him. But that can't be true, right? Naruto hoped not because he did not want to die in his head. The 7th stranger stands tall, but is fidgeting slightly. The person is covered in full-body black, metal armor, another warrior. The warrior's armor looks more chaotic and attuned to evil than to the feminine-looking swordsman with smooth contour armor at the start. The swordsman's helmet has one horizontal slit to see through and has a long strand of blue hair connected at the back of the helmet. The swordsman also presents his sword in the same manner as the first swordsman did by stabbing it into the ground in front of him. The 8th stranger is a girl with long, flowing purple hair that split at the middle and a blue bow on the left side of her head. She's the one with an outfit that leaves little to no imagination as her nether region is only covered by a small, metal cup somehow staying on for dear life. She wears a long-collared trench coat with gigantic clamps, which hides her flat chest. She doesn't have clothing hiding her nether region, but does sport a pair of metal greaves with spiked kneecaps. She floated and stared at Naruto with slight interest. Naruto debated whether that interest was attraction or a predatory stare. Naruto wondered how she fought. The last stranger is also a woman. She's blonde with long hair tied in a braid, and her hair near her face is swept down in an almost lioness look. Her head has a visor in the shape of a M, and is securely placed on her forehead. Her armor is a pair of gauntlets and armor that covers her abdomen and hips. Her well-endowed breasts are thankfully covered in a purple shirt and a darker purple shroud, which ends at the elbows and ends at the start of the armor covering her abdomen. She wears a long, purple skirt that ends by the ankles and splits slightly to the right to show her elegant, smooth legs wrapped tightly by black stockings, and sports a pair of boots with metal coverings. On her left is a leather scabbard with metal tips. The hilt of the sword showed intricate craftsmanship of the highest quality that could only come from Iron Country. Naruto had to admit, despite being intimidated, and slightly attracted, by the newcomers, the strangers did look like formidable foes by shinobi standards. Still, it begged the question, who are you people? The first stranger, the feminine-looking warrior, stepped forward. The blonde Jinchuriki looked at the warrior with an alerted gaze. She spoke with a heavenly voice only a woman could muster and asked, "Are you our master?" She knelt, and the other strangers followed. Naruto didn't know how to answer the question. Kyuubi and the sage did say he'd become a master, but this is what they meant. His thoughts were interrupted once more with the swordsman's voice speaking once more, "I'll ask again. Are you our master? Are you our master?" The swordsman repeated, "Yes." Naruto slowly answered, testing how his response sounded to the feminine swordsman. Looking closely, the blonde ninja finally thought that the warrior before him is actually female. He had doubts about it all, but Naruto figured that there's no possible way a man could be that girly without actually being a girl. Almost immediately, Naruto was bombarded with the memory of Haku, a dead ninja from Naruto's first C-rank mission that was honest to goodness a man. Before this event, Haku made Naruto's judgment skills on a person's gender destroyed. He had no confidence to figure out if a feminine boy or a masculine girl were their proper genders. The now realized swordswoman stood up from her knelt position. "Then the pact is forged, master. I am Saber." She introduced herself, bowing slightly to the underage master. The others followed her example, and some of them, mainly the men, bowed in respect, while the women curtsied. It looked strange to see a pirate woman and a floating girl curtsy. The man in red spoke next. "I'm Archer. You look like a respectable master, so I shall aid you in any way I can." Naruto looked at the giant. He seemed respectable as well. The blonde master would note that the man before him looked quite formidable as an enemy and might be an excellent teacher. Then, seemingly in order, the strangers introduced themselves in the same order as Naruto's gaze fell on them. The spearman smirked. "It's an honor meeting you, master. I'm Lancer. I do hope we get along." Lancer stabbed his spear into the ground and leaned on it. The pirate woman introduced herself. "Master, I am Ryder. My only hope is that we get to plunder an insurmountable number of treasure troves, and that you shall pay me a monetary reward for my services." The woman's master cringed at the declaration. "Monetary reward? Blasphemy. Naruto's wallet, Gama-chan, is already starving." Naruto decided that Ryder would be a servant he'd rarely use due to her already greedy personality. The Kitsune Hanyu jumped for joy, cheering, "Nice to meet you. Master, I am I'm Castor. I can tell you have a very pure heart and have the purest of intentions, so we'll get along just fine." Her smile became plastered onto her face, and it threatened to split her face in half. Naruto didn't need to pay attention to the floating mirror. It was flying wildly around Castor with no exact destination. The hooded woman was next. She called herself, "Assassin, Master. I'm called Assassin." Naruto looked closer into Assassin's hood. Nothing hid her flawless face except the shadows that shrouded Assassin's hidden visage. She didn't speak any more than that and waited for Naruto to move on to the next servant. The armor-clad black swordsman gurgled a jumbled sentence. Naruto assumed that the man was trying to restrain himself. Is it because he can't control his anger? Naruto didn't know for sure, but what he did know was that the swordsman was trying to maintain his sanity. The swordsman growled out, "Beer, Circer. Mast. The ninja master slightly flinched at the hint of Berserker's true rage, but quickly recovered to nod in respect at the warrior for trying to not cut his master in half. The floating exhibitionist, what else could Naruto call her, said, "I'm alter ego. Pleasure to meet your acquaintance, master." She chuckled lightly, and it was absolutely harmless, though Naruto felt his spine tingle fearfully. Something was just off about her. Maybe it's because she has that predatory grin like the proctor in the exam. What was her name? Anko? Naruto dismissed the thought and moved on to the last stranger. It is an honor to be thy servant, master, said the swordswoman. She, like the blue swordswoman, had an aura of superiority, gracefulness, and power. I am ruler. She bowed to her master eloquently. What is it with these armored swordsmen acting so regal and polite? Naruto bowed back, albeit nervously. Nice to meet you all. Ah, don't be scared, brat. These are you teachers. Kyuubi sounded happy. Yet the beast's face hadn't changed at all, nor did it move from its position of its head crossed over its arms. Naruto was conflicted about how to react to that. Yeah, I'm getting mixed signals from you, fuzzball. These are my teachers, says the fox that didn't change facial expressions at least a tiny bit. Naruto waved his arms outward to emphasize his point. Never mind, the ninja had a snarky remark to recite after all. Hey, I wouldn't be doing this if you had been a better ninja. Kyuubi roared from his cage. You've seen my childhood, right? Yes. Then you should know the reason why I'm such a terrible ninja. No proper teachers, no proper guidance, and no way to get stronger because of that. The volume of Naruto's voice elevated to a yell. Oh, cry me a river. Kyuubi replied, not caring. Hey, Saber interrupted, placing a hand on Naruto's left shoulder. Master, I would not suggest angering an entity of raw power. Saber's right, you know, the sage stated, still floating. My child is quite, what's the word, difficult when angered. You got that right, Naruto muttered. What was that, brat? Kyuubi growled, care to run by that me again? The Jinchuriki stiffened, and nothing. Kyuubi may be behind bars, but even a beast can instill fear while inside its cage. The fox snorted in satisfaction. Its job of scaring its warden in even the slightest bit was successful. That's what I thought. Now, let's talk about your teachers, servants. I've given you the liberty to master my chakra if you can master each servant's greatest weapon in the order given. You start with Saber, then Archer, Lancer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, Berserker, Alter Ego, and finally Ruler. Once you've mastered their respective ultimate weapons, you will gain control over a tale of power. Naruto restated Kyuubi's statement to clarify the beast's words. So I master Saber, I get full mastery of one tail? I master Archer, I get full mastery of two tails? That's exactly what it means, young one. The sage answered, Kyuubi here has graciously given you the tools to be mastered. It's your choice whether to gain full control of Kyuubi or not. Naruto looked down to the ground. He was trying to comprehend what was happening. So he now has servants, who he has to master, to not go berserk when going into any tailed mode. However, there was something bugging the blonde that he had to ask, why? Why allow me to master you when all you've wanted was to take over my body? What's with the sudden gesture of kindness which is nice by the way of throwing away your pride to give me your power on a silver platter? Don't get the wrong idea here, brat. You are such a disgrace as a shinobi that I'm giving you the opportunity to be a warrior worthy to be in the history books. What, like a hero? Don't be absurd, fuzzball. I'm planning to be Hokage. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm not planning on being a ninja with the destiny to save the world. That's just stupid. Naruto never caught the sage's imperceptible frown. The old man knew the boy was lying. Kyuubi was furious, and because of that, he didn't see the lie. It slammed its paws on the ground, showing its rage over Naruto's opinion. You'll waste my generous gift to be just a Hokage that won't be famous for anything? The sage interrupted once more, young man. The fourth Hokage is someone you idolize, correct? Yeah, I've looked into your memories, not the extremely personal ones, the relevant ones. The fourth Hokage was a hero in the Third Ninja War and a hero for saving the village. You wanted to be a hero, a Hokage because of the fourth Hokage. What changed, young man? Naruto stiffened on the spot. Saber noted her master's sudden rigid form. Then that rigid torso of her master started shivering. Whether out of terror or anger, she'd find out shortly. How can I be called Hokage or a hero for that matter if I can't even save a friend? Naruto yelled at the sage. You mean that lost cause? Kyuubi asked in anger. Shut up, fuzzball. He's a friend I deeply care about. He's an abomination. A monster that doesn't deserve to live anymore. You take that back, Naruto demanded. The beast ignored the order, snorting at the boy's attempt to assert control over it. The fox was about to retort when... Silence. Naruto and Kyuubi looked at the sage, who looked bewildered by the source of the sound. It clicked to the arguing two that the voice was feminine in origin. They decided to look at the one who might have been able to produce a shout like that, Saber. Though the woman the arguing duo suspected looked shocked as well. Somehow the men in the room stiffened. Even Berserker wasn't fidgeting a tiny bit. Master, you're being very difficult. Caster stepped in front of Naruto. Kyuubi has given you the greatest of gifts it could offer, and you look for fault within the gift you received. Are you telling me you don't want us? All the servants stiffened at Caster's accusation. The young master saw tears well up in Caster's eyes and felt terrible for making the Hanyu, almost, cry. Naruto sighed deeply. Caster, that's not it. I just feel like I don't deserve you all or Kyuubi's generosity. Kyuubi's right, I'm a sorry excuse of a shinobi. No you're not. Caster said, trying to cheer her master, you just haven't been taught correctly. That's why we're here. Saber remembered something after hearing Caster's statement. How are we here anyway? The Holy Grail was destroyed. She turned to the floating sage for answers. It's quite simple really, Saber. The sage replied, I'm a sort of god in this era. The magi of the past died out with the previous era. The era of shinobi rose with the discovery of chakra and ninshu, the non-violent version of ninjutsu people would have used had they not corrupted it. The sage's rage didn't need to be expressed with words. His rage physically cracked the walls of the sewer mindscape, but that's another story for another time. Being one of the first users of chakra gave me power to bend reality, and when I read about the Holy Grail wars of your era, how heroes of old were summoned to fight, I tested it and it worked. The main difference was that prana was replaced with chakra. Saber, archer, lancer, rider, caster, assassin, berserker, alter ego, ruler. You all are running simply on the massive supply of chakra your master is providing. That certainly was a shock for the servants. The 13-year-old shinobi was fueling them? Granted they were summoned with a beast of pure power and a so-called god of the era. The sage started to fade away, and Kyuubi panicked, old man. Now my child. You already know I'm dead. Why act surprised? The sage was very nonchalant about the event. Naruto guessed that being dead doesn't surprise anyone anymore. Naruto, Kyuubi thought you deserved to master all its tales, when the previous Jinchurikis weren't adequate enough to be given such an honor. What? I'd love to tell you more, but I've overstayed my welcome. Farewell, young one. The sage ended on the high note before fading into the sewage background. I know what you're going to ask, kid. You're not going to know about my previous hosts until later. You've already been bombarded with too many things already. Who were your previous hosts? Naruto asked, not caring about the other events that transpired literally minutes ago. What's so special about me? What distinguishes me from your other hosts? What did I do to deserve your trust? You wouldn't even give me the light of day when I first stumbled into this place, but now you want me to fully master your power? What gives? I've had enough of your ramblings for today, brat. Just get out of here. Kyuubi's left paw reached out to the blonde warden. Naruto took a cautious step back, which proved to be useless when he was flicked by the gargantuan index finger of the beast. The blonde master faded away into golden sparkles. Caster turned to the fox demon. That wasn't very nice. HMPH, he was pissing me off. That doesn't mean you could just flick him back into consciousness. Caster retorted in annoyance. The other servants were watching the conversation with slight awe and terror that the Hanyu looked very nonchalant conversing with the colossal beast. In the real world, Naruto's eyes went wide open. He gasped for air, damn fuzzball and its stupid wake-up calls. He sat upright from his bed and inspected himself. I'm like a mummy. Naruto ripped them off and tossed them on the ground. He was already healed of skin-deep injuries. The boy went and got off his bed and inspected the night sky from the window. Then the familiar scent of his favorite food entered the blonde's nostrils. He snapped to the general direction of the scent and saw the bowl at the nightstand. He grabbed the bowl and a card beside it. Wake up already? From the guys. Thanks, guys? Naruto wasn't sure who these guys were, but he had an idea that it must be Kiba, Shikamaru, Neji, and Choji. Time to eat. Naruto snapped the chopsticks that sat next to the bowl and took his first taste. It's cold. But cold ramen is better than waiting for 3 minutes to heat this ramen of the North Pole. Naruto quickly devoured the bowl of sweet nectar of the gods and plopped the bowl back on the nightstand. Ah, that hits the spot. The blonde patted his stomach. It was quite satisfying despite the cold, bland flavor it gave. He guessed that he was just really hungry. Naruto sat on his bed as he looked at the bright, full moon. There, he wondered about what happened in his head. 9 servants who'd teach him combat. There were possibly 3 or 4 swordsmen there, 1 spearman, 1 gunner, 1 combat seal master possibly, 1 taijutsu specialist, and 1 stealth master. Naruto shivered at the thought. If he'd master Kyuubi by that time, then only the strongest of the strong could force Naruto's hand to use Kyuubi's power. He looked at his mark. What is this anyway? That is a command spell. It's a mark that shows you're our master. It will only disappear when you've used an order one of us has to obey. Though since you summoned 9 servants than the usual one, I wonder if it sticks with the usual 3 orders before disappearing? Saber? Yes, master? Huh, so this is that thing with the, whatchamacallit, telepathy? No, master. Then what is it? Simply put, we can communicate with you, and your mind receives the message. Oh, Naruto wonderfully croaked out. That conversation died out quickly. Oh, I doubt that, master. A man's elated voice echoed inside Naruto's head. Lancer? The one and only. He answered gleefully, say, master, are there any cute girls in this era? Before Naruto could answer the question, another voice interrupts him. Lancer, stop wagging your tail. Another man's voice entered the conversation. He was the source of the interruption. The voice was gruff and deep, yet not like Berserker's struggling voice. Naruto deduced that it must be Archer. Hey, did you just imply that I am a dog? Lancer's rage boiled instantly. Archer, don't insult Lancer. Saber, why not? Archer, it's not good to insult a fellow servant. It's bad enough he's the punching bag in Carnival Phantasm. Castor scolded the giant red-clad man. How do you know about that? Archer asked the furry servant. Other potential servants get to watch the war. Lancer always seemed to be the casualty though. Castor seemed downcast as she said that. That was the best part, Castor. A female voice, Ryder, entered the fray. It was quite entertaining seeing the dog yours squirm in that barrel. The condescending voice of alter ego ironically pierced Lancer's ego. Gil. Gamesh. Not. Honor, Abel? Berserker chipped in as he remembered one tragic event for Lancer within that particular war. Gilgamesh enacted a crude way in eliminating you, Lancer. The second-to-last voice, Assassin, commented. Don't remind me. Lancer screamed, damn you, Gilgamesh. Naruto laughed a bit at the casual conversation, argument going on inside his head. He wondered who Gilgamesh was, though it quickly went away like a breeze. The servants seemed to be fairly likable people. Maybe he could give them a shot. He was given the opportunity to fully master Kyuubi's power. He should take the chance. Master, yes, ruler, is it? Yes, master. She answered, about thy doubts, I can only say that if thou art to become a leader, thou must expect betrayal, loss, and insubordination. Losing a friend that has been blinded by revenge and a lust of power is a friend thou cannot hope to save. It is best to. No, ruler. I won't give up just yet. Sasuke is still redeemable. He can change. He needs just one push to see that he's done wrong. Then if thou didst succeed, master, what didst thou think will happen to Sasuke, the traitor of thy village? What can thou say for thy friend when thou didst bring him back from thy battle? I agree that he is redeemable for now, but he must die if he refuses to return. No, I can't agree to that. Naruto yelled at ruler, Sasuke's still my friend. I can convince him to come back. The servants did not say anything for minutes. Just to prove you wrong, I'm going to get stronger. I'll get stronger to be on par with Sasuke. I'll get stronger so we can see eye to eye. I'll get stronger so I can convince him to come home. Why didst thou wish to see him come back? Ruler asked curiously. Because I made a promise. And Naruto Uzumaki doesn't break promises. Naruto confidently answered, Saber. Let's start with my lessons now. Master, you should rest first. You just woke up from your injuries. Injures that healed, Naruto corrected. His gaze went down to the small message his friends wrote. Wake up already, sounds like he's been unconscious for quite a while. Saber, please, I need to do this. Understood, master. Please provide us with a battleground then. A battleground, you say? Naruto sneaked out of the hospital perfectly. With the aid of Assassin, Naruto's escape became flawless. Even with the easy-to-spot orange jumpsuit Naruto wore, no shinobi could spot him because he was slightly out of the shinobi's range of sight or sensory field. Naruto hid in alleyways, sprinted through the plaza, sneaked past the Hokage mansion, and reached his destination, Team 7's training ground. Is this a good place to learn, Saber-sensei? Yes. This is adequate enough, Master. Saber replied as she materialized from thin air. Saber handed her master a wooden sword. Archer requested I go easy on you by using wooden swords. A shame really, I'd like to see you wield a proper blade rather than a toy. Naruto's sweat dropped at Saber's remorseless statement, but fundamentals are important. Master. Naruto stood straight and alert, his wooden sword positioned in front of him and poised to attack. Yes? Show me what you're capable of. Yes, sensei. Naruto complied, rushing forward to close the gap between him and her. Saber brought out a wooden sword as well and positioned herself to test her young master. Meanwhile, inside Naruto's head, Kyuubi was looking through Naruto's memories of pain, suffering, and loneliness. Naruto charged at Saber with his wooden sword positioned beside him and was parallel to the ground. As soon as Naruto was within striking range, he screeched to a halt, bent his knees, and jumped up and conducted several front flips before making his sword make contact with sword. Saber angled her sword with the point directed to the ground. When Naruto hit the sword, his balance was thrown off and he went slinting and rolling across the ground. What was that? Naruto asked Saber. That, Master, is a parry. A parry is when you misdirect an oncoming attack to counter. Just with that parry alone, you would have died 90 different ways. Saber's answer terrified Naruto. In a battle of swords, it only takes one mistake to die. The faster and more skilled a warrior is able to fix his or her mistake, the better the chance of coming out of the clash with only a scratch. Naruto gulped. He remembered Zabuza, a missing nin, a mercenary for hire with a sword as big as he was. The man was once renowned for his swordsmanship, and Naruto now knew the outcome of what could have happened if he made a mistake during the fight he had against him. One mistake? Well, it's a good thing I won't be making any. Naruto declared confidently. Saber narrowed her eyes before closing them. She smiled a bit. Confidence was nice and all, but to back up that confidence, skill is required. You already made a mistake with that first strike, Saber commented. Her master chuckled embarrassingly, but you didn't know about the consequences of mistakes in a duel of swords, so, quite the declaration, Master. Can you support your claim? Saber asked as she took her stance once more. The master grinned and stood up, his energy showing as he jumped off the ground just to stand. He took his battle stance as well, similar to Saber's. Ready, Saber? Don't keep me waiting, Master. In a burst of speed, Naruto closed the gap. The blonde master gripped his sword tightly and swung upwards. Saber saw the attack and parried it to her left. After doing that, she stabbed the point of the sword right at where Naruto's sternum should be. Dead, Saber declared. You've already made a mistake, Master. Naruto frowned before stepping back several meters and went into position again. Naruto, showing yet another display of speed, went in a zigzag path. He was trying to confuse Saber. The blonde servant waited to counter rather than to intercept her master. At the last juke, Naruto aimed to stab at Saber's right shoulder. The sword master parried once again, forcing Naruto's blade to the go-rund. She moved her sword towards Naruto's unguarded neck and stopped there, dead. Naruto jumped back, returning to his position. She always parries. I need to make her block. With the tiny idea sparked in his head, Naruto charged forward. He sprinted as fast as he could and aimed for an aerial, downward stroke. Saber anticipated the telegraphed move and blocked it. With Naruto's weight on his blade, Saber threw her master over her shoulder. Now, Naruto, seeing a chance to strike, swung his blade at Saber's unguarded back. As soon as he thought he might land a hit, the intense swing of Saber's sword sends Naruto's sword careening into the ground. Naruto was in a state of shock. How'd she know he would aim for her back? There was no time to think, Naruto needed to act. He pulled back his sword and landed just outside striking range. Naruto twirled his body clockwise, bringing his sword arm up into an overhead, vertical slash that had his weight added to give extra power. His servant finally blocked by making her sword parallel to the ground. There were no signs of misdirection. Naruto can strike again. Aim for the legs, Naruto thought to himself. He pulled back his sword and went for a diagonal slash. Saber stabbed her sword into the ground and lifted it up immediately as soon as Naruto's sword hit hers. With both swords poised over each swords, whoa, men. Both brought their swords down into a clash. Both blondes reared their swords to return into striking position and were about to repeat the clash. Jump back, then strike. Naruto feinted, resulting in a defenseless Saber. He sprinted towards Saber with his sword positioned at his side to take her head. Saber smiled. Her master baited her into a defenseless attack, and he was reaping the benefits as best as he could. Too bad he won't get close to hitting her. Saber lifted her sword, parrying the oncoming blade. She noticed the look of shock on her master's face, and she was amused by it. She brought her sword down on Naruto's left collarbone and, poof, Naruto turned into a cloud. What? Saber asked, her shock registering in time to meet the wooden blade in front of her. The sword came from behind the cloud, so is Naruto behind there too? She slid her sword on the surface of her master's sword and reached his abdomen. Poof. Again, Naruto turns into a cloud that hinders Saber's vision. She hears footsteps to her left and slashes. Poof. To the right, she slashes. Poof. The ground cracks, and she jumps back to barely dodge the edge of Naruto's sword. Saber tightened her grip on her sword. She knew a new type of lesson to teach her master. Honor between swordsmen. She now took the offensive as she swung her sword down onto her master. Naruto noticed Saber's charge and blocked it. He couldn't react fast enough when she pulled her sword back to go for his legs, then abdomen, dead. She aimed to Naruto's right shoulder, dead. Stabbed at his stomach, dead. She went for his neck, dead. And a direct hit to the head, right in the middle, dead. Her master fell backwards, unconscious from the final blow. She poked her master, trying to check if he's faking it. I think I went too far. Saber said to herself. You think? The other servants asked incredulously. Hours later, the sun peeked over the horizon. It was time for the Hokage to work. The woman, blonde and looked to be in her 30s with a blue diamond on her forehead, is Tsunade. She is a buxom woman with desirable qualities men would drool over, yet her true age is in her 50s. She wears a white robe and a green jacket over it. She also wears a pair of dark blue pants and black heels. She placed an illusion to make herself look young, but even so, her combat abilities wavered slightly below her prime. She can turn shinobi to mush, mind you, but it would take a bit of effort in her part to turn the poor victim into mush. Tsunade groaned. As she entered her office, she already saw the terror that was the meter-tall stack of paperwork. However, this meter-tall stack was not alone. Oh no, folks, there was not one, not two, not four, but 6-meter-tall stacks of paperwork in her office. How'd it come to this? Procrastination, and because she was getting drunk. She sighed deeply, and looked over the stacks. They were already organized by topic: economy, shinobi, contracts, trade, complaints and miscellany, and Naruto. Yes, Naruto is sometimes so problematic that he gets his own stack of papers. Tsunade looked over the stack. Judging by the first page of a 75-page essay of why Naruto should be executed for his incompetence and usage of Kyuubi's chakra, Tsunade wanted to burn it. Wait, why think this over? Tsunade took Naruto's stack and used a fireball jutsu to burn the stack. With that problem done, she looked at the remains of what should be the ashes of the pile. When the smoke and cinder dissipate, she was terrified to see the intact stack of papers. She panicked and sent another fireball at it. It didn't burn. She did it again, but it was futile. What's going on? Why won't this stack burn? Tsunade hurried to her desk to see if a message was left on it. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama, but you've left me no choice. I've asked Jiraiya-sama for help and placed every stack of paperwork with fire-retardant seals so you can't burn it. You can't shred it either, so don't even think about it. You can't even drown it. You can't run away, Tsunade-sama. Fulfill your duties. Tsunade slammed on her desk. Damn you, Shizune. The door opened. Tsunade-sama. It was Shizune, Tsunade's apprentice. She has short, dark brown hair swept downwards and wears a dark purple robe and black heels. Shizune. Tsunade roared, you're going to pay for your insolence. No time for that. Shizune yelled at her master, Naruto's gone missing. What? Send out the Anbu and any available shinobi. We need to find Naruto immediately, Tsunade ordered with haste. She worried for Naruto. If he's gone missing, then either he woke up and moved, or he was kidnapped. Hi, Tsunade-sama. Shizune saluted before leaving to aid in the search. Kakashi and Sakura didn't need to look too hard to find Naruto. Sakura had guessed Naruto might have gone to Team 7's training ground to train his bottom off to get Sasuke back. When they did arrive, they saw Naruto holding a wooden sword and fighting a blonde swordswoman in a white kimono and black hakama pants. Dead, the woman yelled. She pulled her sword away, and Naruto charged at the woman full force. Again, he yelled as he charged. The woman parried upwards and sent the butt of her sword into Naruto's gut. The shinobi keeled over and kneeled over. Not a second later did he feel a strong gust of wind hit his left cheek. He glanced over to see the wooden blade at his cheek. Dead, she declared. Naruto quickly stood up, again. He clashed against the woman. Sword meeting sword, Naruto seemed desperate to land a hit on a woman. Naruto swung his sword horizontally, and Saber ducked. Naruto noticed he cut her ahoge, the stray strand on Saber's scalp. Immediately, Archer cringed. The man had experienced the hell Naruto would face, and there was no time to save him. Saber's white kimono turned black, her skin turned pale, and her stare became a glare. This is Saber Alter. Dead, Saber declared as she slammed the sword to Naruto's gut and launched him up into a tree. Naruto screamed and yelped in pain as he fell from branch to branch until he gave a quick, oof, when he landed on the ground. Sakura ran to Naruto's side, worried for his safety. She looked at his injuries. He already sported multiple bruises and cuts on his body. She suspected it's because of the woman. She turned to the swordswoman and yelled, "Who are you and why are you hurting Naruto?" Kakashi stood next to Sakura, ready to strike if the need arises. He looked her over. Did her kimono turn white again? Ah, darn it. Saber-sensei. You hit too hard. Naruto groaned as he tried to sit properly. Sakura-chan, don't worry, she's a teacher. Sakura turned to her teammate. A teacher? What's she teaching you? The multiple ways your ass can be beaten? The blonde shinobi chuckled in pain. Very funny, Sakura. She's teaching me how to wield a sword. When you just woke up. You needed to recover and look at you beating yourself up. Ma'am, may I know your name? Kakashi asked as he ignored his bickering students. The woman bowed to Kakashi. I am Saber, Shinobi-san. Saber, like a sword? Kakashi asked with a bit of wonder in his voice. Yes, my name is Kakashi Hitaki and the girl is my student, Sakura Haruno. Nice to meet you, Saber-san. I'd like for you to come to the Hokage's office, if you don't mind. I think she'd like to have a nice chat with you. Of course, Kakashi-san. It's a pleasure to meet you and your student. When Kakashi, Sakura, a badly beaten Naruto, and a triumphant Saber walked into Tsunade's office. They saw the woman furiously going through paper after paper to get the work over with. She didn't have any time for this stupid paperwork. Hokage-sama, we found Naruto. Kakashi said to the Hokage as he, Sakura, Naruto and Saber entered the room. The woman stopped going through her papers and shoved them aside to slam on her desk. Naruto stiffened to brace for the scolding and reprimanding he'd get. Tsunade sighed deeply before yelled at Naruto, you stupid kid. You were in a coma for a month and the first thing you do is just go somewhere. What was so important that you needed to leave your bed to look so bruised? Naruto recoiled from Tsunade's yell while Saber didn't flinch at the volume. So, two things. Naruto really was unconscious for a while, and Tsunade was royally pissed off. He wondered how Tsunade would take the news of him having 9 warriors of the past staying in his head. I wanted to train, Naruto answered. Tsunade sighed. It was difficult handling Naruto sometimes really. I wanted to get stronger so I can get Sasuke back. Tsunade sighed again and inspected the stranger. And you are? She asked Saber. Saber, Hokage-sama, answered Saber with a bow to accommodate the greeting. I'm teaching Naruto how to wield a sword, or at least how to fight without getting hit. Obviously, he failed miserably. Naruto looked down to his bruises being healed by Kyuubi. Though he failed, he has heart. And he was relentless in trying to get a hit on me. He has the heart of a lion, Hokage-sama. Tsunade smiled at the compliment aimed at her godson. Naruto was elated as well. So you had fun, I'm guessing, Naruto? Of course. Naruto answered excitedly. Even though I got beaten to a pulp, I want to do that again. I plan on surpassing her to get to that hat of yours, Ba-chan. The Hokage smiled as she flared her chakra. Jiraiya, come in here. Tsunade ordered. In a poof of smoke, out came a spiky, white, long-haired man with a headband with kanji of oil etched on it. He wore a red, loose vest and dark green, long-sleeved short kimono and pants. Underneath is a mesh shirt for protection, and on his back is a large scroll. This is Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. You called, Harem? Seal the place up, Tsunade ordered. Right away. Jiraiya complied. Tsunade leaned onto her desk, elbows resting on it, and her hand intertwined together in front of her mouth. So Saber-san. Tell me who you really are. It's strange for Naruto to find a master that quickly in such a small time frame. Naruto stepped forward. Ba-chan, if you want to know about her, then you'll need to know about the others. Tsunade's interest peaked as her hands placed themselves on the desk. Others? Everyone, come out. Naruto summoned his servants to the real world. 8 golden pillars of light appeared to show Naruto's servants kneeling. They stood up once the light faded. Ba-chan, these people and Saber are my servants. I'm their master. The shinobi blinked rapidly, trying to comprehend what he said, and not surprisingly, they asked, what? In tandem. The blonde Jinchuriki cheekily smiled at the other shinobi's confusion. After the meet and greet and the backstory for what happened inside Naruto's head, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Sakura were left gobsmacked and their mouths agape for far too long. So the Kyuubi gave you full mastery if you master your servants? Tsunade asked, still shocked by the news. Jiraiya merely ogled at the female servants with a perverted stare, his gaze gravitating to the women's assets. Tsunade tightened her fists, but restrained herself from hitting the perverted man. She needed to be professional in front of the strangers. Yup, I wouldn't mind mastering one of those servants of yours, kid. Jiraiya let out a perverted chuckle. Immediately, Rider shot the floor, making Jiraiya dance. Alter kicked him upside the head. Ruler slammed the flat of her blade to the side of his head, and Assassin twisted his neck. He turned and fell on Tsunade's boobs. Tsunade picked him up and punched him away. Sadly, Lancer was in the line of fire. He was swept away by Mach 1 bullet Jiraiya and landed to the other side of the village. Ah, Lancer died? Archer monotonously cried out. You aren't human. The servants and Naruto roared at Tsunade. They're fine. Tsunade dismissed the accusation with a wave of her hand. As for this conversation, this is strictly between us. No one will know about Naruto's servants except us. Saber is only allowed to be seen because she is Naruto's current teacher. Understand? Yes, Ba-chan. Yes, Hokage-sama, replied the servants. Welcome to Konoha. It's noon and had been 2 days since Naruto woke up from his month-long coma. The boy professionally hid himself from the public and his friends as he trained with Saber continuously in Team 7's training ground. Apparently, Kakashi and Saber saw improvement skyrocket as he found ways to get around a parry and trained his muscles to be faster to make faster strikes. In the Hokage mansion, the largest building of the village, Tsunade was sitting still in her seat as she just heard the news about the Akatsuki, an organization that wanted the Biju inside Jinchurikis, from Jiraiya yesterday. In other, simpler words, Naruto is in danger. As the way things are, Naruto staying here will only hinder his progress. Villagers are calling for his head. They are accusing the boy of being the reason Sasuke left, the reason the Uchiha died, which wasn't that far off, and that he should die for accessing the Kyuubi's chakra. The fear of Kyuubi corrupting Naruto was a tale already spread around since the boy's birth, but the actual use of the Biju's chakra set the villagers off into rage and panic. How did the villagers even know of the boy's use of Kyuubi's chakra? The Hokage had only one possible answer, the civilian council. Mission debriefings, while are shinobi matters at heart, they are also recited to the council, both the civilian and shinobi sides. Kakashi, despite being seemingly lazy, was detail-oriented when it came to mission debriefings. When Tsunade heard the part where Kakashi felt the Kyuubi's chakra being used, she saw the predatory glares and vicious sneers the civilian council had. Tsunade only suspected that it was through the civilian council's treasonous action that the villagers know about Naruto's use of the Biju's chakra. Naruto needed to be out of the village fast. It would only be a matter of time until the villagers find out the boy is now conscious and would riot for his head. She had only one option. Jiraiya, she yelled. The wandering Sannin entered her office via window and looked at the Hokage. Hey, Harem, what do you need? Take him on a training trip. Tsunade ordered rather than answered. When? The Toad Sage queried. By noontime tomorrow. So soon? Tsunade, he just woke up. He should have some time for his friends, Jiraiya persuaded. He needs to stay here for a bit. He may show that he's happy, but inside he's hurting. He thinks it's his fault Sasuke left. And so do the villagers and the civilian council. Tsunade snapped back at her teammate with venom in her tone by the mere mention of the corrupt civilian council. Jiraiya sighed, reluctantly agreeing to Tsunade's order. She won't change her mind anytime soon. Shouldn't he be here to hear this? Jiraiya asked his teammate while scratching the back of his head. He'll know about it from you. Tsunade answered, totally avoiding responsibility. Besides, you're his master, you have the responsibility of telling him. Meanwhile, at Team 7's training ground, Naruto maneuvered out of harm's way as he ducked under Saber's horizontal slash aimed at his side. Saber pointed her sword at the rising trainee and thrusts the wooden blade. Naruto twists his body just enough to marginally dodge the sword. The whiskered blonde grinned. He made Saber defenseless and open for a counterattack. Swinging his sword as fast as he could, Naruto saw Saber not attempting to dodge. Saber waited, and while Naruto's swing looked incredibly fast for a trainee, it was still too slow for Saber. At the last moment, Saber turned and tilted her head to the right and lowered her body while it also turned to the right. She was utilizing the momentum of her turning to swing her sword as powerful as she could muster along with her arm strength. Naruto, during the 2-3 days of training, had adjusted to his swordmaster's speed, and while he could clearly see the blade going for his gut once again, he couldn't react fast enough. Saber completed the rotation. Her head was by Naruto's side and her sword reaching her master's gut. With a step, she anchored herself. The sword met her master's flesh, and with her right foot anchoring her, she used her momentum and arm strength to spin Naruto an ungodly amount of times as he flew forward and rolled away once he hit the ground. Dead, Saber stated calmly. She ignored her master's moans and complaints of pain. Kakashi looked at the scene and chuckled slightly. Sakura on the other hand recoiled and hypothesized how painful that blow could have been. All the while, Tenten, Ino, and Hinata were spying from the trees surrounding the open area. The three girls had heard from the Hokage that Naruto had woken up. They were also told that he already started training in Team 7's training ground. What the Hokage didn't say was that Naruto had taken an interest in swordplay, nor did she say that Naruto also has a strict, powerful, and flawlessly skilled master of swordplay. Naruto, still groaning, stood up with a bit of difficulty. Saber-sensei, can we take a break? I'm hungry. Of course, Naruto. Saber answered. After that conversation with Tsunade, Naruto had figured that Saber should get comfortable speaking her master's name, or people would look at her strangely. Thankfully, she obeyed and fulfilled the order as soon as Naruto said that. Where would you like to eat? The young master's gleaming smile told everything in Kakashi's and Sakura's eyes. It was even painfully obvious to the hiding trio in the trees. Naruto had an insatiable craving for Ichiraku ramen. How about you guys? Naruto asked Kakashi and Sakura. Sure, answered the other two members of Team 7. Naruto turned to the trees, where the Kunoichi trio were hiding. How about you, girls? You coming? Naruto asked them with a smile on his face. I think I have enough to feed everyone here a bowl, how about it? The hiding girls were certainly shocked to be spotted. Naruto never showed such aptitude in paying attention to his surroundings. Heck, he didn't even pay mind to using weapons other than shuriken or kunai in a fight. Who the heck is this new Naruto? Tenten was surely interested, while Ino didn't know what to think about the improved shinobi. Hinata on the other hand still had a crush on the blonde shinobi. The girls jumped off their perch and landed in front of the remnant of Team 7 and the swordmaster. Tenten spoke first. Sure, I'll take that offer, she smiled as she agreed to the treat. The weapons mistress poised her hands just above her waist, where her hips were starting to show the curvature of her body. Ino patted her stomach. I do need some food inside me. You got yourself a deal, Naruto. Hinata lowered her hair and played with the indexes of her fingers. I'll go. Naruto-kun. Her voice, low and meek, showed her unnaturally high level of shyness expressed by any single individual. Hey, so what are we waiting for? Let's go. The blonde boy cheered loudly before sprinting off into the general area of Ichiraku ramen stand. The remaining shinobi and kunoichis gave a synchronized, collective sigh. Naruto, even though he has improved at least a tiny bit, still acts so juvenile when it came to his favorite food in the world. Inside Naruto's mindscape, the resident sword wielders were conversing with each other. They were trying to figure out Naruto's strengths and his weaknesses while wielding a sword. He's quick, Archer commented, slow reaction time, though. Berserker and Ruler nodded in agreement. Despite not learning the way of the blade, their master is only subpar to a normal knight's swing speed. Technique is also lacking, Ruler stated, though I have no doubt Saber can teach our master properly. The King of Knights should be able to handle our budding master. Bud? Dang? Master? Berserker asked believingly, Moss, tear is growing. Claws. The Black Knight cheered loudly. Berserker, if thou can't give substantial criticism or advise, I suggest thou to keep thy unruly mouth shut for the rest of this conversation. Master is quite spry with his unconventional attacks. Assassin praised. Berserker agreed, nodding at her statement. Master, shish, OW's, exceptional use of tactics. No one would be able to guess. Berserker finally contributed to the conversation, and Ruler had to agree. Their master's mind would try to get his body to move to the tactic he would conjure up. While there were plans that almost seemed flawless, they were better than the average knight would be able to think of in the middle of battle. Why is Saber teaching Master the unconventional way? Shouldn't she be teaching Master proper techniques and stances? Why hath she foregone fundamentals? I thought a crash course into swordplay was something she was beyond her ability to teach? Archer thought about Ruler's questions deeply. True, Saber would be the type to prioritize fundamentals over sparring any day. Maybe, Archer started, maybe she's testing him. You've seen Master's swings and movement. They look rough around the edges, but to him, it seemed natural. He moved like water when he would dodge some of Saber's hits. Archer turned to the chakra beast inside the cage next to the conversing trio. Kyuubi-san, do you have any idea why Master moves so proficiently despite learning for only 3 days? No, Kyuubi answered. I have no idea how he has improved so much with an impromptu training method. However, I can say that Saber is still testing him. Still? Ruler repeated curiously, why would she do that? She should hath seen Master's strengths and weaknesses by now. The brat is constantly learning, Kyuubi replied. Saber can't keep up with the kid's rapid progress and quick thinking. While she can still win, Saber is seeing the skill gap between her and the kid dwindled to an extent because of the kid's battle instincts. You could see that when he almost caught Saber off guard, correct? That is true, Archer agreed. Naruto's progress was far too fast for any trainee could accomplish. Not even talent could even hope to explain the sheer speed of Naruto's increasing skill with a blade in terms of tactics and swordplay. I guess Saber can't properly gauge Master's skill because of the speed. It could be an innate skill? Ruler suggested. Kyuubi thought for a moment and inspected the seal. It focused on that tiny speck of foreign chakra inside. It was one of two, and one was fluctuating itself quite abnormally for the duration of the battle between Naruto and Saber. Could it be? Kyuubi suspected the answer, but conclusive evidence was nigh impossible with only a fluctuating foreign chakra as evidence for an answer. Outside in the real world, Sakura walked side by side with Naruto as she and the others walked to Ichiraku ramen. While she looked happy on the outside, she felt morbid on the inside. The secret that was revealed inside the Hokage's office was something she didn't expect from the resident prankster of Konoha. Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the same beast that destroyed almost half the village 13 years ago on October 10th. Then it clicked. That was Naruto's birthday. The more Sakura thought about it, the more she became baffled at how much she didn't know Naruto. She didn't know how hard Naruto had it as a child. She didn't know how Naruto mustered up a smile every day. She didn't know how he could live without parents, and she surely didn't know how Naruto felt being alone for the first few years of life. While she knew his likes and dislikes, she didn't know his true feelings, his mentality. It surely explained why he wanted to be Hokage in the first place, to be recognized rather than ignored as a monster. Admittedly, her mother had told her to stay away from Naruto. She didn't call Naruto a monster or anything, just a problem child. And like any child should, she followed her mother's orders. Sakura was ashamed of her actions. She decided she'd redeem herself by becoming a better teammate. So Naruto, when did you get into using swords? Tenten turned, walking in reverse to look at him, and asked the blonde Jinchuriki, you were all for taijutsu rather than kenjutsu if I remember correctly. Naruto chuckled nervously, his pace slowing just slightly to be barely noticeable. Ino jumped into the conversation as well, tackling the boy by his back. Yeah, since when did you take interest in swords? Hinata nodded shyly, wanting to know how her crush had taken an interest in a less desirable aspect of a shinobi compared to taijutsu or ninjutsu. I don't know, I just wanted to learn a way to get stronger. Saber-sensei is giving me that chance. Saber presented herself into the conversation. I found Naruto here punching and kicking a tree in various ways and just leaving bruises on his body. He lacked finesse, so I decided to teach him how to use a sword. She patted Naruto's back to strengthen the lie she presented to the girls. Kakashi noted that it was quite a believable lie, and he might have fallen for it had he not known the truth. Ino smiled. Well, look how lucky you are, Naruto. You got yourself a teacher out of pity. Naruto frowned and pointed his tongue at the platinum blonde Kunoichi, snickering, oh, lighten up, fishcake. It didn't hurt, did it? The boy in question grumbled as the group reached the ramen stand. As Naruto entered, he yelled, Tuchi Jiji. A bowl for everyone. On me. The stand owner heard his voice and went on to create the orders quickly. The man was glad his favorite customer was back, and with friends too. Tucci mentally cheered because it was more money in his pocket and a full stomach for his customers, a win-win situation in his book. Coming right up, Naruto. From a distance, Jiraiya saw Naruto's face of glee, and he couldn't help but feel disheartened by giving the boy bad news. Leaving the village and his friends after waking up 3 days of leaving a month-long coma would devastate the boy. There was still time. He has until tomorrow to leave. Plenty of time to create a proper farewell party, sorta kinda. Jiraiya disappeared into the crowd to meet his disciples' friends to tell them about his plans for a farewell. Several hours later, Naruto was back in Training Ground 7, meditating in front of the river the area has. Saber had told him to meditate for a while because she had a test for him to take. What the test is about, Naruto was extremely curious to find out. So he followed Saber's order to meditate. He sat cross-legged, his hands intertwined by his stomach, and closed his eyes to focus and clear his mind. It worked, for the first half a minute. Naruto couldn't stand waiting. A dynamic individual like himself can't hope to ever meditate properly for an indefinite amount of time, and it doesn't help that he's far too curious and excited to keep himself composed. He tried calming his mind again, and it successfully ceased his incessant jittering. He focused on the flow of his chakra. He felt it flow throughout his body in a constant and rapid flow. It flowed to his limbs, to his head, and even to his heart. However, there were more subtle places where he felt his chakra flow. Around his arms and back, he could feel his chakra siphoning off from what seemed to be underdeveloped chakra pathways. He tried pushing chakra to these underdeveloped pathways and strained under the stress of forcibly opening a pathway for those strange anomalies within his pathways. And as soon as he almost succeeded in forging a pathway for the incomplete chakra pathways, Saber cut his concentration off. Master, she called out to Naruto, I've prepared your test. Follow me please. Naruto stood up and followed his servant to a small forest clearing by the river. In the middle of the clearing was a beautiful ornamented sword. Gleaming silver steel shone alabaster white under the moon's rays. The blue and gold design on the blade and its crosshilt gave the true impression of royalty. What is that sword? Naruto asked Saber as he stared at the beautifully crafted blade set in stone. That is Caliburn, master, Saber responded, my first sword and the sword that started my legend. Naruto noticed the sad tone in her calm voice, but he chose to not pursue that conversation and chose to focus on the sword. I want you to pull it out of the stone. Huh? Pull it? Naruto turned to look at his teacher with a disbelieving look. Really? I waited to pull a sword from a stone? Master, what do you think a sword is? Saber asked seriously. Huh? Just pull Caliburn from the stone. Without any hesitation, Naruto pulled at Caliburn's hilt. It didn't budge one tiny bit, not a millimeter off from its position. Naruto pulled again, with greater force. He still couldn't move Caliburn from its rocky sheath. Why? Why won't it budge? The sword doesn't see you as capable of being king. Saber answered bluntly. King? A Hokage in more relative terms. Saber explained properly, it doesn't think you deserve the title of a leader, not with your mindset at least. What do you mean? Naruto asked, truthfully curious about his mindset as at the moment. It means that you are not ready to make sacrifices for the greater good. A leader has to make sacrifices that benefit his people. You not wanting to kill Sasuke is a good reason for that. He is a traitor to your village, yet you pester on about convincing him to come back to a village that will punish him for his actions. But I can tell my side of the story and they'd have to believe that he'd changed. Naruto vainly reasoned with the slightly angered Saber, he's a shinobi our village prides in. Fool. Saber's authoritative voice boomed across the training ground, you can't expect a person to change just from one fight. It's gradual. The kind of scenario you are saying is but a fool's dream. A sword is not just some fancy decoration swordsmen have on their persons. It's a tool of death. You cannot handle Caliburn for you are not yet ready to take a life. A sword is meant to end a life, and Caliburn sees that you are far too restrained to kill even in a profession that specializes in killing. But, and to add on from your statement, he is a shinobi your village prides in? Really, master? They pride themselves on a traitor? What are you telling me? That this village is a village of traitors? What blasphemy are you talking about? Saber ranted angrily at her master, who kept taking a step back from her booming voice. You need to see reality, master. You cannot expect a crime to be punished with a slap of the wrist, especially not a traitor. No, I can't do that, Naruto answered, desperately denying the task to kill Sasuke if necessary. I just can't do that. Why not? Saber roared. What other reason could validate you to not kill a traitor? Because Sasuke is a friend. And as a friend, I won't kill him for such a reason like that. And besides, you don't know Sasuke like I do. Oh, and what do I not know about Sasuke? Saber asked, purposefully egging her master into a corner. What is so redeeming about your revenge-obsessed friend, who impaled his left hand into your heart, and left the village for power? Naruto wordlessly muttered underneath his breath. Saber leaned forward, trying to hear her master's answer. Sasuke acknowledged me. That's why I don't want to kill him. He saw that even in my lackluster skills as a shinobi, that I was a person that he could go toe-to-toe with. He was the first person my age to see me as a person and not some piece of crap on the ground. So sorry if I don't want to kill a person that saw me as a person. Archer could feel the conflict within Naruto's heart shake the very foundations of his ideals. The fact that his master will have to accept the fact that Sasuke might die by his master's hands in the future just silenced Archer as he listened to the conversation along with the other servants. Ruler, Lancer, and the rest except for Berserker were just like Archer, and felt the pain Naruto experienced. Berserker was moved despite his master's hesitance to cut down a traitor, his master's friend. Such powerful one-sided loyalty to a friend that nearly killed him deserves some kind of twisted praise at least. Naruto truly had the heart of a knight even if he isn't fit for a crown right now. I can't do that, Saber. I can't. Naruto cried as tears burst forth. I won't kill Sasuke, I won't do it. Naruto ran from the clearing and headed to an unknown destination. What he didn't know was that the burden of a sword was indeed heavy, and that he was not prepared to wield one until he could accept reality. In another place, Sasuke stood in a golden theater filled with red roses and red banners. Various floors could be seen where many spectators could watch a play of some sort unfold. He held in his hands a wooden sword that he repeatedly swung methodically to train his muscles. On his left shoulder, a red marking of a fireball surrounded in lightning glowed through his blue shirt. Master, are you ready for your next spar? A feminine voice asked from behind. With a deep breath, Sasuke turned to the owner of the voice. Yes, Saber. I'm ready. Sasuke lay on his bed. It had been a month since that fight between Naruto and him. He'd reached Orochimaru's hideout and trained with the Sannin almost immediately. He'd been learning the way of the sword through the use of a chikuto, a straight, single-edged blade. He'd been adamant in learning kenjutsu in order to trump his older brother when the showdown would come. Today was a successful day of training to him, and he would prepare for the next session tomorrow. He closed his eyes and would not expect a scene all too familiar with him. The Uchiha compound, his home, his empty and lifeless home filled his vision. Why of all places did he have to think about this nightmarish place? The place where he lost his innocence, the place where vengeance took root in his mind, the place where he felt no love for his older brother, the place where everything he loved died. Why did he see this place again? Sasuke was panicking, reliving the memories that the illusory technique Tsukuyomi implanted in his head. The lives Itachi took that day seared into Sasuke's brain to torture him every sleeping moment of his life. Yet it somehow went away months ago. Sasuke didn't mind. He was done with those nightmares constantly plaguing his mind. So why did it come back? Frustrated and angered by this, Sasuke stomped the same path he used to get to his home, and as he walked the empty streets of the compound, he felt the shrill screams of dying Uchiha clan members being pierced by Itachi's sword. The young Uchiha cradled his head from the pain of hearing those voices echoing in his head. It went on for a while as he walked, and when it stopped, he felt a presence behind him. Quickly, he turned around to see an electric post seemingly holding the full moon. There was no one there. The raven-haired boy turned around, following the path to his home once more. Meanwhile at the electric post was the floating old sage looking down on the boy with contempt for what he has done to himself. The sage sighed. Indra, his eldest son, had his incarnation within the boy walking away. The Uchiha always bore Indra's incarnation and they always had the biggest clash between the incarnations of Asura, his youngest son, who incarnated themselves to the Senju clan. It is a long and unrivaled conflict that has transpired multiple generations. Indra, the one born with the sage's powers, was the stronger one out of the two. Asura, the one not born with the sage's talents or gifts and ultimately the weakest between him and his brother, had been his successor. Asura followed the teaching his father had about connecting with others due to being weak at the start. Indra didn't see the need in the help of others and was secluded and in turn ignored the purpose of Ninshu, to connect with others with to deepen bonds, understanding, and so forth. As the sage looked at Indra's incarnation, he saw how corrupted his line had become. Stooping so low as to actually use a cursed mark from an equally cursed and corrupted fool made the sage look at him in disdain. Though the boy cannot be blamed for most of the fault. The boy's elder brother was confusing and not blunt. The sage relived Sasuke's horrific memory and saw fault in Itachi's way of making Sasuke fight for the village and revive the clan in a better stature. Had he said that from the beginning, Sasuke would not have become a power-hungry maggot crawling to any source capable of giving him power. Even Madara had a line he'd never cross: to seek corrupted power he could use. The sage had enough. After seeing the Uzumaki, Asura's incarnation, he needed to end his age-old conflict between brothers now. Hashirama and Madara's battle and the battles generations before them had made the sage angry. As a father, he must stop this madness, or else it will create another bloody conflict. Subtly, either he changes through the interactions of his servant or he dies by Naruto's blade. He will not interfere any more than giving him the mark of a master. Sasuke Uchiha, I will give you the chance to redeem yourself. Naruto Uzumaki is naive, and he'll give you all the chances you need, but in the end, even the most kind-hearted individuals must learn to enact a cruel action they don't want to do. But will you have learned to go to the right path by then? The sage said these words aloud because he can't be heard. Sasuke stood before the doors of his home. Only now did he notice how pristine the compound was compared to the way it was during the massacre. Something was strange about it all, and it gave a very foreboding feeling. He opened the door and went to the room that his parents died in. Right in front of his feet was a note. If you wish to gain a power stronger than your own, open the door, read the words written behind this letter, and drop a bit of your blood after. Be warned, if you hesitate, the powers bestowed upon you will be wiped away like nothing. Sasuke scoffed at the empty threat, and opened the door without hesitation. Without any warning, Sasuke saw the familiar scene of his parents, and Itachi just behind them in the shadows. What's more, it looked almost exactly the same, perspective-wise. It clocked to look at himself, and saw himself as an academy student again. Sasuke panicked. He was fully immersed in this illusion, this nightmare, this horrific event that had no right, no place to invade in his mind. The sage chuckled lightly. He didn't expect the boy to be that foolish, but there are exceptions. He waited to see if the boy would back out from this event. Though with the way he acts, He did not doubt Sasuke could handle the stress of reliving the event once more. Sasuke struggled. The memories of that day resurfaced and surged like a tsunami, slamming into his face full force. He took the brunt of the memory overload and the traumatic experience with it. He cradled his head once more to ease the pain he felt, yet the visions, the death won't stop. Just when Itachi was about to swing his sword against his parents did Sasuke finally snap. "No, stop it," Sasuke yelled as he charged at Sasuke with Chikuto in hand. He swung the sword with all his might and passed through him and his parents. His Chikuto, however, did not pass something. It clanked when it met his sword. With his vision clearing up, he saw a magnificent, red long sword stabbed into the ground. Sasuke stepped back a bit, and wondered what was special about this sword. Was this the power the letter had talked about? The Uchiha took notice of the letter again and flipped it over. The words were like a chant of some sort. Sounded strange, but shinobi say the name of their attacks all the time, so this makes a bit of sense. He recited the words. Let silver and steel be the essence. Let stone and the Archduke of Contracts be the foundation. Let red be the color I pay tribute to. Let rise a wall against the wind that shall fall. Let the 4 cardinal gates close. Let the 3 forked road from the crown reaching unto the kingdom rotate. Let it be filled. Again, 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 again. Let it be filled 5-fold for every turn, simply breaking asunder with every filling. Let my will create thy body and thy sword create my fate. If thou dost accede to this will and reason, answer me. I hereby swear, I shall be a being worthy of your power. I shall be the one to control thy power. Thou clad with the great Trinity. Come forth from the circle of restraint. Guardian of the heavenly scales. Sasuke pierced the skin inside his left palm and dropped a bit of blood. The area surrounding the sword glowed red in a circular pattern. He noticed a glow emanating on his left shoulder too. Something was happening, but what is it? A summoning perhaps? He didn't have to wait for an answer because the glowing intensified so much that it blinded his eyes momentarily. When the glowing stopped, he saw a blonde woman in red clothing and golden, flamboyant armor wielding the sword before him. In more detail, she wore a golden crown on her head and a giant, red ribbon held together her bun behind her head. Red cloth covered her neck and right arm, and her skirt of the same color flared like a rose, which opened up to show her legs covered by strips of leather topped by gold trims. The hip armors were fabulously crafted to show the gaudy sense of style and show her status as nobility of some sort. Going up, her abdomen was covered in the same leather, yet her bust wasn't. Instead, gold armor in the shape of bras covered them. Black stockings covered her legs, and golden greaves added protection for the woman. Her delicate hands were covered in leather gloves accented by gold yet again. Sasuke was beginning to think this woman was some stingy noble because of all the gold on her. She had that aura of superiority on her too to add to that noble look she giving off. The woman hummed as she inspected her surroundings. What a depressing place. Tell me, boy, are you my master? Her gaze calculated Sasuke, who at the moment was confused. Master? He was extremely confused. Why was he being called master, of all things? Then again, the way the woman was posing, she knew how to hold that sword. Is this what the note meant about gaining power? He had doubts, but he'd put them to the test. An Uchiha only deserves the best after all. If I say yes, then what would you offer me, servant? Sasuke asked haughtily. You think you can give something worthwhile, something good? His voice raised and turned into more of a mocking tone rather than a questioning one. I need power to kill someone. Can you give me the power I need? The woman scoffed. HMPH. You must be kidding if you don't think I can't give you the power you need. Master, I am Saber, a master of the sword. If I can't make a swordmaster out of you, then I don't know what will. Sasuke grinned. A swordmaster, just perfect for what he's learning right now. Well then, sensei, Sasuke joked in mocking fashion, teach me your ways. The sage looked at the boy with contempt. He would wait by the judgment of Asura's incarnation. If Sasuke dies not changing, then he is truly a lost cause. If he does manage to change, then all is well, and the rivalry between his sons shall hopefully cease.
That's all for now. If you want to see next part, then please like this video and subscribe my channel. Thank you.